America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Exciting. Warner Studios. In the temporary film room of the crew, action director Chad pressed the remote control, and the TV screen played his carefully edited gunfight clips, which were mainly realistic. The sound of gunshots rang out. Martin was like the male protagonist Eddie, carefully watching the protagonist's gun-using techniques in the film. In the finished film of Limitless, these clips edited by Chad will also be selected as Eddie's learning and imitation objects. The first to appear is Eastwood, the classic scene of the old cowboy using a revolver to fight in Unforgiven. When Martin is not shooting, he practices guns at least twice a week, but the number of times he uses revolvers is relatively small. The screen flashed and switched to the movie clips that Martin has watched countless times. Heat. The whole movie is as slow as Nicholson fucking Streep in a trailer. People who are used to the fast pace of the new era find it difficult to wait patiently for the two heroes to fight. Therefore, many people open the movie by fast forwarding all the way, starting from the bank robbery to the end of the gunfight, and then watching the ending. This gunfight is a classic among classics. Chad said roughly, "This movie was shot and produced by Warner Brothers, and we have obtained the authorization." Martin nodded, and when he saw Al Pacino shoot the gangster who kidnapped the little girl, he pressed the pause button and constructed the gunfight scene in his mind. Chad waited for a while and said, "This section is very realistic and very practical." It is said that the two robbers in the big robbery in 1998 referred to this movie. Martin thought of Tom Cruise's Collateral Killing. It seems that Michael Mann is very good at shooting gunfights. The TV screen jumped again, and it was indeed a clip of Collateral Killing. Chad said again, "I have been studying Michael Mann's gunfight design recently, and I have some experience." Martin nodded. "I remember his gunfight scenes are all realistic in style." Chad replayed the gunfight clips of the three movies. When Martin had a certain memory, the two went to the training ground next to him and simulated training with prop guns. Bruce also joined in and served as Martin's training target. The training efficiency is beyond words. During the break, Martin received a call from Thomas. He called Bruce over and told him the general situation. Bruce was to talk to the agency on behalf of Martin. This was also the job of a manager. Bruce replied, "I'll go to WMA in the afternoon." The crew also used a lot of WMA's clients. For example, the old actor who played the Wall Street tycoon chose Robert De Niro, a client of Very Emanuel. In the afternoon, Aniston came to the crew studio. As the heroine, rehearsing with the hero in advance was a normal job. The two took their respective role scripts and entered the same meeting room. Aniston closed the door to avoid being disturbed by irrelevant people and asked Martin, "Shall we start?" Martin had already collected his emotions and quickly entered the state. "Let's start." Aniston discussed the role with him first. "Isn't the setting of Linda a little bit mercenary? This shouldn't be called mercenary, but close to real life, right?" Martin's opinion is completely different. The male protagonist Eddie is poor and lives on writing, but he can't concentrate. He can't even complete the most basic work and can't pay the rent. Why should Linda accept his pursuit? Aniston said, "The protagonist took smart drugs, his IQ and EQ were off the charts, and after making money, Linda took the initiative to approach him." The screenwriter Brat is a man, the director is also a man, and Martin, who leads the project, is still a man, so the heroine is set completely from a male perspective, and Martin thinks there is no problem. He also said, "A down and out greasy man and a delicate and beautiful woman, how can they not match?" Such a setting is also to highlight the changes before and after the male protagonist. Aniston understood that the heroine exists entirely to highlight the male protagonist. This is a very sad reality in Hollywood. Even a star of her level can hardly get a movie with a female protagonist, or a movie where all the plots and characters serve the heroine. Martin added, "The heroine will accompany the hero all the way to the end and enter politics." Aniston suddenly laughed. The hero has had enough fun outside and is tired, and then the heroine takes over? Martin retorted, "They are true love." He emphasized, one is exquisite and beautiful, and the other is handsome and rich. Aren't they a natural match? Hearing this, Aniston couldn't help but look at Martin again. If Martin was a greasy fat man, would she adopt this strategy against Julie? The answer is obvious. She simply invited, "Are you free tonight? Last time I said I would treat you to dinner, but I couldn't find a suitable time. How about today?" Martin certainly wouldn't refuse. "Rachel invites you. Of course I have time, but I have to treat you." Aniston smiled, took out her mobile phone, and made a call, and booked a table at the Italian restaurant in the Chateau Marmont Hotel. This hotel and restaurant are frequented by Hollywood stars. Whenever you go there, you have a 100% chance of meeting someone in the circle. Aniston chose that place specifically to spread the news in the circle and let some people know that she and Martin are dating. Martin has always been dedicated to his work. He held up the script and shook it. "Let's act it out." Aniston gathered her mood, put aside her messy thoughts for the time being, and rehearsed the scenes with Martin. Director Danny Boyle has led some members of the crew to New York to prepare for the crew's filming in New York. At the entrance of Warner Studios, Bruce came back from Century City WMA, parked his car in the parking lot, walked into the studio area, and was about to drive the electric car when someone nearby called him. "Bruce, Bruce." Julie sat at a wooden table and waved over, "Come over and chat for a while." Bruce looked at the time, went over to sit opposite Julie and said hello. "Good afternoon." Julie asked, "Did Aniston go to Martin's crew today?" Bruce knew the most about the mess surrounding Martin, nodded and said, "She is the heroine, and she has to rehearse and act with Martin." Julie paused for a while and asked again, "Just rehearsing? What else?" Bruce was not a good person either, and deliberately said, "The crew studio is small and there are many people. What can two people do?" Julie laughed. Bruce asked, "Do you have plenty of time?" Julie answered casually, "There are no movies to shoot recently, and there is no work." She asked very seriously, "Bruce, is there any female role suitable for me in the crew of Neverending? The role is not important, and the salary is not important. I just want to join it." Bruce considered the problem from the perspective of a manager. "Martin, Julie and Aniston, the publicity and marketing of this play must be a hit." He said, "You ask me, and my answer is I don't know." Julie understood and stopped talking about it. Instead, she asked, "Does Martin have time tonight?" Bruce took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Martin, mentioning his encounter with Julie. A few minutes later, the other party replied, saying, "Aniston has arranged to have dinner with Martin at the Italian restaurant in the Chateau Marmont." Julie nodded, "Thank you. You're welcome." Seeing that she stopped talking, Bruce stood up and said goodbye. Julie glanced at Bruce and said nothing more. Bruce got on the battery car and drove to the studio. On the way, he called Martin again. Julie turned and went into a nearby cold drink shop and found a seat near the glass window. Anyone leaving the studio area had to pass by here. She thought for a while and called to book a seat at the restaurant in the Chateau Marmont. But something was still missing. Suddenly, the text message alert sounded, and the received message had only one word, Pitt. Julie understood immediately that a key person was missing. Without Pitt, wouldn't this game lose half of its excitement? It's exciting just thinking about it. Julie licked her thick lips, took out her cell phone, and called her assistant. "Find a way to inform Pitt that Martin has an appointment with Aniston at the Marmont Hotel tonight." She hung up the phone, a smile on her face, and said to herself, "Tonight is so exciting. Am I a little perverted? No, I'm just enjoying it all." Julie's legs trembled with excitement, and her hand holding the cold drink didn't grab the cup for a long time. Later, she frequently looked at her watch, and for the first time she felt that time passed so slowly. Century City, Death Star Building. The famous entertainment agent Brian Lord is receiving Brad Pitt in his office. The former smelled a strong smell of alcohol and asked, "Did you drink a lot at noon?" Pitt waved his hand, "Just a few glasses." Lord didn't dwell on it. "Hollywood stars are generally alcoholics," he said. "I asked someone to talk to Martin Davis. What happened before is in the past. Don't be impulsive when you meet him." Pitt was annoyed when he heard the name and said, "I didn't think of provoking him, but what he did made me sick." He snatched Charlie from me when I was dating Charlie, and I wanted to get back together with Aniston, but he went to snatch Aniston again. How can I bear it? Which man can bear it? Lord reminded, this is a personal grudge. The company will not stand up for you. Don't forget, Aniston is also one of the company's most important clients. There was something he didn't say, so as not to hurt Pitt's self-esteem. In terms of revenue and importance to CAA alone, Aniston is far better than Pitt. I know. Pitt shook his head. I will try to get Jane back. Although he has been drinking a lot recently, Pitt's mind is not completely confused. Without a heavyweight female companion, he can't maintain his current status and appeal. Without Charlie, Aniston is the best choice, and others? Pitt can't think of a suitable candidate for the time being. Don't fight with Martin Davis. Lord knew that the words were not pleasant, but he didn't want to see Pitt being stepped on as a stepping stone again. You are not his opponent. Pitt nodded, stood up and left the office. Before leaving the Death Star building, he received a call from his manager and his face suddenly tensed. Chapter 277 Four People, a series of scenes. Coming out of Warner Studios, Martin drove the Escalade and drove Aniston straight to the Marmont Hotel on Sunset Boulevard. In the rearview mirror, in addition to the Volkswagen driven by Bruce, there was another car following. Martin had seen it several times when he went to the hotel for a tryst. It was Julie's car. It seemed that she was having so much fun that she even used tracking. Aniston also noticed the Volkswagen behind. Since Burbank, that car has been following us. Martin explained, that's Bruce, my bodyguard and manager. After the Burbank Middle School incident, he would follow me at any time. Aniston glanced at Martin, thinking that he was a hero in this city, and felt that his eye-catching aura had added another layer. Arriving at the Marmont Hotel, Martin drove directly into the underground parking lot and took the elevator to the second floor with Aniston. Aniston automatically took Martin's arm, as natural as a real couple. When rehearsing in the afternoon, she specifically said that she would cultivate the feeling of a couple between the male and female protagonists with Martin in advance. Entering the restaurant and coming to the reserved table, Martin handed a menu to Aniston and ordered meals separately. Aniston specifically emphasized, I'll treat you tonight. Martin said, okay, I won't compete with you. Aniston thought long term, wait until you treat me next time. It will take at least a year from the preparation to the shooting to the release of Endless. During this period, the two must have had many interactions. Aniston did not intend to eat with Martin once, and that was it. Martin returned the menu to the waiter, waited for the waiter to leave, and said, eating with my goddess, I could only dream before. Aniston asked, you really like me? I mean Rachel. Of course, I said that you accompanied me throughout my adolescence. Martin said that there was no need to think about this, and he said, the house I live in Atlanta has always been covered with posters. Rachel's posters are all over my bedroom. I open my eyes and close my eyes. It's you, even in my dreams. Aniston is a married woman, and some words come out naturally. Tell me, have you done anything bad to my posters? Martin just smiled, but didn't say anything. Because he really didn't do it. There was no Rachel poster in the house in Atlanta. You little rascal. Aniston decided to teach the little puppy a lesson. Tell the truth. If you don't, I'll torture you. She picked up the knife. Consequences. Martin raised his hand in cooperation. No, what can I do to the poster? I'm not a pervert. Aniston leaned forward and said in a long voice, really? The smile on Martin's face suddenly disappeared, and his face became serious. Aniston frowned slightly. The little puppy is so easy to tease? Martin whispered, Pitt is here. Aniston was relieved and looked in the direction of Martin's gaze. She saw Pitt and his manager entering the restaurant together and sitting at the table more than 10 meters away. Martin took the initiative to say, Jane, shall we go to another restaurant? He seemed particularly considerate. I'm not afraid of him. I'm just worried that he will come and disturb you and ruin your good mood. Aniston had been secretly sighing at her bad luck for meeting such a bad guy as Pitt, but after hearing what Martin said, she perked up and said, why should we leave? Are we going to hide in places where he appears? That's not what I meant. Martin was embarrassed to laugh and specifically said, he attacked me last time because of the gossip media's gossip about his scandal. Jane, I just don't want to make things difficult for you. Aniston found that this little puppy was very considerate without careful training, so she reached out and patted the back of Martin's hand comfortingly. I'm divorced from him, and even if we really had something, it has nothing to do with him. Martin shook Aniston's hand with his backhand. Okay, I'll listen to you. Aniston glanced at Pitt again and found that he was staring at her and Martin. Right on the table, she held Martin's hand and said, you were wronged by the incident at the Avalon bar last time. She didn't finish her words because they were stuck in her throat. Because Aniston found that at the table in the far corner, a woman pulled out a chair and sat down alone. Angelina Jolie. It seemed that Jolie didn't notice her, but was just talking to the waiter. Aniston cursed hundreds of bitches in her heart and cursed her bad luck tonight. She finally made an appointment with Martin to have dinner, but she happened to meet Jolie and Pitt, 2 dogs and a bitch. What's wrong? Martin asked with concern. Aniston thought that Jolie was far away, and Martin might not notice it. With his acting ability, he said naturally, I apologize to you for what happened last time, because I put you in so much trouble. No, Jane, I can't accept it. Martin said before she could speak, you have nothing to do with him now, and you can't apologize to anyone for his stupidity and arrogance. Aniston nodded with relief. At this moment, she noticed something strange, and turned her eyes slightly. It turned out that Jolie had noticed her, and was looking over here. Jolie suddenly raised her glass to her, as in the past, posing as a winner. Aniston's many years of acting career ensured that she didn't show any strangeness on her face. She continued to chat with Martin enthusiastically, and occasionally tickled the palm of Martin's hand. Martin smiled very happily, like a puppy who had just gotten milk. When the meal came, Julie had no intention of enjoying it at all. From time to time, her eyes turned to the couple who were having an intimate meal. She was very hard to endure, as if she was in the flames, and her face was twisted and almost deformed. At the same time, she cursed secretly, is this game fun? Pervert. Aniston noticed the changes on Julie's face, put down her knife and fork, and wiped her mouth, guessing in her heart that the bitch was probably so angry that her expression was distorted. The restaurant was full of celebrities, and she had to bear it for the sake of her image, self-esteem and face. At this moment, Aniston felt much more comfortable, and wanted to laugh twice. Julie grabbed hers, and she grabbed Julie's backhand. Is there a problem? Aniston raised her head, seemingly smiling at Martin, but actually smiling at Julie. She noticed that Martin was more interested in meat, so she picked up her knife and fork, cut a small piece of tender lamb chops, and put it to Martin's mouth. Try this, it's well done. Martin nodded, opened his mouth and bit off the meat. Aniston also cut a piece of meat, put it into her mouth with a fork, and held the fork in her mouth. Martin had a crazy female fan as a ready-made teacher. He stared at Aniston blankly like an obsessed male fan. Aniston took advantage of the moment when Martin lowered his head to deliberately glance at Jolie, and found that Jolie's face was even more distorted. From her perspective, Jolie looked like she was about to explode. Jolie picked up the iced red wine and drank it all in one gulp, which somewhat suppressed the heat. On the other side, the food in front of Pitt was not touched at all. He held the knife in one hand and the fork in the other. Because he was holding it too hard, the blue veins on the back of his hand bulged. Right in front of him, Aniston actually took the initiative to feed Martin. What's even more infuriating is that the two of them didn't even look at him and completely ignored Brad Pitt. The manager quickly persuaded him, don't be impulsive, she is just your ex-wife, you are divorced. Pitt growled, but I want to get her back. If you don't do anything now, there may still be hope. The manager could only try his best to persuade, if you really want to do something, there is no hope at all. Pitt's eyes suddenly widened, and he found that the shameless couple was getting closer and closer, and Aniston let Martin kiss her cheek. Bastard. He felt that his neck was heavy, and it was difficult to raise his head. The manager also noticed it and suggested, let's leave first. Pitt shook his head, and found that Martin and Aniston were looking at him at the same time. Martin smiled and nodded to Pitt, and greeted Pitt very politely. The moment Aniston looked at Pitt, the smile on her face disappeared, and she was as cold as ice. Pitt said to the manager, wait a while before leaving. The two paid the bill, and he followed suit. The two men left the restaurant and went to the hotel lobby, and he followed them to the lobby. Then, he found that Aniston had checked in a room and entered the elevator with Martin. Pitt knew what would happen next. He walked forward woodenly, came to the lounge area, and sat down on the sofa chair. The manager wanted to speak, but after looking at Pitt's lost face, he thought it would be better to say nothing. Pitt suddenly saw Charlie. Charlie came to the lobby front desk and checked in a room. She seemed to be hiding from someone and waited for a while before entering the elevator. What's going on? Charlie came to catch him cheating? No, Martin Davis' public girlfriend is not Charlie. Charlie's expression doesn't look like it either. Pitt knows Charlie better than Aniston, and Charlie is obviously extremely excited. Martin and the other person just went up, and Charlie followed. Pitt thought of a possibility, stood up suddenly, and then sat down dejectedly, muttering to himself, "They? How can they be so shameless?" The manager didn't understand what Pitt meant. Pitt stood up slowly and said, "Let's go." Seeing that he was willing to go, the manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried tonight that Pitt would take the initiative to go to the door again and be beaten up by Martin Davis. Pitt left the Marmont Hotel and came to the nearby parking lot. He kicked the car tire with one foot, making a dull sound. The manager did not stop him. Pitt needed to vent. Before Pitt kicked again, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. Pitt took it out. There was a landline number on it. He answered and said, "This is Brad Pitt. Stay away from me in the future." Aniston's voice sounded in the receiver. She spoke quickly and harshly, "Don't let me see you again. I have nothing to do with you. Knowing you is the stupidest thing I have ever done in my life." Pitt threw his hand and smashed the phone to the ground and roared at the sky. Chapter 278 Live action poster. The sky was getting brighter outside the window. Martin opened his eyes. There were things scattered all over the floor of the room. There was a sound of water coming from the bathroom. Someone was taking a shower. He really didn't expect that the progress was so amazingly fast. He thought he would have to pull it a few more times. In the end, Aniston couldn't wait to take him upstairs. But then he thought, aren't women of Aniston's age practical? Martin sat up with his hands. He had been lying down most of the night before, but now he was full of energy. Just as he was about to enter the bathroom, the door over there opened. Aniston came out. Last night she had fully proved that an actress in her 30s could act cute, mature, and be unparalleled in the world of romance. At this moment, she changed into the style of a queen who disciplines a little puppy. She sat on the sofa with her legs swung and asked Martin, "There is a question that you have not answered me." Martin looked innocent. "No, you know everything about me." Aniston crossed her legs and changed her position up and down, as if instinctively. "Tell me the truth. Have you ever done anything bad to Rachel's poster?" Martin looked as if he had a hard time speaking. "This is not easy to say. Hurry up and say it." Aniston was like a wolf and a tiger. How could she let the little puppy go like this? "Say it. I will reward you." Martin was a very cooperative person. He covered his face with his hands. "It's too embarrassing to say it. How about I demonstrate it?" Aniston tilted her head. "Sure, the demonstration is more intuitive." Martin was very embarrassed. He looked at Aniston meaningfully. "There is no poster of Rachel here. I can't find the feeling and can't demonstrate it." Aniston held up the face of America's #1 sweetheart and asked, "Rachel's poster is here. How about this one? Does it give you a feeling? No matter how exquisite the paper poster is, how can it be as useful as a real life poster?" This is a story about an atypical male fan and his goddess. Just when the two were extremely busy, Martin's mobile phone, which he had left in the living room of the suite, lit up again, and Jala's number was displayed on it. After a while, the call was automatically hung up because no one answered it. There were as many as 10 missed calls on the screen. In another room on the same floor, Charlie felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to cry. She put away her mobile phone and cursed, "Fuck. Martin, you bastard. Why didn't you answer the damn call?" Being so close, but only able to think, not see or hear, was simply killing her. Charlie had no choice but to imagine again. Martin and Aniston, the couple, didn't leave the room all night. What were they doing? At the same time, in a mansion in Beverly Hills. Brad Pitt, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, opened a bottle of whiskey and poured it directly into his mouth from the bottle. He stopped temporarily until he burped. Alcohol can make people forget many troubles. He sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. The entertainment channel that appeared was broadcasting the news. Last night, Brad Pitt's mania broke out again. He kicked someone's car and smashed his own phone. With the voiceover, the news broadcast the video of the parking lot last night, which was obviously filmed by paparazzi. Since breaking up with Charlie, this Hollywood star has been drinking heavily and has lost control of his emotions many times. Many people in the industry speculate that he may have psychological and mental problems and suffer from mania. Pitt took another sip of wine and raised his middle finger to the TV. Fuck. The doorbell of the mansion rang at this time. Pitt stood up, staggered over, pressed the intercom, and it was his manager who came in. He opened the door and waited for a while, and the manager entered the living room. "Come here so early, what's the matter?" Pitt asked. The manager looked at the time, went to get 2 glasses, took the wine from Pitt, and only poured a quarter of the wine into each glass. He said, "The lawyer couldn't get through to you, so he found me." Pitt asked, "What happened?" The manager handed the newspaper to Pitt and pointed to the picture on it. "The car you kicked last night was not ours. The owner called the police and may be involved in compensation." Fuck. Pitt felt unlucky and nothing went well. "Don't you just want compensation? Give it to him." The manager nodded and reminded him, "Don't show up in front of the media recently. Those paparazzi and entertainment reporters will not let you go. Your condition." Pitt's heart was broken by Julie and Aniston. He waved his hand and said, "I don't want to deal with the outside world these days. Tell me if there is any news." Just like before, focus on Aniston. "Okay." The manager said goodbye and left. Pitt calmed down for a moment, picked up the wine and started drinking, and called the housekeeping company. "By the way, where is my housekeeping staff? Let her come over immediately. The wounded heart needs to be comforted." Near noon, Aniston collapsed on the sofa, dazed. Martin came out of the bathroom, quickly dressed, came over and gently patted her face. "Honey, I ordered lunch," and put it on the table. Aniston was extremely satisfied with the little puppy in every aspect, raised her head and asked, "Are you not going to eat with me?" Martin said softly, "Ari Emanuel asked me to have lunch at noon, and I can't break the appointment." Aniston knew who Ali was, and did not pester Martin, saying, "You go, I'll rest for a while, and go home directly." Martin kissed her forehead, and then left the suite. Before reaching the elevator, the door of the suite next to it suddenly opened, and Julie stood at the door. She gave Martin an inexplicable smile and asked, "Why didn't you answer my call?" Martin made up an excuse. "My phone was on silent mode, so I didn't hear it." Julie gestured to the door with her eyes. "Would you like to come in and sit down?" Martin spoke very firmly. "I have something important to do, so I won't go in. We'll talk later." Julie nodded, but she didn't intend to let Martin go. "I'll go to the Coty community and wait for you to come home. Whatever you want." Martin was a man of principle. Julie returned to the room and closed the door. Martin took the elevator downstairs, met up with Bruce, and went to Century City to meet Ari Emanuel. Bruce got in the car and gave Martin a newspaper. "Peter's in a bad situation." Martin saw it. "Was he photographed last night? Did you do it?" Bruce shrugged. "I was worried that our journalist friends had no money to pay rent and buy food, so I called them. Sacrificing Pete alone can make many people live a good life. It's worth it," he added. Jody also specifically reminded the car owner that he could get a high amount of compensation from Pete. Martin praised old Bruce. "Those entertainment reporters should give you a big medal with the words friend of journalists engraved on it." Bruce thought of the gold avocado that Sophia gave to Martin. "It must be pure gold. I won't accept ordinary ones." He turned and asked, "Did you keep the gift you asked me to send?" Martin said, "Leave it to Aniston." Bruce asked, "Okay." Aniston is a bona fide billionaire. Martin knew very well, no matter how expensive the gift is, she may not take it seriously. It's better to give her something commemorative. He emphasized, "That was the prey I hunted with my own hands." Bruce raised his middle finger directly to the co-pilot. "There are so many crocodiles and buffaloes crying out for justice in Australia. Hotel Marmont, on the floor, where the luxury suite is located. Aniston finished her lunch alone and cleaned up a little. She found that Martin had left a gift for her on the coffee table in the living room. She opened the mahogany box and found 2 gifts in total. They were not expensive. One was a fang pendant. The other was a 20cm long horn carving. The carving was based on Martin himself. It was a clown with a big head and 2 hands standing side by side. From the face to the hair to the clothes, every part was carved very delicately, and the surface formed an uneven pattern. Aniston grabbed the leg of the clown carving and picked it up. She always felt that something was a bit strange. There was a note under the gift box. I suddenly thought of giving you a special commemorative gift last night. The raw materials of these 2 things all came from the saltwater crocodiles and buffaloes that I hunted personally when I was working in Australia. They are not valuable, but they are very special to me. I hope you like them. Aniston is not short of money or various valuable things. This seemingly simple gift made her feel that the little milk dog was particularly attentive and did not have any unpleasant smell of money. Aniston took out her mobile phone and sent a text message to Martin. I like your gift very much. After sending the text message, she couldn't help thinking, should she give Martin a return gift? Seeing that Martin's gift was special, Aniston felt that the gift she gave to Martin should not be stained with too much money. In that case, Martin would not like it. Thinking about these trivial matters, Aniston picked up her bag and left the room. On this day, after Martin met with Eri Emanuel, he re-signed an agency contract with WMA, and the agency commission was reduced from 10% to 8%. This is also the first person among WMA's clients born in the 1980s. Natalie Portman, who was directly under Era's jurisdiction and starred in the Star Wars prequel trilogy, did not enjoy such treatment. The signing was very smooth, and after the matter was completed, Martin followed Thomas to his office. Thomas asked directly, some tabloids are hyping up your affair with Aniston today. What's going on? Martin said, I was with Aniston last night. The tabloids don't need to pay attention to them. Thomas cooperated very well. How do you want to make a fuss about this matter? It's not the time now. Don't respond. Martin said half truthfully, I'm just adding a layer of insurance for the film. It's not easy to make a movie successful, and all favorable factors must be used. In fact, he is no different from Pitt, who also used women to get to the top. Thomas understood that Martin was not only picking up girls, but also creating publicity points for Limitless. After all, movies are a commodity that relies too much on publicity and marketing. A film with guaranteed quality and creating marketing points will often perform well. Chapter 279 Disc Explosion. It was close to the new year of 2006. After nearly 2 months of release, Wanted finally passed the $200 million mark in North American box office. After a brand new weekend, the North American box office accumulated $204 million and the global box office exceeded $450 million. At the same time, it set Martin's highest box office record. As the North American theater line has dropped to less than 200 theaters, the attendance rate is almost negligible. Warner Brothers is preparing to release DVDs after the new year. Martin's main job recently is to promote the DVD release of the film. He participated in the investment of $5 million in this project, and he can share a share of the box office and later profits. Before the new year, the official website of the Coca-Cola cult was officially launched. The homepage of the website is a large poster of the leader Martin. He holds a Coca-Cola scepter, wears a red robe and a red crown, and is more imposing than the Pope of the Vatican. The internet headquarters of the Coca-Cola cult has also been transferred from Martin's personal blog to the official website of the Coca-Cola cult. In just 1 week, the number of users who registered as members of the Coca-Cola Church through the official website exceeded 3 million, and the number is increasing by hundreds of thousands every day. In addition to promoting the activities of the Coca-Cola Church, the website also specially built a section for the leader for church members to worship online. It is no exaggeration to say that Martin already has a considerable number of die-hard fans among the 2 major groups of movie fans and the Coca-Cola Church. With the surge in the number of registered members of the Coca-Cola Church, even Coca-Cola stock experienced a wave of continuous rises around the new year. Warren Buffett, the largest shareholder of Coca-Cola, specifically mentioned Martin in a New Year's interview with the Wall Street Journal. I know Martin Davis, a magical Hollywood star. The movies he starred in are very good, and the Coca-Cola church he created is even more brilliant. The management of Coca-Cola did a good job and invited him to be the spokesperson. If there is a chance, I will talk to him in person. Once these words were exposed, Martin's status was raised. Not all members of the Coca-Cola church will watch the movie starring Martin, but as long as 1/3 of them are willing to buy tickets, it may increase the first week box office of the film by tens of millions of dollars. After the New Year holiday, Martin sent Blake off for vacation and turned into an enthusiastic autograph machine, running around major cities across the United States to sign and sell the DVD of Wanted. On the first day of the signing, there was a long queue at the Beverly Business Center, and hundreds of fans wanted to get the DVD set signed by Martin as soon as possible. As a sponsor, Coca-Cola also held an event with Warner Brothers, and anyone who bought the $39.90 commemorative edition DVD set would be given a commemorative Coke from the Coke God cult. Martin knew very well that at this stage, the fans who could come and line up to buy DVDs early in the morning were the basis of his status and income. Therefore, even if his status was significantly improved, he still faced his supporters with the most enthusiastic attitude. "Thank you for your support." Martin would say this every time he signed a copy, and there would be no difference in treatment for fans who bought the regular version and the commemorative version. After signing all morning, Martin's face was numb from smiling, and his hands were sore from tiredness. He left the store without accepting interviews from reporters, got on a business car, went to the nearby Four Seasons Hotel to rest, and then rushed to the signing event in the afternoon. Bruce and Thomas accompanied them throughout the trip. When they arrived at the hotel, the three of them went to the restaurant for dinner. Bruce asked for ice cubes to help Martin apply ice. Thomas asked with concern, "Will you feel stressed? Can you shorten the time in the afternoon?" "No need." Martin shook his head and said with a smile, "This little bit of pressure is nothing. Compared with my life at the bottom of Atlanta, the pressure of a star is so great." Bruce agreed. "Gangs are rampant, the income is very low, there is no house, and even the whole family has no money for tomorrow's living expenses after today. What is this little bit of pressure for a star?" Thomas has never experienced such a life. Maybe it is the experience in Atlanta that has given you a super high ability to withstand pressure. Compared to my previous life, now it's like living in heaven. There was no one else around, so Martin spoke more casually. Luxury cars, luxury houses, beautiful women, money. If these are considered pressure, I would rather have more pressure than the Himalayas. Thomas thought of Gillian Aniston, and he also wanted to have such pressure. After lunch, Martin and Bruce went upstairs. Bruce glanced at his phone and saw a message from the bodyguard in the dark. He whispered, "Aniston is here. She went to your suite." Martin sighed hard. Bruce patted him on the shoulder and talked about the topic just now. "You look very stressed." Martin said, "Not really. It's mainly because some academic problems are difficult to study, such as why butterflies on the shore have a sea smell, which methods are most suitable for detecting tunnels, and under what circumstances can water draw wires." Bruce couldn't help but ponder these purely academic problems. Martin entered the suite and studied profound problems with Aniston in a rigorous academic attitude. Only learning can make people progress. In the afternoon, although a little tired, Martin still appeared in a chain store near California Polytechnic University in Pasadena with good professionalism and enthusiasm, and continued to sign DVDs. At the end of the day, he signed nearly 2,000 Wanted DVDs alone. Charlie, who went to the East Coast, was also very popular, and the signing scene was very popular. After having dinner outside, Martin returned to the Coty community. When they arrived at the door of their house, Gillian Flynn waved to Escalade from across the road. Martin lowered the window and asked, "What's up?" Gillian smiled and said, "I want to talk to you for a few words and get some exclusive news." The project of Limitless originated from Gillian's introduction of Alan Green. Seeing that there were not many people around, Martin got out of the car and stood on the side of the road. "If you have any questions, just ask." The Entertainment Weekly, where Gillian works, is also a stylish entertainment media. She did not ask about gossip, but asked about movies. I heard that during the filming of The Departed, you, Leonardo and Nicholson formed an organization? Martin scratched his face and smiled embarrassedly. It's just a small team for eating, drinking and having fun. Gillian was very interested. What's it called? It's not called the Bad Boys Gang, right? There is already one in Hollywood. This matter can be revealed to the outside world. Martin said, it's called the Trio. Nicholson is the boss, and Leo and I are at the end. He did not forget to pass the blame. Basically, Nicholson and Leonardo make the decisions for what the trio does. I can only follow behind them and cheer for them. Gillian had no doubts, because from the perspective of seniority, status, and age, Martin was indeed the youngest. She added, we just conducted an exclusive interview with director Scorsese. According to him, the three of you competed with each other in acting during the filming, and you were all in surprisingly good shape, which added a lot of highlights to the film. Is that right? Martin was quite confident about this. Yes. I can say responsibly that the audience will see a brand new Leonardo, Nicholson, and Martin Davis in The Departed. Don't define us by our previous roles, because we have made new breakthroughs. Gillian wrote down all of Martin's words with a pen and a notebook. Being neighbors with a popular star in the industry does have many exclusive benefits, but Gillian also knows when to stop and not to annoy Martin at once. She would also speak well of Martin in the media. The DVD of Wanted has just been released recently, right? I will write a column for you to mention this. Martin nodded and asked casually, have you created any new works recently? Or do you have any good novels to recommend? Hearing this, Gillian thought of Limitless. Obviously, she knew Martin first, but Martin bought the adaptation rights of Alan Green's work. This stimulated Gillian, and she said, I'm planning a novel, which may take 2 years to complete. Martin said something nice. It must be a masterpiece. If I finish it, please help me take a look. Gillian knew very well that, if the novel wanted to become popular, it would be inseparable from film and television adaptation. She said a little bit appropriately, I plan to use Agatha Christie as the prototype. Martin asked, suspense? Gillian didn't say much. Black suspense. Martin said, I look forward to reading your work soon. The two shook hands and soon went home. Gillian first sorted out Martin's interview records, and then looked up the information, focusing on the famous Agatha Christie disappearance case in the 1920s, planning to replace the background with the modern era. Similarly, as a failed marriage, Gillian sneered at the family and marriage advocated by mainstream American society, believing that the essence of marriage is the torture of men and women. Just across the road, Martin finally gave himself a day off. He didn't have to work hard tonight and hand over hundreds of millions. He and Bruce went into the entertainment room, sat in front of 2 computers, and played a few games of CS. In reality, Bruce's shooting skills are better than Martin's. In the game, he was beaten very badly by Martin. At nearly 10 o'clock, Martin wanted to rest early, but Leonardo called, the Face Gang is having an event tonight. Are you coming? As a core member of the Face Gang, Martin certainly couldn't miss the gang activities, and washing his face was also a kind of relaxation and entertainment. The 3 bastards, plus Craven and Agia, appeared at the nightclub together. The only pity is that the Foot Gang seems to have changed their base of activity. Since that night, the Face Gang and the Foot Gang have not met in group activities. The next morning, Martin was in high spirits and flew from Los Angeles to San Francisco to continue signing DVDs. The North American box office of Wanted exceeded $200 million. The market response was hot. The theater screening window was short. The male and female protagonists were highly talked about and had high fan support, and the signing activities were hard-working, so the DVD sales were hot. After it was launched, various versions of the DVD set sold $37.6 million in sales in just 1 week. Warner Brothers estimates that in the North American market alone, the annual sales of Wanted DVDs will exceed $80 million. DVDs alone can support this era of crazy investment in Hollywood. The real Wanted DVD seems to have sold about $70 million a year. Chapter 280 Rich Woman, Let's Get Married. Burbank, Warner Brothers headquarters building. Thomas had just entered the lobby and was about to turn into the elevator. A man who was walking towards him took the initiative to say hello. "Hi, Thomas." Thomas stopped and said, "Dario, long time no see." The two were college classmates. The middle-aged man named Dario looked at Thomas and said, "We haven't seen each other for more than a year. Have you changed a lot?" Thomas was slightly stunned. "Really?" Dario pointed at his head. "Why is your forehead bald?" Thomas subconsciously touched his forehead. The place where he could touch the hair before was now bald. A colleague called out at the door, and Dario quickly said, "I'm leaving first. Let's go out for a drink when you have time." Thomas nodded, entered the elevator, and took the elevator upstairs. When he came out of the elevator, he looked at the mirror at the front of the elevator. The person inside not only had a receding hairline, but also had a slightly bald forehead. Thomas was disdainful and confidently walked out of the elevator to Daniel's office. As long as he held on to Martin, the big tree, what would it matter if he was bald? With his current income and status in the industry, it would be too easy for him to find a girlfriend. Thomas just didn't want to find him. After knocking on the door and entering Daniel's office, the executives of Warner Brothers also had to be polite to him. Daniel came over to shake hands and greet him, and asked, "Didn't you go to New York with Martin?" Thomas followed his words and said, "I also want to go to New York for a vacation, but Martin can't afford my expenses." Daniel immediately understood that this was a debt collector and said, "The box office share of Wanted has not been settled yet, and it will take some time." Thomas smiled and said, "It's not Wanted, it's House of Wax, The Hills Have Eyes and Summer in Jeans." He was talking about the offline share of the basic agreement that the Screen Actors Guild had rigidly stipulated, which involved DVDs, videotapes and TV broadcasts. As a member of the Producers Guild, Warner Brothers signed a relevant agreement with the Screen Actors Guild. Thomas said, "Many actors have received their share of last year. I would like to ask Warner Brothers about the payment time for Martin. If you don't urge them, Warner Brothers will deliberately delay for a long time. This part of the fee cannot be waived. The union is keeping a close eye on it." Daniel is the direct person in charge of the 3 projects. He said, "I'll ask. It should be soon." He made a phone call in front of Thomas and said to Thomas, "It will be in the account before the weekend." "Excuse me." Thomas said goodbye and left. The offline income of actors also falls within the scope of the agent's commission. Because of Martin's efforts last year, the 3 films not only had a lot of box office revenue in theaters, but also maintained considerable popularity offline. Although the basic agreement share was only a few thousandths, the 3 films alone made more than $100 million in DVDs. In New York, heavy snow was flying, and the wind was cold. The crew of Limitless, which had just started filming, had to change the shooting plan, temporarily cancel all street shots, and switch to studio shooting. In the Built coffee shop, as the script supervisor hit the board, another scene began to be filmed. The male and female protagonists sat together drinking coffee. Martin's style was sloppy, his clothes were old, and his long hair was greasy. Aniston wore a beige business suit, which exuded a shrewd and capable look. A down-and-out unknown writer and a fashionable beauty in the workplace. Naturally, the communication is not smooth. Cut. Director Danny Boyle suddenly called a halt, took off his headset, and entered the set, looking at Aniston, and said in a rather tactful tone, "Jane, there is a problem that you need to solve as soon as possible." Aniston is very smart and understood what was going on as soon as she heard it. "Make me look less like Rachel." Boyle nodded. "The camera shoots you like another Rachel." Aniston was quite helpless. This is a problem she will encounter in every film crew. The higher Rachel makes her go, the harder it is to get rid of Rachel's shadow in other roles. Boyle did not say much and returned to the director's seat. Aniston turned to look at Martin, who had been filming for 2 days. There was no trace of the wanted order or the eyes behind the mountain on the character he played. From the human eye to the camera, he was a down-and-out pauper. She thought for a while and asked, "Why can you play a character's temperament from inside to outside, and each character sees a brand new you?" "It has something to do with my experience," Martin said simply, "because before last year, I was a poor man who didn't need to find the feeling of the role at all." Aniston has only been an actor in her life, and has not done other jobs for a long time. Martin thought for a while and said, "My personal opinion First of all, you have to forget Rachel yourself. Don't always think about getting rid of Rachel. Maybe it will be better. If you always want to get rid of Rachel, you will always remember Rachel. The situation of each actor is different, and he can't apply his own experience to Aniston. Aniston thinks there is some truth. If she doesn't forget Rachel, others will never forget Rachel. The shooting resumed, and it was still intermittent. Most of the problems were caused by Aniston. Martin was easy to control the poor Eddie. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the crew entered a short rest and adjustment state. Aniston's chair was right next to Martin. She sat down and took the sippy cup handed to her by her assistant. She said to Martin, "I've been in the industry for more than 10 years, but I'm suppressed by you, who has only been in the industry for 3 years. It's so frustrating." Martin was talented on the one hand, and on the other hand, his experience was impossible for others to replicate. He acted confidently, that's talent. Aniston was speechless, but she also admitted that the little milk dog was too talented. She said, "You have good looks, a good figure, and talent. You're born to do this." Martin moved closer and whispered, "Do you mean you're the one doing this?" Aniston was in her 30s, in her tiger and wolf stage. She straightened her chest and said, "I'll make you eat until you're full when I go back tonight." Bruce came over at this time and glanced at Aniston. Since it was not a confidential matter, he said, "Thomas called. The share of the 3 films, House of Wax, The Hills Have Eyes, and Jeans, has been transferred to the agency after passing through the Actors Guild. It will be transferred soon." Martin nodded and smiled at Aniston. "Let's go out together this weekend." Aniston asked, "It looks like you have money?" Martin said, "No money, no confidence. Your share of a flying income is a basic agreement share of the actors union, right?" Aniston said like a caring elder sister, "You should keep it. I just want to stay in my room on weekends." Martin understood what she meant. "I'll keep you company." He asked curiously, "Friends has a flying post-production share every year, right?" Aniston's contract was public, so she simply said, "I signed a supplementary agreement with the producer, and I can get 2% of Friends all channel revenue every year. It has been relatively stable in recent years, about less than $30 million US. Once compared, the $470,000 US that Martin was about to get was simply unbearable." Aniston deliberately asked, "What are you thinking about?" Martin sighed, "I still have a long way to go." This was beyond Aniston's expectations. Martin was obviously a very motivated actor. Before she finished her inner sigh, Martin's words came out again. "I must accumulate enough hot-selling films, not only to get the basic salary, but also to strive for a flying and online share in the future. When I can achieve $30 million in share income every year by lying down, I will retire and live a carefree life." Aniston, however, had some thoughts, especially about her relationship with Martin, and said meaningfully, "Then you have to be careful, don't get married easily, and you must sign a complete prenuptial agreement before getting married." She seemed to be reminding Martin in advance, and also reminded herself, "Do you know why Scorsese still maintains a very high frequency of filming today? Because he has been divorced 4 times. Martin wanted to say, "Rich woman, let's get married." But he knew that getting married was useless. When Aniston married Pitt, she signed a prenuptial agreement, so the divorce was clean and neat, without any drag. Although the ultimate goal of men is to find a billionaire to lie down with, Aniston is not the right type. Martin took the initiative to reassure her, "I like the life like Leonardo the most." Aniston put her slightly lifted heart back into her chest. It is one thing to play happily with the little milk dog and embarrass Charlie by the way, and it is completely another thing to get married and start a family. The little milk dog has not thought about that, so she can play with peace of mind. After the break, Martin and Aniston are back to filming. The snow stopped on the weekend and the weather was unusually cold. Martin and Aniston had no intention of going out for a walk and hid in the hotel to study the most critical academic topics for all mankind. Because they had great happiness, Aniston had long thrown away the bad people and bad things like Charlie and Pitt, and just wanted to enjoy her crotch. After the start of the new week, 2 more crews moved into the Brooklyn studio. One was the crew of I'm Legend, which also belongs to Warner Brothers. The other one brought many big name stars. During the filming break, Martin also met people from the tour cruise. The former had not yet arrived, and the latter started filming as soon as they entered the scene. Bruce followed Martin out of the studio and said, "I asked, the new crew is called I'm not there." Martin looked at a familiar face from a distance, wearing a coat and hurriedly leaving the studio and walking towards the parking lot. He carefully distinguished it and said, "It looks like Heath Ledger." Bruce confirmed, "It's Heath Ledger. I saw Brokeback Mountain some time ago, so I won't make a mistake." Martin subconsciously took a step forward and asked, "Aren't the Kardashian sisters attractive?" Bruce gave Martin a middle finger. "I'm a man. I like women." Martin said, "I understand. I like big bad sisters." In the distance, Heath Ledger turned into the parking lot. Because of the building blocking the view, Martin couldn't see over there. Then, he saw Christian Bale and Cate Blanchett hanging around the door of the studio next door, and couldn't help but wonder, "I'm not there. What movie is it? A biographical movie about Bob Dylan?" Aniston happened to come out of the studio and heard what Martin said. "Last September, I went to this crew for an audition. There was a cross-dressing role in it, and I lost to Cate Blanchett during the interview." Cross-dressing? It's normal that you lost to her. Martin of course had to stand on Aniston's side. "Blanchett is just a weird looking tomboy. Jane, you are so sweet and beautiful, it's not suitable for you to play a cross-dressing role." Aniston smiled sweetly at Martin. "The main thing is to cut off my long hair. I can't accept it." Chapter 281 Calling the Police. Over the past decade, long golden brown hair has become Aniston's symbol. Hair is not only related to Aniston's image, but also to her brand. Martin understood the reason. "Is it a breach of contract to cut long hair?" Aniston nodded gently. "The clothing, cosmetics, and mineral water I endorse have restrictive clauses. I can't cut my long hair." It is normal to have relevant restrictive clauses when getting endorsement contracts and high endorsement fees. Martin said, "My Coca-Cola endorsement contract has exclusivity for alcohol and beverages." Aniston returned to the topic just now. "There are many well-known actors in that crew. In addition to Blanchett, there are Julianne Moore, Richard Gere, the new Batman Bale, and Australian actor Heath Ledger." Martin spoke so nicely. "They are not as good as you together." Time passed quickly. After taking a breath, the two returned to the studio and continued filming. Martin and Aniston had fewer scenes today. As soon as the gloomy sky darkened, the two had finished work early and were ready to return to the hotel. These days, Aniston and Martin eat, live and travel together, and are a complete couple on the crew. Together with Bruce, the three of them entered the parking lot. The crew provided Martin with a Mercedes-Benz. Martin walked towards the Mercedes-Benz first, and suddenly heard the roar of a motor not far away, like some large displacement American muscle car. When he turned around, a blue Mustang coupe rushed out of the parked vehicles. Bruce sensed the danger and shouted, "Be careful." Martin moved very quickly, grabbed Aniston, and hid behind a heavy cement block nearby. The car was obviously coming this way. The Mustang was not very fast, but it was not known whether the driver had poor skills or other reasons. The car was running crookedly, like a drunk. Aniston was blocked behind Martin, and she grabbed the back of his coat tightly. Looking at his broad back, she felt a sense of security. But the roar of the muscle car's motor brought Aniston back to reality. The blue coupe seemed to be out of control, and half of the front of the car rubbed against the waist-high cement block, making a harsh and unpleasant friction sound, and the headlights broke. The distance was only 4 or 5 meters, but Aniston's heart was in her throat. If Martin hadn't pulled her out of the way in advance, the Mustang would have hit the two of them. The driver of the car obviously turned the direction, and with a dull bang, the wheel on the passenger side hit the concrete pier. The Mustang stopped. Bruce walked around to the rear of the car and stared at the person in the driver's seat. Martin saw who was in the car clearly and gestured to Bruce, moving a little closer to that side through the concrete pier. Aniston followed closely behind Martin so that she felt safe. The driver's door of the Mustang opened. As soon as the man stepped out of the car, a voice came out, "Fuck. Damn concrete, why are you blocking my way?" After the man stepped out, he kicked the concrete pillar. "Get out. Get out of my way." He gave the concrete pillar a middle finger. "Stupid, don't block me." Martin reminded, "Dude, you almost hit us. You should apologize first, right?" The man turned around and faced Martin and Aniston. Instead of apologizing, he cursed, "Fuck." Martin looked at him briefly and confirmed that he had recognized the wrong person, Australian actor Heath Ledger. The other party was staggering, excited, with bulging eyes and bloodshot. Anyone who has been in Hollywood for a while will be familiar with this state. Before Martin could react, Heath Ledger stuffed the medicine bottle in his hand into the pocket of his woolen coat and shouted, "Don't get in my way." He seemed not sober. "Asshole, bitch, get out of my way. People who take drugs have problems with their brains." Martin didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but after hearing these dirty words, he was no longer polite. "Watch your words. You'd better apologize to us. Maybe in a normal state, this is a humble and good person. But after taking drugs, what kind of shit will he become? Maybe God doesn't know." Heath Ledger looked at Martin and Aniston with a squint, and as he walked past them, he raised his arm and was about to extend his middle finger. As he walked, the extended arm just fell towards Aniston, faintly pointing at her chest. This is Martin's job. How can he let the other party get involved? Besides, people like Martin always want to make trouble. Now the opportunity to make trouble is presented to him. How can he let it go? Before Heath Ledger could extend his middle finger, Martin grabbed his forearm, twisted it behind his back, kicked Heath Ledger in the knee, and pressed him hard. "It hurts," Heath Ledger screamed, and his head was pressed on the rough cement block. Although there was no glass to hold Coca-Cola, Martin, the god of Coke, twisted Heath Ledger's arm with one hand and pressed his neck with his other elbow. Strongman locks up the man. Aniston was stunned, but after a few breaths, Martin subdued the man. Martin turned his head slightly and winked at Aniston. Bruce had already carefully checked the studio. The internal equipment was old, and there was no surveillance camera installed because of the crew's privacy and confidentiality. "Asshole. Fuck." Heath Ledger struggled desperately, but it was like being pressed by a mountain, and he couldn't struggle at all. He roared manically, "Damn it, let me go." But his voice was immediately drowned out by the shrill screams. Martin and Aniston, this pair of dogs and bitches, have been studying 72 ways to explore the tunnel recently, and they have a tacit understanding. Aniston understood Martin's intention and shouted at the top of her voice, "Indecent assault. Indecent assault. Save me. Martin, save me." The woman's screams were heard from afar. Bruce covered his face with his hands. These actors really know how to act. He would not believe a word of Hollywood stars except Martin. What about being persecuted? What about loving deeply? What about giving everything for the role? All of them have to be discounted by 20%. Bruce put away the mobile phone with a camera and put it in his pocket. Martin pressed Heath Ledger down and shouted angrily, "Asshole, what did you do?" The other party almost bumped into him and Aniston, and Martin's false accusations came out of his mouth. "Do you want to murder us? What kind of man are you, bullying a woman?" Heath Ledger's face and mouth were pressed against the rough cement, and his head was confused after taking drugs, and he couldn't figure out the specific situation. Several people came running over the corner that blocked the parking lot. The first one was the security guard of the studio. Bale, Blanchett and Julian Moore followed behind. The three had already left the studio and were about to go back to the hotel. When they heard Aniston's shout, they rushed over immediately. Martin saw them and thought quickly. Aniston had auditioned for the I'm Not There crew a long time ago and knew that there was a big boss behind the crew, and he was a big boss who didn't get along with Martin. She wouldn't let her little milk dog suffer, and the other party almost bumped into her and called her a bitch in person. Aniston decided to make a fuss, took out her cell phone, pressed 911, and said to Martin and Bruce at the same time, "I want to call the police." Bruce tilted his head to look at Heath Ledger's condition. With his rich experience, he would not make a mistake, and he nodded to Martin. Martin said, "Jane, he is plotting against us. Call the police." Who knows what outrageous things people will do when they take drugs, and Martin also wants to be safe. He and Bruce were not afraid, but Aniston was always alone in the studio. As the people were getting closer, Aniston stepped back and leaned against the passenger door of the Mercedes-Benz. The fear on her face was obvious, and she also pressed the dial button to call the police. The first security guard who came recognized Martin and Aniston at a glance, and also recognized who was pressed on the hood of the car. He grabbed the rubber stick at his waist. "Mr. Davis, don't be impulsive. What happened?" "This man did something bad to Miss Aniston and me. He almost hit us with his car and I subdued him. I suspect he was taking drugs or taking drugs." Martin quickly and concisely explained the matter. No need to talk nonsense. After Aniston called the police, she exchanged a look with Martin. Bruce called the crew and David Heyman, the representative of Warner Brothers in the studio, immediately rushed over. Bale, Blanchett and Julianne Moore had already figured out the situation. Julianne Moore was familiar with Aniston and came to her side to comfort her. Bale glanced at Martin and Ledger. He knew Martin, but they had no friendship. However, he got along well with Ledger. He stepped forward and said, "Hey, let the guy go first." Blanchett is Australian, a core member of the Australian gang in Hollywood. She would naturally help Ledger if she could, and agreed. "Is there any misunderstanding? Ledger has always been a gentleman. He wouldn't." Misunderstanding? Martin had no intention of letting the guy go. He signaled the Mustang with his eyes. "If Jane and I hadn't run fast, we would have been hit by him on the concrete pier." Afterwards, he scolded Jane and wanted to attack her. "I saw it with my own eyes. Do you say this is a misunderstanding?" Aniston nodded repeatedly with grief and indignation on her face. Even so, Blanchett still didn't give up and persuaded, "We are here. Ledger can't do anything." Martin moved aside a little, allowing people to see Heath Ledger's face clearly. "He's on drugs. Do you think he is sober? Can he control himself? Fuck." Heath Ledger suddenly felt severe pain in his hands and neck, and his emotions, which were already dominated by drugs, became even more out of control. "You two pieces of stinky shit. I will never let you go. I will kill you." Several security personnel quickly stood in front of the stars and reminded, "Mr. Bale, Ms. Blanchett, please step back and stay away from him. He's coming again." Aniston threw herself into Julianne Moore's arms, her voice trembling. "I called the police. You have to testify for me. Julianne Moore is an American and has nothing to do with the Australian gang." He hugged Aniston comfortingly. "Jane, let's leave here first and wait for the NYPD to come." The heads of the two crews rushed over one after another. In the distance, police lights flashed and sirens blared as the NYPD rushed to the studio as fast as possible. Chapter 282 Too Much Pressure. In a reception room of the Brooklyn police station, accompanied by the crew's deputy producer Damian and the crew's lawyer, the NYPD took routine victim statements from Martin, Bruce and Aniston. Except for the slightly exaggerated part about Aniston, Martin and the other two only needed to repeat the rest verbatim. Even the part about Aniston was not set aside. "Mr. Davis, Ms. Aniston." The police officer who took the statement shook hands with the two one by one. "Thank you very much for your cooperation. If there is any situation later, I will contact you in time." Martin's face was serious. "I have always heard that the NYPD is famous for fairness and justice. I believe you will handle this matter properly." The police officer smiled. "Of course. The people involved are not ordinary people, but the situation is clear. On one side is an Australian star, and on the other side is an American hero and the first sweetheart. Just handle it impartially." Aniston has been hiding beside Martin, looking particularly helpless. The influence of the first sweetheart of the United States is too great. Seeing her overly frightened appearance, the police officer felt that it was not excessive to deal with the perpetrator in the most severe way. After coming out of the reception room, the crew's lawyer Ward went to understand the situation. After returning, he whispered to Martin and Aniston, "NYPD found a prescription drug and a banned drug on Heath Ledger. The amount he possessed seriously exceeded the prescribed standard. The preliminary urine test was positive. Further blood tests will be conducted tomorrow. According to New York regulations, driving after taking those two drugs is prohibited." Martin did not hesitate to accuse them. "He almost hit me and Jane in the parking lot. Is he suspected of dangerous driving?" Ward said. "If you insist on holding him responsible, he will be in trouble." Aniston glanced at Martin and whispered, "I don't care. There are many people like Heath Ledger in Hollywood, but those people have no entanglement with her, and Heath Ledger has indeed threatened her safety." Martin's cell phone rang. After answering the call, Thomas' voice came from the receiver. "I'm rushing to the airport and will be in New York in the early morning. When a client encounters something, the agent rushes over as soon as possible. Apart from anything else, Thomas' attitude is impeccable. Aniston also received a call from her agent and found Martin and said, "My agent told me not to face the media yet and wait for him to come." Martin thought about it and asked an important question. Is Heath Ledger also a client of CAA? Aniston didn't know, so she called to ask and said, yes. Martin said, "Let's talk about it when we get back." He needed time to think and plan how to maximize the value of this emergency. Things happened, and they had to be dealt with. If the other party was unlucky, what practical benefits could they get? As soon as he entered the hall, Martin found two women coming over. One was Blanchett, and the other was the famous actress Michelle Williams. "Jane, Martin, this is Ledger's fiancée Michelle." Blanchett made a brief introduction. "Would you like to talk to her privately?" Michelle bowed to the two of them and said sincerely, "I'm very sorry for what Heath did." "I'm sorry." Martin said directly, "Ma'am, please speak as soon as possible if you have anything to say." Michelle had learned about the situation and knew that it was crucial to gain the understanding of the two people. After bowing and apologizing again, she said, "Heath definitely did not mean anything against you. He is a very good person. It was an accident in the afternoon. It was those drugs." Martin and Aniston both believed that it was an accident in the afternoon, but the key to the problem was not this. Michelle spoke very skillfully. "Just over 2 months ago, Heath had just become a father. He and I had a lovely daughter. After the birth of our daughter, he was under a lot of pressure. He had not yet fully adapted to being a father, and he had to separate from his daughter to work. The pressure of the award season was all on him, causing him to have to see a doctor and take medicine to avoid mental problems. Daughter, father, pressure and mental illness, these are easy to arouse sympathy. But Martin didn't buy it, so the culprit is a star father who is under too much pressure." He glanced at Aniston. "Shall we go?" "Let's go." Aniston took Martin's arm and walked out. "You too." Michelle was anxious and wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Bruce. Old Bruce kept muttering in his heart, "Stars who earn millions of dollars in salary and enjoy the benefits of the actors union are under so much pressure that they become addicted to drugs, and they use this as an excuse. Are ordinary people who work several jobs or work overtime for more than 10 hours a day going crazy?" Even he, a super bad guy, sneered at this. Martin and his group got into their own cars. Before the car reached the Brooklyn Bridge, Bruce received a call and then said to Martin, "There is a car following us all the time." Aniston was a little nervous. After all, she had just encountered something like Heath Ledger. Martin had encountered too many bad things and said, "Find out who they are." Since the studio subdued Heath Ledger, he has been thinking about the follow-up matters. Heath Ledger is not alone. Martin didn't care about the Australian gang. Those people wouldn't do anything too extreme because of Heath Ledger. He was a member of the Face Gang and the Asshole Trio. Martin was considering Heath Ledger's agency, the production and distribution company behind the project. Brokeback Mountain is now in theaters, and Heath Ledger is the leading actor. He was nominated for Best Actor at the Golden Globe Awards that ended a few days ago. In other words, CAA, the production company and the distribution company may be working on his Oscar nomination. The car soon arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel in Manhattan. Entering the hotel lobby, Bruce said to Martin again, "It's clear that a team of reporters from the News of the World may have heard the news and want to get first-hand news." Martin said as he walked, "News of the World, old friend." When he was in Washington, it was the team of reporters from the News of the World who sneaked into his room. Going upstairs, Bruce first carefully checked the room Martin was staying in and made sure there was nothing abnormal before letting Martin and Aniston in. Aniston went to take a shower, and Martin looked through the address book and found the business card of Mockridge, the editor-in-chief of the News of the World. Martin had negotiated with him about the manuscript and the remuneration. If Heath Ledger's behavior had not involved Martin and Aniston, it would not be a big deal in Hollywood, and neither the crew nor the investors would take it seriously. In the context of capital seeking profits, they would even take the initiative to help the stars suppress it. The reception room of the Brooklyn branch was still busy at this time. The crew of I'm Not There not only notified the producer, but also notified the distributor headquartered in New York, Weinstein Pictures. Shams, the producer of the crew of Brokeback Mountain, was doing public relations in New York, and he and the representatives of another major producer, Paramount Pictures, rushed here as soon as possible. This film won many awards such as Best Picture, Best Director and Best Adapted Screenplay at the just concluded Golden Globe Awards, and has aroused the popularity of the expanded release. They will not let the male lead fall into the abyss. Heath Ledger's agency is also CAA, and Kevin Howe, the chief agent and senior partner of CAA, is on a flight. Whether it is Brokeback Mountain, or I'm Not There, it involves the interests of many companies in the circle. In this year's award season, CAA invested a lot of resources in Heath Ledger, helping him get a Golden Globe nomination for Best Actor, and an Oscar nomination for Best Actor is also likely. Similar to Martin, a popular actor has many interests involved behind him. Kevin Howe and Harvey Weinstein talked on the phone. Harvey, if Heath Ledger goes to jail at this time, we will all suffer huge losses. New York is your home ground. Find a solution, as soon as possible. Harvey came out of the bedroom and said, Focus Features and Paramount Pictures have invested a lot in Brokeback Mountain. They are about to reap the rewards. They will not allow this kind of thing to happen. You call them, and ask them to communicate with Warner Brothers. If I contact Warner, it will only make things worse. Kevin said, I have communicated with these two companies, and reached an agreement. I can go to New York tomorrow morning. Harvey thought for a while and said, let's go to meet the other party together tomorrow. I'm Not There filmed a lot of scenes in Minnesota, before it was transferred to New York. It would be a huge loss, to replace Heath Ledger at this time. Outside the Brooklyn studio, there was a very ordinary car parked. The people in the car were waiting for news. Hazard, who was sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at the work ID of the News of the World, put it away, and asked his companion who had just finished a phone call, is there any news from the NYPD? Lukaku shook his head. I can only confirm that there was a conflict in the Brooklyn studio near the end of the workday today, involving many Hollywood stars including Martin, Aniston, Bale, Blanchett and Heath Ledger. The specific content is not available for the time being. Hazard looked through the car window at the studio area. There are so many bad things surrounding Martin Davis. He must know. Lukaku reminded, don't be impulsive. Think about the weird Washington spy incident. Although Hazard didn't know what happened in Washington, there were some rumors inside, and the higher-ups had specifically issued a message not to use those bad methods to provoke Martin Davis. Just thinking about this, a man wearing a common dark coat and an ordinary cotton hat walked past the car, and a large envelope tucked under his arm fell down with a click. Hazard heard the sound and looked back. The envelope fell beside the back door. He waved. Hey, man, you dropped something. The man didn't stop at all. He walked to the front intersection and turned into an alley. Hazard realized something and immediately opened the door and got out of the car. He picked up the envelope and opened it. Inside was a common A4 printing paper with densely printed words. There were also several photos, all of which were of the same person. Heath Ledger was handcuffed by the NYPD and put into a police car. Chapter 283 each has its own standpoint. Yesterday, Heath Ledger, the male lead of Brokeback Mountain, was detained by the NYPD. He was suspected of driving under the influence of drugs in the Brooklyn studio and almost injured the male and female leads of the crew of Limitless, Martin Davis and Jennifer Aniston. In the moving business car, CAA agent Kevin Howe quickly read the text and looked at the pictures next to it, which were all the process of his client Heath Ledger being controlled by the NYPD and taken to the police car. During the period, the NYPD used handcuffs and other police equipment. He handed the newspaper to Shams and said, the news leaked out. The latter is the producer of Brokeback Mountain and the founder of Focus Features, and is also a shareholder of Paramount Pictures. This report will more or less have a negative impact on Brokeback Mountain's impact on the Oscars. Shams said, too many people saw it yesterday, and it was too difficult to keep it secret. Martin and Aniston are not ordinary people, and they are very difficult to deal with. I hope this trip goes well. Kevin looked at his mobile phone and said, Harvey will come to the studio later. The business car came to the junction of Brooklyn and Queens, and entered the slightly old studio. Kevin and Shams each called their contacts and waited patiently. what happened yesterday, but the crew of Limitless is still filming normally, but some of Martin and Aniston's scenes have been postponed. Thomas and Aniston's agent Steve found the two and said, they are here. The two had discussed it carefully last night. Martin said, what is coming will come. Go meet them. Aniston was afraid that her little puppy would not be able to hold on, so she specifically reminded him, if there is anything, push it to me. I'm also a member of the producers union. Martin has experienced the kindness of a caring big sister more than once. He was the first to leave the studio and come to the office area of the studio. Kevin took the initiative to greet him and ignored Martin. Jane, you are radiant and more beautiful. He shook hands with Steve behind him. Can the three of us talk alone? Steve glanced at Aniston and saw that she did not object, so they went into the office together. Shams came over and shook hands with Martin. This is the first time we meet. After hearing Heath talk about what happened yesterday, I know that your martial arts are better than the rumors say. If you weren't so skilled, Jane and I would probably be lying in the hospital. Martin entered the meeting room next door and said, if my bodyguard hadn't sensed the danger and reminded me, and I happened to react quickly, we wouldn't be able to meet today. Thomas, who came in last, closed the door. We never contacted the media from beginning to end. We thought that, since we were all in the same circle, we would just let it be resolved within the circle. What was the result? You even put pressure on us through Warner. Shams said, the news has already broken, and it has put us in a passive position. Then you blame me? Martin sneered, and was so angry that he seemed to be about to lose control. I asked Heath Ledger to take drugs. I asked him to drive out of control. Did I leak the news to the media? Shams came to solve the problem, not to intensify the conflict. He quickly said, that's not what I meant. Heath Ledger is in his current situation because he made a mistake, and it was his own fault. He smiled and said, Martin, I came here sincerely to discuss how to deal with it later. Martin knew that he was the producer of Brokeback Mountain and the representative of Focus Features and Paramount Pictures, so he said directly, I don't necessarily have to pursue this matter and take legal action. After all, we are all working hard in the industry. Shams breathed a sigh of relief. Martin certainly wouldn't let it go. Yesterday, Heath Ledger insulted me, and then in front of so many people, he said he wanted to kill me. I want him to apologize to me publicly and explain the reason for his apology on the important pages of the New York Times, a national media of the same level. Shams thought that some newspapers even broke the pictures of the scene and said, I have no problem, but CAA needs to communicate again. Martin said, yesterday I was seriously frightened and was in a state of shock. I couldn't work normally. The crew of Endless had to postpone my filming. I'm not sure when these mental problems can be solved. I need Heath Ledger to compensate me for this. He glanced at Thomas. You discuss the details. Thomas can also take a commission from the compensation he negotiated, so he is very motivated. Leave it to me. Martin nodded politely to Shams. I'm emotionally unstable now, I will go back first. Shams confirmed Martin's attitude and didn't want to talk to him again. This guy, he threw out a pile of difficult reasons and excuses. In another office, Kevin first reviewed the so-called years of friendship with Aniston and then said that it was difficult. The awards season has progressed to the point where it is a critical time for the judges to choose their votes. You know that many people like to vote with their feet, and negative news with a huge impact will make the judges avoid the relevant people. He spoke very quickly. CAA has invested a lot of resources and favors in Heath Ledger's Oscar nomination. If this news is allowed to ferment, the negative impact will be too great, and the resources we invested will be wasted. In the circle, the use of banned drugs alone is not a big deal. But when Martin and Aniston, who are also actors, were almost hit in the studio, many judges must have considered themselves. The studio is the place they go most often. Will they become victims in the future? Moreover, if the judges are asked to vote for Aniston for the Oscar, not many people will vote. If someone publicly hurts Aniston, most people will not have a good impression of the perpetrator. Aniston temporarily suppressed her unhappiness and asked, what do you want to do? Kevin tentatively said, how about this, let Heath apologize to you privately and compensate you, and you and Martin issue a statement saying this is a misunderstanding? He emphasized, the amount of compensation will definitely satisfy you. In the next 6 months, I will mobilize my connections and provide you with resource support. Aniston looked at her agent Steve. Kevin, is this what you mean? Or is this what the company means? Steve immediately made his attitude clear. I don't know about this. He loudly said, Jane is the victim. Why should she swallow her anger? Kevin didn't dare to offend Aniston too much and quickly said, this is just a suggestion. Steve could see what Aniston meant. We will never accept it. There is no need to continue. Aniston got up and left. Steve was about to leave, but Kevin stopped him. Wait a minute. What's the matter? Kevin closed the door. Don't forget your position. Steve said, clients first. CAA claims that all agents are equal, but in fact it is another matter. Senior partners and associate partners make up the company's senior management, and Kevin is one of them. He said sternly, the premise is that it must be in the interests of CAA. His tone softened a little. Steve, find a way to convince Jane. She can be where she is today as a result of CAA's promotion. Steve saw through it. The other party was only thinking about his clients. I can't go against the will of my clients. Kevin was so angry that he turned around twice. You, me, and Brian, haven't we done enough things that go against the will of our clients? It was like a superior scolding a subordinate. You are a member of CAA. Steve did not respond, turned around and left the office. Aniston, who has worked with him for many years, asked, what's wrong? Steve said, senior partners are so impressive. Aniston thought, I can feel that CAA is no longer the same CAA as before after Friends. At the same time, Martin, who was leaving the office building, met Harvey Weinstein. Or rather, the other party was waiting for him here. Harvey Weinstein said, long time no see. Martin smiled and asked directly, for Heath Ledger? Harvey put his hands in the pockets of his woolen coat and took the initiative to walk forward. As soon as I'm Not There was launched, I signed a distribution contract and made investments in the name of other studios. Martin followed him. No wonder we were able to invite so many big name actors. It turns out that it was your appeal, Harvey. Harvey emphasized, an investment of tens of millions of dollars cannot be wasted because of what happened yesterday. Martin said, I didn't think about doing anything to Heath Ledger. He apologized to me publicly in the newspaper and gave me compensation, and this matter will be over. Do you know why I chose Heath Ledger as one of the protagonists? Harvey didn't need Martin to answer, because based on my many years of experience in operating the Oscars, Heath Ledger will be very popular after this awards season. He shook his head slightly. His fire may go out as soon as it is ignited. Martin said in the words of Michelle Williams, you can only blame him for being under too much pressure. I have a suggestion to CAA. Harvey said something similar to Kevin Haldane. Of course Martin would not accept it. I'm an honest and trustworthy person. It is impossible for me to lie to the public. Such lies are too easy to be exposed, and then it will be my reputation that will be damaged. Harvey suddenly changed the subject. Actually, I'm optimistic about your future. You have very good acting skills. The Oscars should not ignore you. Thank you for your compliment. Martin told the truth. I have a movie called The Departed this year. Harvey no longer forced it. Good luck to you. Martin turned and walked in the opposite direction. Bruce, who was hanging behind, quickened his pace and caught up with Martin. Doesn't he look happy? This is the most peaceful conversation I have had with him. But Martin was very aware, it's not easy to cut off someone's financial resources. Bruce suggested softly, how about calling Sophia? Martin shook his head. This is New York, where the Weinstein brothers made their fortune, not Georgia and Los Angeles. Bruce said again, cooperate with him? I've thought about it, but it's too difficult. Martin really had concerns. I'm a member of the Face Gang, and I may not be able to stand the initiation ceremony of the Foot Gang. Also, even if I switch to the Foot Gang, he asks me to deal with the actresses he raped. What should I do? Can I deceive them, endure it, and become a big star in the future? Bruce said, this can only mean one thing. Compared to this fat guy, you are not bad enough. Martin walked forward slowly, thinking as he walked. After a while, he said, old Bruce, call Atlanta and ask Ivan to come over. Are you getting worse and worse? Bruce suspected that Martin was going to take action against that guy Ivan. Martin said, "Don't worry, just talk." Bruce wondered, shouldn't he ask me to do the talking? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Beauty Trap. Outside the studio, in Martin's rest trailer, Aniston roughly described the situation on her side. "This matter involves not only you, but also me. Martin is a responsible person. Don't make things too awkward with CAA and put all the blame on me. Just tell them that I will never agree." He hugged Aniston and gently stroked her back comfortingly. "I have nothing to do with CAA. It doesn't matter if it's awkward." The little milk dog's words warmed Aniston's heart. She shook her head. "It's okay." The phone rang. She took out the phone to answer the call. Her face became more tense. After a few minutes, Aniston directly hung up the phone. Martin asked, "What's wrong?" "Brian Lord, the largest partner of CAA." Aniston said simply, "He called me and told me that CAA has contacted several popular projects, and the female characters in them are very suitable for awards. CAA is going to make a plan to help me impact the Oscar for Best Actress." Martin noticed that there was a problem, but it was difficult to say it clearly. Aniston and Oscar were more difficult than Leonardo's epic. The other party didn't say it explicitly, but Aniston saw it clearly. "Brian wants me to consider the company a little bit about Heath Ledger's matter." Martin asked, "What do they think?" "For the offline profit sharing agreement of Friends, I have signed not only with the producers, but also with CAA, and they can only get 1.5% of it as an economic commission." Aniston has a clear understanding of her own situation. "After the end of Friends, my film career was not very smooth, and there is also my age that cannot be ignored, so I became a dying little yellow flower of CAA." She sighed. "Maybe I overestimated my weight in CAA, or maybe the senior partners of CAA regard themselves as the masters of the stars." Michael Ovitz has expressed similar views more than once. Martin understood that, no matter how sweet the honeymoon period between Aniston and CAA was, how difficult it would be to get along with each other in daily life after the passion faded. Aniston's offline income is over 20 million per year, but CAA can only take more than 300,000. "Jane, they are laying bait." It's not nice to say, but he still reminded her directly, "Waiting for you to bite the hook. Maybe there are other plots." The agency has done a lot of things to secretly cheat its clients. "Nothing." Aniston didn't seem to be joking. "At worst, I can fire CAA." There was a knock on the door. Martin opened the door, and Aniston's agent Steve was standing outside. The latter asked, "Did Brian Lord call you?" "Jane, if the company pushes you with all its strength, you will be nominated for Best Actress." Aniston's face changed. Steve immediately shut up and changed his words. "Nothing else, Jane. We have been working together for more than 10 years. You know, I'm always on your side." Martin took the initiative to step aside. "You guys talk." After Steve got on the trailer, he closed the door from the outside. Martin walked towards a deserted place, combined with Aniston's words, considering his current situation, and took out his mobile phone a few minutes later and called Thomas. Soon, Thomas came over. Martin asked, "How did the talks go?" Thomas looked around and said, "Everything else is easy to deal with, but those bastards at CAA are hard to deal with." Martin said directly, "Don't bother with them. Ask lawyer Ward to go to the Brooklyn branch to put pressure on them. Ask the crew to release the news. I'm going to hold a press conference." CAA went from being the only company to fall in business in the new century. This was not only because other companies were catching up, but also because of internal problems. It seemed that Michael Ovitz's arrogance at the end of his CAA career had spread to other partners. The rise and fall seems to be a common problem for many companies. Thomas nodded. "I'll arrange it right away." Martin suddenly asked, "Is WMA interested in Aniston?" After saying this, Thomas was stunned for a moment and quickly came back to his senses. "Of course I'm interested." His hands were shaking with excitement. "Can we poach Aniston?" Martin glanced at Thomas, as if looking at a scumbag. Do you want to be Aniston's agent? Thomas reacted quickly. That's not what I meant. When Aniston was still a little actor, she started working with Steve, and they had a special relationship. Martin studied Aniston up and down, front and back, and learned a lot. Aniston never thought about ending her cooperation with him. At this time, Martin didn't forget to use the CPU. If other agencies come to poach me, the premise is to kick you out. I will definitely spray him in the face and tell him to get out as far as he can. Thomas' heart was shaken, and he thought to himself that I was so important to Martin. Never leave. He believed that Martin could do it, and said, "What do you want to do?" Martin walked forward again. "The two of us can't represent WMA, and we don't have enough weight. I'm going to call Larry Emanuel and ask him to come over." Thomas followed. "I'll cooperate with you." He suddenly remembered something. "Why are you so active? By the end of this year, I want the company to devote more resources and fully support me, but my status is not enough." Martin said a few words briefly. Thomas said, "They will definitely agree." Martin took out his mobile phone and called Larry Emanuel. Larry put down his phone and shouted to his assistant, "Contact the private jet company immediately. I want a business jet that can fly directly to New York in an hour and a half. Also, my itinerary is confidential." On this day, Heath Ledger's drug driving incident, which was originally reported by only one gossip media, was forwarded by many online media, and other media followed up. Brokeback Mountain was very popular during the award season, and the film also attracted much attention because of homosexuality. Heath Ledger was very likely to be nominated for the Best Actor Oscar before, and he was already popular. Of course, the media would not let it go. At the end of the afternoon, the crew's deputy producer Damian found Martin and director Boyle and said, "There was an unexpected situation. The Central Park filming we applied for has been temporarily postponed in New York due to weather and environmental protection reasons." Boyle frowned. "The filming plan needs to be changed again. We changed it once because of heavy snow." He reminded, "The ice in Central Park will melt in a while." Martin said, "Let Warner Brothers contact them, and the crew should not show up again." Boyle looked at Martin and made a rough guess, but he was only the director of the crew and did not want to get involved in unnecessary fights, so he didn't say anything. Damian said, "I called Daniel and Warner Brothers is in contact. Even if the problem can be resolved, the filming will have to be postponed." Like the previous crew, Martin was also listed as the production manager and said, "Let's change the filming plan and continue filming the indoor scenes in the studio." Boyle nodded. "That's the only way." Martin didn't want the director to get involved in messy things, so he focused on filming the movie. After Boyle left, he asked, "Is Weinstein involved in this?" Damian was Louise's subordinate and spoke without hesitation. "I can't tell. It's hard for us to find out about this kind of thing. The Weinstein brothers made their fortune in New York and have extensive connections." Martin, like before, took the same car with Aniston back to the hotel. Aniston was not very happy. "CAA dare not do anything to me, but put pressure on Steve. It turns out that in their eyes, I have become outdated." Martin said again, "Push everything on me. I will deal with them." Aniston reached out and stroked Martin's face, saying, "This happened to the two of us. How can I let you face it alone? If it weren't for you, I might have been hit by a car." Martin was straightforward. "In the trailer, you said you wanted to leave CAA." Aniston said, "When I became famous, I was in CAA. I have been in CAA for so many years, but everything has changed since the end of Friends. Maybe in the eyes of those veteran agents at CAA, it was CAA that made you famous." Martin also made a random guess. "I have never been an entertainment agent and I don't know much, but many commercial companies pay far less attention to their own employees than to those who have worked hard to dig them out from outside." Aniston smiled. "Why, do you want to dig me?" Martin made her happy. "I have dug up all the important places in you." Aniston bit Martin's ear, leaving 2 rows of teeth marks, and then said, "It's my turn to recruit you tonight." Martin quickly changed the subject. "Larry Emanuel is coming to New York to help me deal with matters related to Heath Ledger. How about you meet him?" Aniston felt better and said with a smile, "So WMA wanted to recruit me, but they were afraid that they couldn't recruit me, so they sent you here to use their beauty trick." Martin asked, did my beauty trick work? Aniston put away her smile and thought carefully for a while. I'll discuss it with Steve. You talk to Eri first. Martin nodded. No problem. There's no rush for this kind of thing. Back at the hotel, the two had dinner together and talked about CAA and WMA. Aniston called her agent Steve to talk about the future. Martin received a call from Thomas, and Eri Emanuel had already arrived. In a business suite in the hotel, Martin met WMA's leading agent and co-partner. Seeing Martin, Ali came up to him eagerly and said, I know about the difficulties the crew encountered. Don't worry, I have already contacted people to deal with it. Martin heard from Thomas that Ali's brother is very powerful in the political circle and is currently a member of the Democratic Party's Black Charcoal team preparing to participate in the next election. Whenever we encounter difficulties, it is always reassuring to have WMA to rely on. Martin sat on the single sofa and said, Ali, I feel relieved when I see you. Ali smiled and said, it's the company's job. He got to the point. Are you sure Aniston intends to leave CAA? Martin said, I have some ideas. Ali understood. Mainly you? Martin did not deny it. I can make WMA ahead of other companies. Ali flew over as soon as possible to keep it confidential. Don't tell anyone about this for now, and I'm not in New York now. He knew that if he wanted Martin to contribute, he had to give him enough benefits, so he was straightforward. Martin, we are old friends. Tell me your requirements. Martin was not polite either. The Departed will be released during this year's awards season, and I think I performed well. Director Scorsese has given me a very high evaluation. The quality of his gangster films has never been a problem. I want an Oscar nomination. Ali nodded and motioned for him to continue. Martin added, the role and the quality of the film are only the most basic factors for Oscars. Money, marketing, connections and public relations are more important. I hope the company can provide enough resources to help me run the operation. Ali thought about it for a moment and said, assisting clients in winning awards is the job of the agency. I promise that the company will give 100% effort. 3 more chapters today. Chapter 285, Speciality. Coming out of the business suite, Martin met Bruce, and they went downstairs together. Thomas stopped automatically when he saw Bruce wave his hand. After walking a little further away, Bruce whispered, Ivan is here. Where is he? Martin quickened his pace. I'll go see him. For confidentiality and safety reasons, Bruce said, no need. I'll go find him. If anything happens, it will be me at most. If things really get out of hand, you can still help me out outside. Martin pointed at him. We are not doing anything illegal. We are just doing what we are most familiar with. We are all friends of journalists. Bruce was quite emotional. How many important clues have we provided to the press? How many journalists' jobs have we saved? We even made people like Jody rich, but it's a pity that the Pulitzer Prize never favors us. Martin said, the news of the world is bold enough and their methods are dark enough. I hope they won't disappoint us. Bruce said, you can use your enemies too. Martin stood in front of the window of the passage. There is no such thing as an unchanging enemy. We are friends of journalists. He still reminded, if things can't be handled, you can find another way. Nothing can happen to Ivan. You keep an eye on it. Don't worry. Bruce left. What happened to the crew prompted Martin to make up his mind. Even if the news of the world couldn't get Harvey, he had to divert his attention to other places. So, he asked Old Bull to shake in a completely unfamiliar face. There are so many beauties in the circle to get. Why do you have to focus on the limitless crew? When walking back, Martin suddenly remembered something. It seems that the first time he met Wes Craven was at the fashion party of Harvey Weinstein's fiancée Georgina Chapman. I remember Georgina was very beautiful. Martin slapped his head and said to himself, I'm a good person, not a pervert. Martin returned to the suite where he stayed. Aniston had already returned and asked, did you meet Ali? Yes. Martin didn't beat around the bush. He said that, if you come to WMA and enjoy the treatment of a superstar, WMA doesn't have a superstar now, you will be the #1 among WMA customers. The specifics still need Aniston and Steve to talk to Ali, but WMA's #1 customer is sincere. Aniston rubbed her forehead. I'm tired. Let's go to bed early and talk about it tomorrow. Martin went around behind her and rubbed her forehead gently. Whether you stay or leave, don't be anxious. Think about it before making a decision. Aniston grabbed Martin's hand and kissed the back of his hand. I feel bad now, and there is only one thing that can make me clear my mind. Martin understood. You want to make a real poster again? Aniston opened her mouth. Isn't 3D real poster fun? The hearty study and research can always make people forget many troubles and return to the original happiness. Brooklyn Bridge Park has been cold recently, and few people are seen after dark. Ivan exhaled a mouthful of white fog. It's also good to come out and see the scenery of New York without having to stay in the beast house as a security guard. A car stopped on the side of the road, and Bruce lowered the window and waved. Ivan walked over quickly, got on the co-pilot seat, and asked, "Old Bruce, why did you suddenly call me here?" "I asked you to do a small favor." Bruce handed over an envelope. "Hollywood is full of bad people. I only trust my old brothers in Atlanta." Ivan opened the envelope and saw that it was full of US dollars. He couldn't help but frowned. "We are one family, and you still do this." Bruce said, "I can't let you make a wasted trip." Ivan asked, "Do you need to use a gun?" "I came here by plane. I didn't bring a gun." "What are you thinking?" Bruce punched him on the shoulder. "I just found a strange face and passed the news to the editor-in-chief of a newspaper. It's just a small matter." Ivan put away the envelope and put it in his pocket. This kind of thing is not unfamiliar. He has done it several times with Martin and is familiar with it. Bruce took out another envelope and took out a photo. "This woman is Rose McGowan, an Italian actor who mixes in Hollywood." Ivan took it and listened carefully to Bruce's specific situation. Harvey Weinstein mentioned in it was also familiar to him. A big star had come out of the House of the Beasts, and they all paid close attention to Hollywood and the film industry. Bruce handed the envelope to Ivan, which included several other actresses besides Rose McGowan. Martin had been paying attention to Harvey for a long time and wrote down all the related rumors in case of emergency. Ivan took it and said, "It's a piece of cake. I promise to do it." Bruce said, "I'll cover you from behind tomorrow." Hearing the back, Ivan quickly moved his butt toward the car door and said, "No, don't cover me from behind. I'm scared." Bruce raised his middle finger at him. "You are a fucking man. A man with a small butt." It was a bit cold in Manhattan on a winter morning. Mockridge, the editor-in-chief of the News of the World, drove alone to the downstairs of the company. As usual, he got off the car and did not go into the company, but went to the hot dog shop across the road to buy hot dogs and coffee. Mockridge found an empty table and sat down. Just as he was about to enjoy breakfast, a man with golden brown hair in a formal suit suddenly sat opposite him. "Excuse me." Ivan opened the envelope in his hand and put a photo of Rose McGowan and Harvey Weinstein on the table. "I know who you are. I have an important news clue for you." Mockridge had encountered similar things before. He was not panicked, nor did he refuse. He listened to the other party patiently. Some important news clues were obtained in this way. Ivan pointed to the woman in the photo. "This is my girlfriend Rose McGowan, who starred in Scream and Elvis. In the past few years, she has been raped by Harvey Weinstein several times. 2 of them were suppressed after she reported to the police and the media." He looked at Mockridge. "Weinstein threatened her. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck also warned her. She was worried that her acting career would be over, so she didn't dare to call the police again. She could only cry secretly at night. After I noticed it, I went to settle the account with that fat man, and I was also threatened." Mockridge lowered his head and glanced at the photo of Harvey Weinstein. Ivan was furious. "He raped my girlfriend, and he didn't even use a condom. I couldn't get over it, so I secretly investigated and collected a lot of information. Other media outlets didn't dare to expose the news, but you, the News of the World, are known as the conscience of the industry, so I had to come to you." Mockridge still didn't speak and silently took the envelope that the other party had placed on the table. There were several printed papers in it, which recorded the names of some women, as well as the approximate time and hotel. Ivan said again, "I can't get over it. I hope to see you expose the true face of that bastard in the newspaper." Mockridge put away the envelope and photos. Ivan got up and left the hot dog shop, turned the nearest intersection, and went into an alley. When he came out again, he waited for a while, and Brooke drove an ordinary car and quickly stopped by the roadside. Ivan got in the car, a little excited. "Did you see? How is my acting?" Bruce looked very professional, and commented in Martin's tone, "Superficial, too exaggerated." Ivan scratched his head. "Is it really that bad?" Bruce took him to the airport. "Don't talk too much, go back to Atlanta quickly. Your mother is waiting for you to go back for dinner." "Okay, I'll go to the airport now." Ivan didn't forget to remind him, "Next time this happens, keep looking for me. I promise to do it for you." On the other side, Mockridge seemed as if nothing had happened. He ate a hot dog slowly and drank a cup of coffee before crossing the street and going to the newspaper office. There was no urgent matter to deal with today, so he took out the photos and materials in the envelope and looked at them carefully. Harvey Weinstein, who is somewhat famous in New York, a gold medal producer and boss in Hollywood, does not seem to be a top boss and is more than one level lower than the 6 major companies. Because the parent company is News Corporation, which also has 20th Century Fox, Mockridge is not unfamiliar with Hollywood forces. In his eyes, this is a figure not much higher than Martin Davis. Mockridge thought about it carefully, pressed the intercom to call his assistant, and handed her the materials. "New target, find a suitable news team and arrange it." The assistant understood what it meant. The so-called arrangement means that unconventional means can be used. Mockridge did not take this matter too seriously. Compared with the British royal family, the Prime Minister's residence and Washington politicians who used methods in the news of the world, the Weinstein brothers were just that important. That morning, a 3-person team received relevant materials and began to collect materials about Harvey Weinstein. They were on the front line, and they would take the initiative to create news if there was no news. Now that the news was delivered to their mouths, they would naturally not let it go easily. But when it comes to people with certain power, they either have to endure it or get solid evidence and materials to make a fatal blow. Similarly, following, secretly photographing, buying, and eavesdropping are all their specialties. Bruce sent Ivan away, returned to the Brooklyn studio, entered the studio, and waited until Martin finished filming a scene before quietly going over. Martin asked, "Is it done?" Bruce whispered, "The other party has accepted the things, but I don't know what happened to them specifically." Martin said, "The news of the world is very bold. People at Harvey's level are not within their scope of concern. Normally, they will investigate quietly and get some materials first, and then expose them, or let Harvey pay. I've studied their style." Bruce's employer was so good at making trouble that he had to keep up with the pace. The possibility of exposure is greater. Martin thought more. No matter which side, Harvey or the news, is keeping an eye on us. Find someone to tip the fat man off to the relevant news, and let him and the news fight each other. Bruce said, "You are such a good person. Harvey should thank you in advance." Chapter 286 Public Apology. When the news that Martin was going to hold a press conference spread in the studio, Heath Ledger and CAA could only accept the conditions proposed by Martin. They apologized formally through the media and compensated Martin and Aniston $200,000 each for mental damages. Heath Ledger was released on bail after paying a bail. On that day, the 3 crews filming at the Brooklyn studio got the news and gathered in front of the office building early. Will Smith, who had just arrived in New York, said happily to producer David Heyman, "I didn't expect to see such a good show as soon as I got here." The latter crossed his arms and looked at the brown-haired young man walking in the distance, saying, "It has been spread in the circle that Heath Ledger almost hit Martin and Aniston by taking drugs. It doesn't matter if he takes drugs, but messing around on the set." He shook his head and said, "From the perspective of a producer, I will never use such an actor." Will Smith considered his own safety and said, "I won't let him appear in my crew." The surrounding media reporters turned their camera lenses and took pictures of the newcomer. Christian Bale got along well with Heath Ledger on the set and couldn't help shaking his head. "Compensation has been paid. Just apologize privately. It's a bit too much now. People have different positions and different opinions." Kate Blanchett, a member of the Australian gang, turned her eyes to Martin and Aniston, who came out of the office building, and said, "It's too much." Not far from the two, Heath Ledger's agent Kevin Howe had a very ugly face. "This incident has a great impact," Shams's mentality is relatively good. Brokeback Mountain has become a hot topic, and the impact is not particularly large. At most, he will lose a Best Actor nomination. The publicity and marketing of the film later will downplay Heath Ledger. Compared with these parties involved, Heath Ledger himself is much calmer. Accompanied by Michelle Williams, he went straight to Martin and Aniston. Dozens of shots turned to their side. Heath Ledger bowed. "I apologize for what I did that day. It may be a little late, and I can't undo the damage I caused you, but I sincerely apologize. All of this is my fault." Martin took a quick look at the other person. He was about 1.85 meters tall, with a strong body, and not a trace of mania. Aniston nodded gently. "I accept your apology." Martin said, "I accept your apology too." Heath Ledger said, "Thank you." Michelle Williams pulled him, and Heath Ledger smiled apologetically at the two of them, and walked back with his fiancée. Martin glanced at the media reporters who were stopped by the studio security personnel, and whispered, "Let's go too." Aniston followed Martin and left here. The media reporters dispersed, and went back to finish their articles. On the other side, Michelle Williams warned Heath Ledger, "For the sake of our daughter, you should quit." Heath Ledger promised for the umpteenth time, "I can definitely quit. Don't let this happen again." Michelle Williams felt tired. Arriving at the studio, Martin entered his Mac-Ute trailer, and continued to work today. While the Mac-Ute artist hadn't come yet, Bruce reminded Martin, "I took a video of the matter with my phone that day." Martin waved his hand. "Keep it. It should be useful in the future." Bruce replied, "I'll save it later." After finishing his Mac-Ute and entering the studio, Martin threw away these messy things and focused all his energy on work. That day, Thomas accepted an interview with the media on behalf of Martin and described in detail what happened that day. More media followed up with the report, and Heath Ledger published a related apology statement in the Los Angeles Times. A few days later, at the nominees luncheon held by the Film Academy, the new Oscar nominees were announced, and Heath Ledger's name was not among the nominees for Best Actor. The negative impact of drug driving in the studio that almost caused two colleagues to be injured was revealed. This kind of thing, if you really want to care about it, is closely related to every actor. In the Four Seasons Hotel, Kevin Howe watched his girlfriend Betty help him pack his luggage, and he didn't want to move at all. Betty asked, "Shall I book a flight for today?" Kevin kept shaking his head. "Don't leave in a hurry." Betty was also a practitioner in the entertainment industry, and said, "Heath Ledger is like this now. It's useless for you to stay in New York. You can think of a way when his movie is about to be released. The audience is forgetful. As long as there are enough good reviews, these negative effects will soon be eliminated. I want to meet Martin Davis." Since joining CAA, Kevin has been smooth sailing. The stars seem to be puppets in his hands. At this moment, he is really upset. "I want to talk to him." Betty persuaded, "It's unnecessary." Kevin's mobile phone rang with a text message alert. He lowered his head to take a look, got up and went out. "I'm going out for a while." Betty said again, "Don't conflict with him. That man likes to fight with people, and he always uses self-defense." Kevin would not be stupid enough to fight with Martin. He waved his hand and left the room. He went down to the business floor of the hotel and saw Martin playing billiards with his agent in the open entertainment hall in front of the business meeting room. Thomas leaned on the club and asked, "Are you sure?" Martin hit the red ball into the bottom pocket and pointed to the reception room. Jane and Steve are negotiating the final terms with Ali. Once they reach an agreement, they can officially notify CAA. Kevin just came over, and Thomas saw him and greeted him. "I thought you were back in Los Angeles." Martin got up after hitting the black ball. Kevin looked at Martin and said, "We could have been friends." Martin was too lazy to say more, and looked at Thomas. Thomas was very conscious, and rushed in front of Martin, occupying the moral high ground. "Is this how you do things at CAA? You don't know right from wrong? You are overbearing and tyrannical?" Michael Orvis was no more than that back then. Kevin replied coldly, "You are not qualified." "He is not qualified, but am I?" Ali's voice came from behind Kevin. "Can Ali Emanuel talk directly to the senior partners of CAA?" Kevin couldn't hide his surprise. "Why are you here?" In such an occasion, Ali would of course protect his own clients. "If I didn't come, would you continue to blame Martin?" Ha, do you think this is 10 years ago, when CAA was the only one in power? You want to start a war? WMA is here to accompany you. Martin didn't need to say anything at all. The agency had already blocked him. Kevin ignored Ali and just stared at his back. Aniston and Steve came from behind. Kevin had a bad feeling. Steve looked at Aniston, and Aniston nodded slightly. I was going to call you, but since you're here, Kevin, I'll let you know first. Steve was very proud at this moment. Jen and I have officially started the termination process. I'll rush back to Los Angeles today to deal with the relevant termination matters. Kevin immediately looked at Ali. You guys are going to join WMA? Aniston called Martin at this time. Let's go have a big meal to celebrate. Martin put down his club and took Aniston away first. Ali invited Steve. Let's go. Take my private plane back to Los Angeles. Thomas took the initiative to run over. And me, I want to go back to Los Angeles too. Ali laughed. Go pack your luggage quickly. It's too late to wait for you. The three agents walked to the elevator almost at the same time. Kevin couldn't hold his breath, strode to the other side, and immediately called Brian Lord to inform him. The CAA headquarters were shocked. This time, it was not all Barry who was poached, but Jennifer Aniston. Holding hands with each other for more than 10 years, when they were together, they felt that it was nothing special, and even faintly disgusted. It was only when they suddenly lost each other that they realized how precious each other was. In the restaurant, Aniston specifically asked for a bottle of champagne and asked the waiter to pour it. I don't know why, but I feel relieved and a little disappointed. Aniston picked up the cup and suddenly smiled, but it's worth celebrating. Martin clinked glasses with her. Jane, cheers. The two drank the cups and laughed at the same time. Aniston took out her mobile phone, turned it off directly, and said, I hope that in a few years, we can still sit together and drink together. From the sadness and anger after the divorce to the ease and joy now, Aniston's mentality has completely changed. A woman in her 30s has become more practical, no longer attaches so much importance to love and marriage, and enjoys her crotch more. She is rich, famous and powerful, so why should she get married to tie herself up? Isn't a strong and powerful little milk dog good? Especially the one in front of him, warm when it should be warm, domineering when it should be domineering, and hard when it should be hard. Martin understood Aniston's words and took the initiative to cater to her. I hope that many years later, it will be the same. After dinner, they went back to the room hand in hand. For Martin, there is not only the bonus of Rachel, but also the effect of a rich woman. Who doesn't like a rich woman like Aniston who has beauty, figure, and temperament? In Long Island, New York, a wealthy residential area, a 3-person reporter team from the World News drove a communications company's maintenance vehicle and parked it outside the community. Lukaku, who was driving, reminded Hazard and Courtois, hurry up and change your clothes. I found out that Harvey Weinstein often invites directors and actors to Villa number 21 here to discuss scripts and roles. Hazard changed his clothes, checked his tools, and said, to be a reporter, I also have to be proficient in communication technology. I'm really a talent. Courtois couldn't help but envy. Your salary is also the highest among us. Hazard turned on the roof light, found the community telephone line map, and after looking at it for a while, he got out of the car to compare it with the actual situation, and then pointed to the southeast. Go there. The signal exchange closest to Villa number 21 is over there. When he got in the car, Lukaku said, have we created a new type of reporter? Courtois asked, jail type reporters? Go to hell. Hazard disliked his crow's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. The newspaper has done so much, and the UK has made such a big fuss, but nothing has happened. When the car drove to the vicinity of the exchange, Lukaku said, the effect of telephone wiretapping alone is average. Should we think of other ways? Just then, a mother and daughter walked by the maintenance vehicle, the girl holding a cute stuffed toy. Courtois thought of a solution. How about this? When there are people in the villa, we disguise ourselves as merchants and organize a stuffed toy giveaway event. I remember the company provided a hidden camera with toy eyes as cameras. That's a good idea. With no one around, the three of them got busy, so skilled that they didn't look like reporters. Reporters for the news of the world are all about versatility. Here are the third updates. Begging for monthly tickets. A cousin who grew up across the street from me, and I had acute leukemia. She suddenly had a fever the day before yesterday morning. I went to the hospital and found out it was leukemia. Only one day later, she was in critical condition twice yesterday. Her condition is not very good. There may be a lot of things to do these days, so please forgive me if the update time is unstable. Chapter 287 Superfast Hand Speed. The Brooklyn studio area suddenly became quiet and harmonious. The three crews restrained their members and told them not to mess around here. The studio area is too dangerous. Rumors inevitably arose, such as Martin Davis being difficult to deal with, and they came from the I'm Not There crew. Martin didn't care and focused on filming every day. Hollywood is a circle full of rumors. Due to the postponement of the Central Park location shooting, the crew remained in the studio to shoot. The literary part came to an end, and director Danny Boyle temporarily gave up the director's baton. Assistant director and action director Chad Stahelski was responsible for shooting the action part. Martin and him had worked together on Wanted, and they had a tacit understanding in action scenes. Chad's intentions and ideas, as long as they were told, Martin could understand them, and he completed them extremely well. Inside the set, that was decorated as a penthouse apartment in the Upper East Side, Martin took off his suit jacket and threw it to the assistant next to him, and the stylist came over to touch up his make-up urgently. Chad called Lewis, the stuntman who played Martin's opponent, over to discuss the scene together. In this scene, Martin gradually recovers after drinking blood mixed with smart drugs, but the opponent has a gun in his hand. You have to use unconventional methods to deal with him. He said to Lewis again, come over to check the situation, lean over to check Martin's condition, and then the conflict breaks out. Pay attention to cooperation. Lewis had already practiced the movement and replied, no problem. Bruce then entered the set and gave Lewis a prop revolver and at the same time gave Martin a sealed soft needle. Chad asked, is it okay? Do you want to practice first? Martin tore open the package and said, no, I have practiced it specifically. In the evening, he played games with Aniston in a similar way. It was fun to play between men and women. Of course, this did not involve any messy things. The main reason was that Aniston had a high level of awareness and actively cooperated with Martin to practice key action scenes. After the stylist finished retouching his make-up, Martin lay next to a pool of blood on the ground, with red blood stains on his mouth, pretending to be a dead person. Chad returned to the director's seat, observed the set through the director's monitor, and shouted, all departments, prepare, 3 minutes to shoot. Soon, the script supervisor hit the board and the shooting began. Lewis entered the spacious apartment living room with a revolver in his hand. Seeing his accomplice and Martin lying in a pool of blood, he immediately came to check the situation. He reached out and turned Martin's body, and Martin turned around and spit out the needle. The soft needle hit Lewis' face, and Lewis screamed. Martin followed the preset routine, reached out and knocked Lewis' gun away, kicked him out with his foot, then jumped up and used a Bruce Lee style sidekick. Lewis fell backwards and hit the preset prop cabinet, smashing the cabinet door and unable to get up. Martin followed closely and hit Lewis in the face with a punch. Lewis cooperated very well. His head swung back and tilted to one side. Martin gasped for air, came to the pool of blood, picked up the revolver that fell on the ground, and checked the bullets. His hands drooped naturally, falling on both sides of his thighs, staring at the entrance of the passage, like a cowboy about to duel. According to Boyle and Chad's idea, a montage would be inserted here, to show the old cowboy shooting with a revolver in Unforgiven. The crew has obtained the authorization to use a relevant film. Stop. Chad felt very good, but he was not confident enough. As before, he asked the director Boyle on the other side, is it okay? Boyle nodded, very good. Chad then shouted, this one is passed. He reminded again, Martin, Lewis, don't move. Action Group 2 enters the scene. Several male actors had already received guns from Bruce and immediately entered the shooting site according to the rehearsal route. Chad said again, Martin, pay attention to your shooting posture, not the kind you are used to, but the cowboy style revolver shooting. Martin nodded, understood, revolver rapid fire. With Chad's order, the shooting began again. Amid the dense footsteps, Martin used his revolver like a cowboy. Before the first person came out, he held the revolver with one hand and pressed the hammer with the other. 5 armed enemies appeared in the field of vision. Martin pulled the trigger and fired a round of revolver rapid fire. His hand speed was amazing. He had been digging tunnels in the past 2 years and had developed super fast hand speed. He didn't need special effects at all. Those who have experienced this said it was good. Anne Hathaway, Angelina Jolie, Blake Lively and Jennifer Aniston can all prove it. 6 gunshots, 5 enemies fell to the ground, and a decorative glass plate shattered. Chad was very excited and shouted, "Good job, Martin, you are awesome." Martin threw the revolver to Bruce and said, "It's a piece of cake." He could use such hand speed in a dark and humid environment, not to mention in a dry and unobstructed environment. The action scenes in the apartment ended here, and Chad shouted, "We are done." For lunch break, the crew did not return to the hotel, but ate on the dining car. The actors from the crew of I'm Not There Next Door automatically avoided Martin when they saw him from a distance, as if they had encountered a demon. Martin carried the meal tray onto the trailer, waited for Bruce to sit opposite him in the back, and asked, "Old Bruce, am I that scary?" Bruce not only had bright eyes, but also sharp ears in the crew. He whispered, "Don't you know that rumors on the set are widespread? They say you are difficult to deal with, a big devil, and whoever you target will be in trouble." Martin had heard the previous ones, but it was the first time he heard the latter ones. Big devil? What the hell? I'm the leader of a cult. I've inquired carefully, and it was first heard from Cate Blanchett. Bruce knew a lot. She is an important member of the Australian gang, and she doesn't like you very much. Martin took a bite of the vegetable, and then a bite of the meat. Doesn't she know that the big devil eats meat? Bruce became interested when he heard this. Why? Are you going to mess with her? He liked messing with people the most. How? Do you do it? Do you have a plan? Stop. Martin was puzzled. Old Bruce, use your shitty brain. When have good people like us ever taken the initiative to mess with others? We are all acting in self-defense. He emphasized, the mouth is on someone else's body. You can control everything. Can you control what others say? As long as she doesn't say it in front of me, let her do it. Bruce turned his head and saw Blanchett and Bale in the distance through the window of the dining car. He had tried to get close to some people in the next group. Bale had a very good relationship with Heath Ledger and had a lot of opinions about Martin. But you can't just kill someone because he has opinions and says bad things behind his back. After dinner, the two went back to the trailer to rest. Martin asked Bruce, "Is there any news about Harvey Weinstein in the News of the World or the Sun?" "No." Bruce gave him 2 recent newspapers. "Harvey is not an ordinary person. I guess the News of the World will not move unless there is solid evidence. When it comes to gossip, scandal and celebrity revelations, the Sun and its weekend edition of the News of the World are well known for their high accuracy." The news team that Martin met in Washington would rather take risks to create news than write random essays. Harvey is also a big fish. In the afternoon, the crew continued to shoot action scenes, including gunfights with Martin as the main character. Long-term gun training made Martin handle these scenes with ease. Robert De Niro also appeared in the studio and officially joined the shooting. As one of the 4 great actors in the 1970s and 1980s, the old man, like Jack Nicholson, has a bad temper, but he is completely different in shooting and in normal times, and is relatively dedicated. Robert De Niro has not been very picky about scripts in recent years, which has something to do with his family. As an Italian who values family, the old man currently has 6 children and plans to have a 7th. Raising children is very expensive. Martin and he belong to the same WMA, and Robert De Niro's agent Ali acts as a lubricant, so they get along well in the crew. In addition to life, they also talk about some common friends. Martin specifically mentioned their friends. "I heard from Leo that you introduced him to director Scorsese." Robert De Niro nodded. "I'm the father of that bastard." Martin's eyes widened in shock. "Is there an unspeakable secret? Shocking gossip? Don't let your imagination run wild." Robert De Niro obviously guessed Martin's thoughts. "In the early 1990s, when we were filming This Boy's Life, I personally picked Leonardo from 400 candidates to play my rebellious stepson." Martin was learning about this for the first time and asked, "Was he so dazzling at that time?" 400 to 1. Robert De Niro, just a silly boy. I chose him because he is of Italian descent. Martin was not surprised at all by this. Ethnicity and nationality are the most obvious signs of circles in Hollywood. De Niro added. Later, I recommended him to Scorsese. He is pretty good and has been improving. Then, he looked at Martin and asked, I heard from Scorsese that you beat that bastard on the set of The Departed. Hearing this, people around him, including Aniston and Bruce, looked at Martin in surprise, unable to hide the shock in their eyes, as if to say that they didn't expect you to be such a person. It was Leonardo who beat him in acting. Martin corrected him quickly. He didn't care about titles like the Big Devil and Difficult to Deal With, but saying Leonardo was bad could ruin a person's reputation. He was quite confident in this aspect. Director Scorsese said that my interpretation of the role was better than Leonardo's. Aniston came over and kissed Martin in front of everyone without any hesitation. She complained to De Niro, you scared me. De Niro laughed. No wonder you have such a good relationship with Leo. He changed the subject. That bastard doesn't look like an Italian. He is irresponsible, doesn't get married, and doesn't value his family. He is a traitor. Martin agreed. He is definitely a traitor. I will make him pay if I have a chance. Chapter 288, Winning the Prize and Seeking Sponsorship. In February 2006, the weather in New York began to warm up. With the coordination of Warner Brothers and WMA, the crew overcame obstacles and could shoot outdoor scenes on the streets of New York. The first stop was Central Park to prevent the Wallman ice rink from thawing. Because of Martin and Aniston's relationship, the crew also attracted a large number of media reporters to watch and follow the filming. Limitless has a high enough exposure for the time being, and there is no need to actively create news. The filming of the crew proceeded step by step. Except for some complaints about the road closure, there were basically no other troubles. On the weekend, Martin took time to go to Fifth Avenue. When he came to Tiffany, after a brief look, he waved his hand and said, this, and this, I want it. Men's shopping is fast. Go straight to the target. Don't wander around. Don't be long-winded. Martin swiped his card and then got a ruby and a sapphire necklace, each of which was mailed to Los Angeles and Atlanta respectively through the special line for valuables. This is for Louise and Kelly. Then, he bought a necklace, earrings, and bracelet and mailed them to Atlanta for Alina. There were other people to be given gifts. Unlike the saltwater crocodile teeth and horn sculptures, Martin did not plan to give gifts from the same brand. He then went to Cartier and Chanel. He bought the latter necklace, and he will go to Louisiana to visit the set on Valentine's Day and will give it to Blake Lively. He bought a pink diamond bracelet from Cartier, which is a gift for Aniston. As for Charlie, Martin has forgotten about it for a while. Charlie has never looked back on the road to becoming a Virgin Mary. After the promotion of the DVD release of Wanted was over, she flew to Afghanistan and other places to investigate refugee issues. Martin called her. Charlie's next role is also closely related to Mother and Child. It is called Changeling, a film directed by old cowboy Eastwood, and it is guaranteed to win awards during the award season. Charlie's future development plan is very clear, that is, a modern Virgin Mary. Martin spent more than $100,000 on gifts for 5 people. When it is time to be generous, you must never be stingy. This is what Leonardo told Martin after he asked him about his experience. What others say may not be reliable, but this dedicated superstar has dated dozens of girlfriends, both formal and informal, and not only has no one jumped out to confront him, but even kept praising him. Playboy can do this, which is unique in the whole Hollywood. After completing the mailing procedures, Martin and Bruce carried a few bags and got in the car to return to the hotel. Bruce drove out of the parking lot and said, "You are so generous, unlike the Martin I know." Martin said, "It's mainly because I was sick before and never got cured." Bruce wondered, "Why didn't I know you were sick?" Martin simply explained, "It's because of poverty. I only have $200,000 or $300,000 on me. Who dares to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a gift for a woman? I'm not in love." That's right. Bruce began to think it made sense. He drove past an intersection and figured it out. No, it's not right. He saw through the fog and got to the essence. Heath Ledger paid for you. He compensated you with $200,000. Martin retorted. The spiritual supplement he gave me, wasn't it my money? I didn't use my money. Bruce couldn't refute it. Martin asked, what gifts did you give the Kardashian sisters? Bruce deliberately said, fang pendants and bullhorn carvings, clown style. Martin raised his middle finger in front of him. Bruce told the truth. Kim and Chloe each got one brand name bag. He was a bad guy with a lot of ideas. I asked Kim if she wanted to give one to each of her family members. Kim said it was not appropriate at this time. Martin finally understood. No wonder I sometimes seem perverted. It turns out that you have influenced me unconsciously. Bruce said disdainfully. It is obviously you who influenced me. The two bad guys discussed bad things and returned to the hotel. Martin entered the suite and found that Aniston, who was visiting friends, had returned. She changed into home clothes and came out of the bedroom with a gift box in her hand. Then, she saw the Cartier handbag in Martin's hand and couldn't help laughing. We are so in sync. Martin teased her. It's not a gift for you. Yes, you have a girlfriend. Aniston ignored Martin's words, walked over and grabbed Martin's left hand, took off the watch on his wrist, and put it on the sofa next to him. Martin asked, a Valentine's Day gift for me? Aniston opened the gift box. I have a little lover who pays me hundreds of millions every day. Valentine's Day is coming soon, and I have to give my little lover a little reward. Martin pulled his sleeves. Aniston took out a Patek Philippe men's watch and put it in Martin's hand. Take a look first. Do you like it? Martin found that there were words on the back of the watch case. When he turned it over, there was indeed a line of cursive English engraved on it. Martin, Jennifer will always remember you. Aniston took the watch and put it on Martin, saying at the same time, don't be too moved. We are just lovers, not boyfriend and girlfriend, and it is even more impossible to get married. Martin was helpless. Can't you let me fantasize for a few more seconds? Fantasize that I married a billionaire named Aniston, and from then on I don't have to work hard and can lie down every day. Aniston put on the watch, like the most caring big sister, and tidied Martin's sleeves. If you lie down, the world will lose a billionaire. By your good wishes. Martin opened the Cartier gift box, took out the bracelet inlaid with pink diamonds, and put it on Aniston. Aniston was happy that the little puppy was thoughtful and said, actually, the gift you gave last time was very good. She asked curiously, who is Lily Carter? Martin replied, a sister of mine in Atlanta. She is very talented in sculpture and is going to apply for the California Institute of the Arts this year. The sculpture department there is pretty good. A woman in her 30s really needs to be considerate and take all aspects of a man into consideration. Aniston was having a hot relationship with Martin and took the initiative to ask, do you need me to write a letter of recommendation for you? I have a good relationship with Vice President Delina of the California Institute of the Arts. Martin quickly responded, of course. Jane, you are the best lover in the world. Although the neighbor Mr. Jones would provide a letter of recommendation, it would not be a bad thing to have more letters of recommendation from celebrities. Aniston said, the main thing is that Lily Carter's sculptures are good and very useful. Martin had seen how Louise and Kelly used his sculptures and understood it instantly. Want to see it? Aniston opened a suitcase and took out the clown sculpture. Martin said nothing and pulled her into the bedroom. Who wouldn't want to watch a movie starring Aniston? On Valentine's Day, the crew took a holiday and dozens of people left. Even Robert De Niro, who was a good head, had to rush home to make the seventh money-eating beast. Martin first went to Atlanta and then flew from Atlanta to Louisiana. He spent 3 consecutive days running and exploring. When he returned to New York, he slept for more than 10 hours before he recovered his vitality. While sending gifts, Martin also received 4 brand name watches. He couldn't understand why women like to give watches. Martin specially marked the watch box to indicate who gave it to avoid the trouble of wearing it wrong. It can't be overturned because of this little thing. A few days after the crew resumed filming, Aniston's scenes were all shot and returned to Los Angeles to deal with the termination of the contract with CAA. Thomas came to New York again, bringing relevant release plans from WMA and Warner Brothers. Ari Emanuel saw some samples of Martin's role in The Departed through his connections and determined that the role was far beyond the normal level of the award season, so he immediately asked his subordinates to start preparing for the award season. In the early 1990s, the North American awards season started in December. In the suite, Thomas explained the specific situation in detail, but since the mid-1990s, the traditional system has not worked well. To be more precise, the current awards season starts from the Toronto Film Festival. There are even some films that start to compete for awards from the Cannes Film Festival in May. However, the European Film Festival has little impact on the Oscars, so don't worry about them. They can basically be ignored. Martin had also heard Louise analyze the awards season before. Thomas continued, Warner Brothers and Scorsese agreed that the Toronto Film Festival is very suitable for the world premiere of The Departed. Starting from the Toronto Film Festival, WMA will invest resources and mobilize its network to build momentum for you. Be more specific. Martin asked practically. Thomas said, after Ali handles Aniston's contract matters, he will personally negotiate with Warner Brothers and the crew to let the crew's publicity and marketing expenses be appropriately invested in you. He actually knew very well that if Aniston did not sign a contract with the company would not make any actual investment. This was an exchange of interests. In addition to media and personal resources, the company will also allocate $1 million for lobbying and public relations. Martin knew that funding was the key to the operation of the Oscars and said, do I need to raise some expenses on my side? Thomas told the truth. Parties, lobbying, advertising, and gift giving all require money. If you don't invest money, you will not gain anything from the Oscars. The Oscars are essentially not related to art, but a game of fame and fortune. Martin was prepared and had a plan. I talked about the Oscars with Coca-Cola, and they said that, as long as the endorsement effect is good, they can sponsor me to win the award. Thomas was not surprised, because when other stars were running for awards, the brands they endorsed would also make an effort. His agent took the initiative to take it over. I'll go communicate with Coca-Cola. Martin nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Thomas added, Warner Brothers has confirmed the release date for Limitless. It will be released early next year. He also mentioned a key thing. I'm not sure what Leonardo thinks about the next award season. You'd better talk to him. It's not easy for you to have a good relationship with him. Don't create conflicts over this kind of thing. Martin said, the crew is about to finish filming. I will find Leo when I return to Los Angeles. Alas, he passed away last night, less than 4 days after he fell ill. Chapter 289 almost died. At New York's Kennedy Airport, most of the crew were bored and wandering around in the terminal, waiting for the weather to improve. A sudden rainstorm caused a large number of flight delays, and the crew's charter plane could not take off for the time being. Martin stood by the window, and the raindrops hit the glass in front of him, so dense that he couldn't even see the Boeing passenger plane not far away. Bruce brought a bottle of water over. Martin took it, opened it and took a sip, then asked, in such horrible weather, only civil aviation pilots from the polar bear family would dare to take off, right? Bruce shrugged and said in a standard American tone, who knows? When they get crazy, they even drink antifreeze. Chad hurried over to check the rain and muttered, when will it stop? Martin asked, is your girlfriend waiting for you in Los Angeles? I'm a bachelor, and I don't have a girlfriend. Chad organized his words a little and said, remember Marcus, whom we met at the Angel Shooting Club in Kane? The name sounded familiar, and Martin recalled it a little and remembered, the soldier who served in Afghanistan? Chad nodded, yes, that's him. Marcus is particularly interested in the film industry. He wants to become a stuntman and action director after retiring, and he has been in touch with me. He paused for a while before saying, I lost contact with him in December. I only learned last week that the SEAL team that Marcus was in was attacked while performing a mission, and he was the only one who survived. Bruce continued, he's lucky. In a hellhole like Afghanistan, being alive is better than anything else. Martin didn't say anything, and he wasn't interested in the life and death of the Navy SEALs. Chad said, Marcus has retired from the military and decided to settle in Los Angeles. He has suffered a great psychological trauma. I had an appointment with him to go see him as soon as I got off the plane. Martin said, don't worry. This kind of severe convective weather will end quickly. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, the crew finally boarded the charter plane back to Los Angeles. Martin asked for a blanket to sleep. Bruce got close to chat and talked about Afghanistan. Returning from the cold and humid New York to the sunny Los Angeles, people feel inexplicably comfortable. Especially when a blonde beauty with a great figure rushes over to ask for a hug. The mood will be even better. After a passionate kiss, Martin and Bruce got into the Mercedes-Benz G driven by Blake. Bruce drove back to the Coty community. Martin and Blake were still taking their luggage out of the car when the doorbell rang. Who? Old Bruce went to open the door and found that it was the neighbor next door. Jenna, with her blonde hair tied into a ponytail, smiled and greeted, hello, old boo. She tilted her head to look inside the door. Is Martin back? I looked for him several times, but he wasn't there. I just heard some noise. She came to see you several times. Blake said to Martin first, then walked over and said with a smile, come in and talk. Jenna looked at Blake, whose figure was simply dreamy, and couldn't help asking, Blake, how do you exercise? Blake let the person in and said as he walked, part of it is innate and part of it is exercise. I have been the captain of the cheerleading team since the 6th grade, and I have always exercised a lot. Martin greeted Jenna and invited her. Would you like to sit in the room for a while? Jenna shook her head. No, I'm going to the Sacred Valley soon. She opened the shoulder bag she was carrying and took out a packaged square box from it. The wanted order sample is out. You know this series best. I sent the sample over and wanted you to help see if there is anything that needs to be improved. Martin took it, handed it to Blake, and said, you are too polite. Jenna smiled and said, without you, I can't get the rights to remake the movie, nor can I take advantage of the popularity of Wanted. Of course, I have to show you the movie first. You weren't at home the last few times I came. Martin said politely, I'll watch it. Jenna quickly said, I'm leaving first. We'll talk later. Martin and Blake saw her out of the house and came back with the suitcase into the villa. Old Bull was very smart and went directly to the auxiliary building. After putting down the luggage, Blake curiously opened the square gift box, and as expected, there was a beautifully packaged CD inside. The Sacred Valley version of Wanted. The heroine Jenna occupied most of the cover. Blake was only 18 years old after all, and couldn't help but say, how can you ask someone to help you research this kind of movie? Martin took it and threw it on the coffee table. Give it to Old Bull later. Blake took it back again, very curious. How about, let's take a look. Martin took him upstairs. Let's go to the bedroom. The next morning, after breakfast, Blake went to Burbank to take accent lessons and practice New York accents. Martin and Bruce got into the Escalade and drove out. Bruce just turned onto the road and saw Mr. and Mrs. Jones taking a walk. Mr. Jones waved over, so Martin had to ask Bruce to stop the car, got out of the passenger seat, said hello, and asked, what's up? Nothing important. Mr. Jones smiled and said, did Jenna send you a sample? Martin nodded. She sent it to me yesterday. Mr. Jones was very concerned about his daughter's new work and asked, how is it? Is it okay? This question made Martin feel awkward. He thought of several ways to answer, but he felt awkward all the time. On the other hand, Mr. Jones was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he was very serious, as if he was discussing a serious art topic. This is an art topic. Martin could only hint to himself in his heart, saying, it's a great film, a masterpiece. I think Jenna can win the grand prize this year. Mr. Jones was quite pleased. If you can really win a grand prize, it will be considered an achievement. Martin decided to end their chat. I still have things to do. Let's talk again when we have time. Mr. Jones said, when Jenna comes back, I will invite you, Old Bruce, and Blake to come to my house for tea. And by the way, give some advice on the film with your professional vision. Martin waved his hand and got in the car quickly. Bruce stepped on the accelerator and the car immediately accelerated and left here. He asked, how is your research going? Martin said seriously, it's very difficult for a man to fight many people at once, but it's much easier the other way around. Bruce muttered, when can I fight 2 people at once? Martin was too lazy to answer this idiotic question, so he took out his cell phone and called Leonardo. "I'm back in Los Angeles. Where are you? Come out and have fun." "No fun." Leonardo seemed to be walking in a hurry. "I just learned that old Jack, that bastard, was hospitalized, and I was going to see him." Martin unconsciously raised his voice. "What happened to him?" Leonardo said, "I don't know either. He's at the University of California Medical Center. Come over when you're free." "Old Bruce, go to the University of California Hospital Center," Martin said to Bruce first, and then said to the phone, "I'll be there right away." Would the idiot trio become a two-person group? Martin rushed to the medical center and found Nicholson's ward. When he knocked on the door and went in, Leonardo was already standing in front of the bed. Nicholson was lying on the bed, looking very listless. Martin lowered his voice and asked, "What's going on?" Leonardo pointed at Martin with a serious face and said, "Because of you." Martin was puzzled. "That's right, it's because of you." Nicholson raised his head slightly and spoke weakly. "I used the magic medicine you gave me, and then I became like this, and I almost died." Martin looked at Nicholson, then at Leonardo. How could this happen? He found that Leonardo was not normal, and immediately took 2 steps back, leaning against the wall, his hands, face and voice shaking. How could this happen? Leonardo frowned, glared and roared, "You bastard, think about how to make up for it." Nicholson glanced at him and couldn't help shaking his head. "You are so bad. There are too many flaws." Before Leonardo spoke, Martin strode over and hugged his neck. "Have you used it?" Nicholson sat up and he instantly became energetic. "He is a coward and dare not use it." Leonardo pointed at Nicholson. "You." Martin said, "Your iconic 3-hit combo is out. I can't tell that you are acting." Leonardo was helpless. He turned out to be the one whose acting skills were despised among the trio. Martin ignored the jerk and asked Nicholson, "Why are you in the hospital? You didn't have a wild party, or did too much at once?" "Basketball game." Nicholson was a little excited. That bastard referee was targeting the Lakers the whole game. I was yelling behind him, reminding him to be fair, but he went even further. Martin quickly said, "Calm down." Nicholson took a deep breath. "He pissed me off and made my blood pressure rise. My heart feels a little uncomfortable, but it's nothing serious." Leonardo said, "You are the mascot of the Lakers. You yelled at the referee, and the referee can't do anything to you as a spectator. He can only blame the team." Nicholson said, "You don't watch basketball much, and you don't understand it at all." Leonardo spread his hands and said no more. Martin said to Nicholson, "You should have a good rest and stop thinking so much." Seeing that the old bastard was not listening, he simply said, "Do you want me and Leo to have fun in the future while you watch helplessly?" "Absolutely not." Nicholson listened this time and lay back on the bed obediently. "I will fight for another 10 years. I want to take revenge on Naomi Campbell." Leonardo was amused by him. "Martin, you bastards still have a way." Nicholson drove them away. "You two bastards, all go away and don't disturb my rest." Martin said, "You should have a good rest. If you have anything, call me and Leo." Leonardo also said, "The bastard trio is still waiting for you to come out and take charge of the situation." Nicholson didn't like it. "I just have a small problem, and you guys make me feel like I'm going to die." Leonardo pulled Martin out of the ward together. Martin said, "Let's find a place to have a drink and chat." Leonardo replied, "Let's go." Chapter 290 Billions of dollars. In the open air bar by the sea, the waiter brought wine and poured it for the 2 customers. Martin paid the tip and asked him to leave, holding up the glass and indicating, "The most Hollywood way to drink is to drink from morning to early morning." Leonardo clinked glasses with Martin and said before drinking, "Be moderate or you will get fat." Martin deliberately stared at him. "I understand." "Hey, what do you mean by that look?" Leonardo defended. "I'm telling you, I'm a person with moderation and plans." Martin nodded repeatedly. I know, you are playing a big game." He pinched his face, deliberately making it wider and fatter. "Aren't you deliberately making it like this, so that you can compete for the Oscar for Best Actor?" Leonardo stared with his background eyes. "Is this my plan? Why don't I know?" Martin took the bottle and poured wine for the 2. Leonardo curled his lips. With my ability, do I need such a lousy method? You are so noble. You are amazing. Martin's words seemed like a curse. In 1998, you said you didn't go to the Oscars for fear of stealing other people's limelight, but you still stole all the limelight. Those old guys hold grudges. They are old and ugly, and they can't stand seeing others being beautiful and handsome. You can't win an Oscar unless you cripple yourself. He deliberately dragged out his tone. Leo, quickly turn into a greasy fat middle-aged man. Leonardo pointed at Martin. Others curse behind my back, but you, a bastard, curse me to my face. He grinned. Don't talk about me. Don't you understand your situation? With the look of a scumbag like you, how can you win an Oscar without ruining your image? What you said makes so much sense. I can't even refute it. Martin sighed deeply, his face and words full of deep helplessness. Handsome guys like us are destined to have a difficult road to the Oscars. Leonardo understands it deeply, because those old bastards envy us. Martin asked, are you going to do it again next awards season? Leonardo nodded. Of course I will continue. I have no shortage of money, women, or film contracts. Everyone should have some goals. Martin was it. The bastard opposite him was really not a human being. Leonardo enjoyed the feeling of Martin being hit hard, and said with a smile, I have 2 films that can compete for Best Actor this year, in addition to The Departed and Blood Diamond. Martin said, I'm going to be nominated for Best Supporting Actor. Leonardo has competed for Oscars several times, so he was straightforward, prepare more money. Without an investment of more than $1 million, I don't recommend you to participate. It's a waste of money. The agency will invest resources. Martin said roughly, Coca-Cola should have a sponsorship fee. He approached Leonardo mainly for one thing. During the awards season, let's work together to make some noise and let more judges notice us. Leonardo knew that Martin was particularly capable of making noises, and was quite interested. Do you have any good ideas? Martin said, now we only have a simple idea. After I perfect it, we will gather the team to discuss it. Leonardo nodded. Okay. Martin toasted him a glass. I will take advantage of your popularity then. Just don't rub my face. Leonardo made a joke and said seriously, you owe me a party. Martin thought for a moment and asked, is anyone getting married at Victoria's Secret this year? Last time, he asked carefully. Supermodels' bachelorette parties are often very crazy. Leonardo knows supermodels beyond imagination. If I remember correctly, AA will get engaged at the end of this year, and they will probably have a bachelorette party. They always miss you. Martin was obsessed with Heidi Klum's bachelorette party last time, and said, ask in detail. Leonardo was very interested. Wait for my news. He did what he said, and immediately took out his mobile phone and called Ambrosio. Ambrosio said that she was going to rent a small island in the Caribbean for a carnival for the bachelorette party. She specifically asked Leonardo to invite Martin to come and design a carnival theme. All the supermodels had a deep memory of the last yacht party and had a great time. Leonardo hung up the phone and told Martin the details. It's up to you, man. Martin agreed immediately. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The two drank another glass and left soon. After Martin got in the car, he suddenly thought of a key question. What should I do if Gisele Bündchen goes to a bachelorette party? This kind of thing seems to be very common in Hollywood. At noon, Martin came to Century City and had lunch with Thomas. Thomas first told the bad news. Yesterday Emma Thomas informed me that you did not pass the first round of selection for the Prestige. She expressed her apologies, and then Christopher Nolan called and explained the reason. Martin was not surprised by this result. Originally, his real target with Nolan was not the Prestige project. Thomas continued, Director Nolan thinks you are too young and lack the temperament of a British gentleman. Martin asked directly, anything else? I heard some rumors. Thomas also had a few informants in that crew. Christian Bale, the male lead of the film, had an interview with the Nolans this week, and then the Nolans decided to use Hugh Jackman for another male lead. Martin remembered what happened in New York. Bale and Heath Ledger seem to have a good relationship, and Hugh Jackman is a member of the Australian gang. Thomas added, in Hollywood, this kind of thing has nothing to do with right or wrong, only stance. Martin certainly understood this. He used Heath Ledger's drug driving to do a lot of things in advance to pave the way for the next plan, but there were also negative effects. He thought for a moment and said, "Keep in touch with the Nolans." "I will." Thomas mentioned a new situation at the last Warner party. Mean said that he had a good chat with Emma Thomas. Emma Thomas also mentioned that Mean has a good reputation among their small group of female producers and directors. Bruce suddenly took over and said to Martin, "Don't worry about it." He looked at Thomas again. "Let's discuss if there is anything." Martin glanced at old Bruce and didn't say much. Thomas automatically passed the topic and talked about the next thing. "I have communicated with Coca-Cola Company. Coca-Cola said that it will sponsor you to compete for heavyweight awards during the awards season. They also hope that you can go further and get an Oscar nomination." Martin smiled and said, "This is good news." Thomas said again, "Ali has communicated with Warner Brothers and Pacific Pictures. Both sides will assist you in competing for nominations, but only for nominations, because the priority of The Departed during the awards season is Best Director and Best Picture. I'll talk to Louise in the afternoon." Martin knew very well that it might cost billions of dollars. It's so damn hard for a male star to get ahead. On this journey, I don't know how many tunnels I have to explore, and how many interesting ways to explore the ropeway I have to study. Martin knows very well that, if he has an autobiography in the future, there is one thing he can't get around. Martin Davis slept all the way up. Thomas opened his briefcase, took out a very thin script, and handed it to Martin. "The specific shooting time and director of Coca-Cola's advertisement this year will be determined. I will be contacted as soon as possible. The script of the advertisement has been finalized and will basically not change." Martin's contract with Coca-Cola comes with an advertisement, which is a simplified version of the signing ceremony. It takes time to shoot. This is the first one. He put down his knife and fork, opened the script, and read it carefully. It's the scorching sun, the desolate west, the chaotic bar and the handsome cowboy. The plot is very simple. The leader who spreads the gospel of the Coke god in the west encountered a local bully who was doing evil. The bully wanted to plot against the saints around the leader. The bully was beaten and subdued by the leader, pressed on the counter of the bar, and awakened his conscience with ice coke. This is an ad that will be broadcast on public television, so naturally there can't be a Coke bottle exploding on your head. Martin quickly finished reading it and said, "Isn't this an adapted version of my conflict with Pete's Bar?" That incident had a huge impact and is still a popular Google search. Thomas had of course read the script. Coca-Cola did a targeted market survey, and the vast majority of people are quite disgusted with Pete on this matter. He roughly explained, "Aniston is America's sweetheart, and Pete divorced her as the cheating party and interfered with Aniston's freedom after the divorce." Martin closed the script and put it away. "I guess Pete will be very unhappy after watching the ad." "What are you afraid of?" Thomas seemed very confident. "Coca-Cola's largest shareholder, Warren Buffett, has come out to speak for you. For an ad of this level, not to mention Pete, even CAA will have to shut up." Martin was a little regretful. "It's a pity that I didn't get to see Buffett in New York this time." Thomas comforted, "There will always be a chance." Looking at the time, Martin sent a text message to Louise, asking her where she was. The other side quickly replied, asking him to go to her home in Sherman Oaks. Martin said goodbye to Thomas, went home to change his clothes, and drove alone along Cotty Street up the mountain. When he arrived at the south slope, he saw Elizabeth Olsen walking out of her house with a golden retriever, and parked the car on the side of the road. Elizabeth knew Martin's Volkswagen and immediately quickened her pace with the dog. Martin lowered the passenger door and said, "Are you walking the dog?" "Yes." Elizabeth had grown more mature. She bent down and leaned on the car window. "I haven't seen you for a long time." Martin found an excuse. "It's always busy in this industry, and I have to run around." Elizabeth's sisters are stars, and they know this. Stars are busy people. Martin glanced over there. Because she was leaning on the car window, Elizabeth's sweater collar fell down. He turned back and said, "I have something to do at your neighbor's house. Let's talk when we have time." Elizabeth stood up, returned to the sidewalk, and waved to Martin. Martin walked into Louise's house familiarly and discussed Pacific Pictures and Louise's support for him to win awards in the next awards season. A deposit of several hundred million is essential. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Oscar Presenters. Behind the long bar in the villa's living room, Louise personally prepared a glass of expansion screws for Martin and placed it in front of him. Martin took a sip and said, "My skills have improved a lot. Nothing tastes as good as the one you mix." Louise raised her long eyebrows. "I still remember the penicillin you mixed for me in Atlanta. It tasted so wonderful that it healed the soul of an alcoholic." Martin understood what she meant, went behind the bar, picked up a brand new cocktail shaker, and mixed a glass of penicillin. Louise took it and took a sip. The wine flowed over every taste bud, stirring people's nerves, as if something exploded in the mouth. She slowly closed her eyes, felt it carefully, and said, "The swelling and spiciness are like a huge thing suddenly stuffed into my body, but the next moment it becomes round, mellow and sweet. The swelling and impact are as strong as before." Martin picked up his glass and clinked glasses with Louise. "As long as you like it." Louise leaned on the bar and said, "You are nominated for the Best Supporting Actor Oscar. With your current fame and influence, the role and the quality of the film are guaranteed. If you are willing to invest resources, there is still a chance." She asked, "I asked you to bring the address book of those people. Did you take it?" Martin opened his bag, took out the address book, and handed it to Louise. It was recorded with the contact information left by the parents of the people he saved in the Burbank Middle School incident. Louise looked through the list carefully, circled 2 people, and pointed them out to Martin one by one. This man was promoted to deputy editor-in-chief of The Hollywood Reporter at the end of last year. This newspaper has unparalleled influence in the industry. You let Thomas contact him. Then she said the next one. This is a senior executive of the Screen Actors Guild and a key member of the Screen Actors Guild Award Nomination Committee. He has the power to recommend actor nominations, which means he can put your name on the long list, and then the nomination committee will vote to decide whether to nominate you or not. Burbank High School is one of the top private high schools in California. The families of the students attending the school are not ordinary, and its location also determines that it is closely related to the media and entertainment industry. Martin followed up on Louise's question and asked, "Is it directly related to the Oscar nomination?" "Closely related," Louise said. "The core members of the union are basically members of the Film Academy, that is, Oscar judges. If you get a nomination from the Screen Actors Guild, your chances of getting an Oscar nomination will be much higher." Louise circled a few more people and said, "These are also people in the industry. Don't use them for now. This is your first time to win an award, and the crew's focus is not on your role. The chances of winning are very low. This kind of favor will be gone after you use it once. You sit at a critical moment." Louise is more experienced in this regard, and Martin listens to her opinions. Pacific Pictures will also mobilize their connections appropriately to get nominations for Martin. Martin toasted with Louise again. "With your guidance, the fog on the road ahead has dissipated, and it is clear." Louise felt the impact of the penicillin in her mouth, and after a while she said, "Then stay with me tonight." Martin glanced at his watch. "There are still 2.5 hours before dinner time. You can do whatever you want. I will accompany you to the end." Louise tilted her head to look at Martin. "Girlfriend? Blake is very cheerful and doesn't ask much of me." Martin picked up the glass again. "When she is in Los Angeles, just don't stay out all night." Louise jumped onto the bar. The penicillin that can cure alcohol addiction was finished, and she wanted to taste the penicillin that can heal the soul. Her body temperature suddenly rose, and she needed a fever-reducing injection. At about 5 o'clock, Martin drove out of the gate of Louise's house and saw Elizabeth Olsen again. She was walking her dog down from the park on the mountain. Martin was particularly tough now, and he was not very interested in sweet girls and beautiful girls. The two sides were far apart, so he drove away directly. "Potato, it looks like Martin's car," Elizabeth said to the golden retriever. "Didn't he see us?" The golden retriever barked a few times. Elizabeth led the dog across the street and entered the house. The two sisters had already returned. Mary Olsen waved her over and asked, Liz, do you really want to enter the entertainment industry? Elizabeth thought of Blake Lively and replied, I want to be a star, too. Mary said, this road is not easy. Ashley Olsen sang the opposite tune, it's much less difficult than entering an unfamiliar industry. The descendants of Hollywood practitioners are still working in Hollywood or surrounding industries because the previous generation has laid a certain foundation. Mary was young, but she understood this and said, okay then. Elizabeth immediately asked, have you found a suitable role? You are an inexperienced newcomer. Mary reminded, how can it be that easy? Elizabeth said, I starred in 2 movies in the 1990s and have been the most important member of the school drama troupe over the years. I participate in at least 2 performances of the Coty Community Theater every year. Mary broke her fantasy. Things are not as simple as you think. Your sisters don't have the ability to help you get promoted overnight. Ashley brought a few job notices and placed them in front of Mary. Mary said, these are advertising contracts. I can help you get the job. Okay, I will work hard. Elizabeth had the fantasy of a girl of her age, but she had also seen the reality and cruelty of the world. She took the job notices and looked at them carefully. They were all advertising contracts. The first one was an advertisement for a cosmetics brand, and then it was an advertisement for Wrigley gum. When it came to the third one, Elizabeth picked it up and read it carefully word by word. Coca-Cola's advertisement is recruiting a model or actress who is no older than 20 years old to play the role of the saint next to the leader of the Coca-Cola cult. The requirements are beautiful appearance and infectious smile. Elizabeth asked, Mary, is a saint in this advertisement starring the leader? Yes, it's Coca-Cola's annual advertisement this year. Ashley knew more and took over the conversation. The saint in this advertisement is starring with Martin Davis. Elizabeth thought of last year. If it weren't for Martin, she would have a 99% chance of dying in Burbank Middle School like the victims. At that time, she seemed to fall into hell, and Martin was the only light. If someone asked Elizabeth if she believed in light, she would definitely say I believe in light. Although it is a little faded now, the scene at that time is like engraved in my mind. Elizabeth picked out the Coca-Cola advertisement and said, sister, help me get this job, okay? Mary took it, took a look and said, it should be no problem. Elizabeth smiled very sweetly and kissed each of her 2 sisters on the face. I love you. Ashley laughed. If I can't get it, will I hate you? Let's go, potato. Go help me rehearse. Elizabeth called Golden Retriever upstairs and waved to her sisters. I will love you forever. On the way back to the Coty community, Martin called Thomas and sent him the contact information of the 2 people. He had to deal with the details. Agents are good at interpersonal relationships. The 78th Academy Awards has not yet begun, but Martin is already preparing for the next Oscar. The crew of The Departed also kicked off the awards in advance, winning the opportunity for Leonardo, Nicholson and Martin to walk the red carpet of this year's Oscars. Among them, Jack Nicholson will be the guest presenter of the Best Picture. With the help of WMA and Coca-Cola, the advertising sponsor of the awards ceremony, Martin will not only be able to walk on the red carpet, but will also be the presenter of the Best Documentary Award. As for Leonardo, he doesn't need to do that at all. He will be the center of attention, as long as he stands on the red carpet. Martin can also bring a female companion with him when he walks on the Oscars red carpet. It must be his public girlfriend Blake Lively. With 1 week left before the awards ceremony, Blake has made a strict diet plan. Martin took a rough look, measured Blake's figure inch by inch with his hands, and said, it's good enough. There's no need to torture yourself like this. Blake came to the dressing mirror and carefully looked at the blonde beauty inside. Her figure was amazing, but he was still not satisfied. It's not perfect yet. Martin pointed to the schedule. You will have a hard time in the next week. Blake said, I consulted a professional nutritionist and fitness trainer. She is a consultant for many big stars. After Charlize Theron won the Best Actress award, she lost weight by strictly following her menu and exercise plan. Moreover, I'm young and have a fast metabolism. The amount of the menu is twice that of those women who are nearly 30 years old. Martin knew that female stars are all crazy in the pursuit of body shape. According to this menu, Blake only eats 2 meals a day, 2 boiled eggs per meal, a few almonds for breakfast, and some vitamin supplements for dinner. No water is consumed on the day of the award ceremony, to avoid edema and a bulging belly. Martin used to walk on the red carpet, and only paid a little attention to his diet on that day. Blake comforted her. "I'm still young, it's okay, don't worry, I won't take any extreme measures." She paused for a moment and then said, "Some people use a more exaggerated method for the award ceremony, called intravenous injection, to take the necessary vitamins through intravenous injection, and not eat at all during the preparation period. Being famous is temporary, but being healthy is forever." Martin said specifically, "Honey, promise me that, no matter what happens in the future, don't use those overly extreme methods." Blake nodded. "I'll remember it." Martin looked at his watch. "Let's go and look at the dresses." Blake said, "I don't have a sponsor brand for the time being, so just rent a dress. Renting doesn't work well, it doesn't show your beauty." Martin took her out. "Top level women's dresses are disposable, you can't take them off once you put them on. Jewelry can be rented, but if there is no sponsor for the dress, it's better to buy it." Martin doesn't have to worry about himself. Harmony has contacted WMA and will provide him with men's dresses. Chapter 290 To the next best. After getting off the car, Martin turned around and held Blake's hand, helping her down from the car. Nearby reporters gathered around to take pictures. At the same time, on both sides of the red carpet, Martin and the leader shouts rose and fell, and the momentum was no less than that of any star. Martin was no longer an unknown little actor. Therefore, he and Blake were not slow in walking on the red carpet. They stopped several times in the middle, because Blake needed to pose for photographers to take pictures. When they walked to the middle of the red carpet, someone shouted loudly, "Martin, this way. Come here." Martin led Blake over. Rachel and Phoebe were cheering here with his most die-hard fans. The two took photos with the fans first, and then signed autographs as usual. In fact, Martin was very happy to meet these old friends who supported him before he became famous. Especially when he thought of the autographed books they gave him. He was in a particularly good mood, as long as no one asked what was written in them. If someone asked, it would be embarrassing. This is also a section that can be written in detail in the future memoirs or autobiographies. Of course, Coke is indispensable at this moment. Martin took the 2 cans of Coca-Cola from Rachel, opened one and gave it to Blake, and raised his glass to all the fans. Not only his fans, but also hundreds of spectators on both sides of the red carpet collectively shouted, "Coke God forever." As one of the advertising sponsors, the head of the Los Angeles branch of Coca-Cola also appeared at the Oscars ceremony. Hearing the almost uniform shouts, he couldn't help laughing. He said to his deputy, "Martin is a spokesperson with a strong sense of responsibility. He never forgets to advertise for Coca-Cola." The deputy agreed. It's not easy to find a celebrity spokesperson with such a strong professional ethics. The person in charge thought of the steadily rising sales data since the establishment of the Coke God and said the headquarters should sign a longer contract with him. When they arrived at the media area, no media reporters came to interview the two because they did not receive any nominations. Martin and Blake stood in front of the sponsor's background board to take pictures. After showing their love, they entered the Kodak Theater together. "I've been starving for more than a week, just for these few minutes." Blake was quite emotional, whispering, "What a crazy game." Martin laughed. Countless people are fascinated by it. When they arrived at the entrance of the theater hall, Blake pulled Martin to face him and specially adjusted Martin's suit and bow tie and exclaimed, "He is so handsome, it makes people intoxicated." Martin never wanted to change the mentality of Blake's female fans. He pulled her into the theater and walked all the way to the front. The Kodak Theater is the best interpretation of the world of fame and power. The most popular and influential stars in the past year basically sat in the first 3 rows. The art stars favored by the Academy are often seated in the front. Martin was not nominated, and his seat was in the middle left of the 3rd row. When he passed by, he happened to meet Cate Blanchett. The two people's eyes touched for a moment, just like the collision of poles and automatic bounce. Blanchett snorted in her throat. Martin ignored her and walked past her. Blake followed Martin, as if talking to himself. It's so hard for women when they get older. The injections have made the lines on their faces as hard as stone. Blanchett seemed not to hear and sat still. Martin pulled Blake, and they turned to the left to sit. Blake said, in an interview, "She attacked you and said you were narrow-minded. You are a man. It is not easy to hit back at a woman, but I can. She glanced over there. If she dares to slander you, I will make her pay, if I get the chance." Martin didn't want her to get involved in these meaningless fights. "Just focus on developing your career. I can handle this little thing." Nicholson walked in at this time. His seat was in the second row and he deliberately passed by Martin. Martin came up to him and asked, "Are you okay?" Nicholson patted his chest and said, "As strong as a bull." Seeing that he was indeed well, Martin immediately responded in a jerk way, "Yes, like a bull, so slow that it only moves when whipped." As a jerk, Nicholson understood what he meant, moved closer, and lowered his voice. "Do you want me to mail photos and videos to Blake?" Martin said directly, "You are such a jerk, you only do jerk things." Later, Leonardo and Kate Winslet also came. Blake, who was chatting with Amy Adams, stood up and greeted them. Kate shook hands with Martin and said, "When do you have time to talk alone?" Martin said, "After tonight, anytime." Kate gestured, "Wait for me to call you." "Okay." Martin responded. More and more people entered the venue, and several people could not continue to block here, so they quickly dispersed and went to their seats. Blake was curious, "Are you familiar with Kate?" Martin and Kate had no special relationship, so he told the truth. "When I was in Atlanta, I met Kate who went there to film, and I kept in touch. Later, when I competed for the Saturn Award for Best Young Actor and the Best Actor in The Mountain Eyes, and met Wes Craven, she helped a lot." Blake said, "The debt of favor is the most troublesome." Martin had no choice. He was completely different from Blake. Although Blake was not a top second generation star, her producer father also had the ability to organize a group. He could only try his best to climb up, so that there was a small group with good relationships like the Asshole Trio today. The award ceremony started soon. Tonight was a veritable cake dividing ceremony, and no crew became a super winner. In the middle, Martin, as the award presenter, went on stage alone and presented the Best Documentary Award to March of the Penguins. The four most important awards, Best Picture, Best Director and Best Actor and Actress, were divided among four different movies. Reese Witherspoon, who started out as a romantic comedy actress, won the Best Actress award, which caused some discussion. Ang Lee won the Best Director Oscar for Brokeback Mountain, while Crash, which was more American and Los Angeles Stoller, won the Best Picture. After the award ceremony, Martin and Blake rushed to attend the Oscar night party hosted by Vanity Fair. As soon as they sat at the table, Blake smelled the aroma of food and grabbed Martin's arm and said, "I want to eat something delicious." Martin asked, "What to eat?" Blake, who had lived an ascetic life for a week, decided to indulge himself. "Hamburgers. I just want to eat hamburgers now." Martin went to the food area to get the food. As soon as he picked up the plate, he ran into Heath Ledger, who was also attending the award ceremony tonight. The other party came to get food for his fiancée Michelle Williams. Martin took the initiative to nod his head, "Good evening." Heath Ledger looked tense and didn't say anything. He took the food and walked away immediately. He looked back as he walked. He was sure to get an Oscar nomination for Best Actor, but he was not on the list in the end. After investing so much, but getting nothing in return, it is inevitable to feel resentful. Back at the table, where the crew of Brokeback Mountain was, Michelle Williams picked up a piece of cake and started eating. Ang Lee held the Best Director Oscar and took photos with others happily. Blanchett came over and first congratulated Ang Lee and producer Shams, and then comforted Heath Ledger. "It's okay, there will be opportunities in the future." Heath Ledger replied, "I'm fine." Blanchett said again, "Bell is a good person." He put pressure on the crew of The Prestige. The crew rejected Martin Davis and used Hugh Jackman. Heath Ledger finally felt better. "Thank you for the good news." Blanchett said, "We are outsiders. Only by unity can we obtain more resources." Heath Ledger nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, take your time." Blanchett patted him on the shoulder and walked away. Heath Ledger turned around and found Martin, who was chatting with Leonardo and Nicholson. It was unclear what they were talking about, but they were laughing and making noises. This group of American stars were clinging to each other and were exclusive. On the other side, Blake picked up a large hamburger and ate it with relish. At this time, most of the male stars at the party were polite and busy socializing. On the other hand, more than half of the female stars who always paid attention to their image were eating a lot. Many of them chose high-calorie foods. The new Oscar winner even held a piece of pizza in each hand and threw the little golden man aside. No one would laugh at them. For people like Blake who died for a week, the week is usually shorter. After finishing one hamburger, Blake was about to get another one, but Martin quickly stopped her. Eat slowly, give your stomach some time to react. Blake was embarrassed to laugh. I looked ugly just now, didn't I? Martin said, it tasted very good. I want to eat more. After waiting for a while, seeing that Blake still wanted to eat, Martin took out a hamburger and they ate one together. This is also a night of revelry. Celebrities are not only revelry in food, but also in physical instinct. For example, the famous elevator door happened on Oscar night. Martin is a good man with a conscience, so at the end of the party, he took the initiative to take Blake home to spend their Oscar night. After replenishing enough calories, Blake, who had lost interest due to dieting the week before, regained the vitality of an 18-year-old. Martin simply gave Bruce a day off and reveled with Blake all night. After driving out, poor Bruce raised his middle finger to the surveillance camera and could only wander outside. He turned and walked into Khloe Kardashian's house. I don't know why, compared to the dissolute Kim, Bruce felt that Khloe seemed to be more suitable for him. Scumbags are always looking for the next one, and the next one is always the best. The heat of the Oscars only lasted for 2 days. Before the rainbow flag celebrated the victory of Brokeback Mountain, the news about this year's Oscars was suppressed by another overwhelming news. Jennifer Aniston and WMA jointly held a press conference, announcing that the former had successfully terminated her contract with CAA, and that she and her agent Steve would join WMA. Chapter 293 Operation Red Wing. In the lobby of WMA in Century City, warm applause rang out. Aniston smiled and waved, and walked all the way to the independent office area. Steve, who was accompanying her, pointed to the luxurious office in front. Jane, this way. Aniston looked at the townhouse, where she came from, and Martin was standing at the door of one of them. She smiled at that side, and when she saw Martin nodded in response, she entered Steve's office. Martin pushed open the frosted glass door, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Thomas. Thomas asked, how is your rest recently? Martin said, I've been preparing for the next awards season since I came back. I finally have a preliminary plan, and I'm going to go on vacation with Blake. You called me again and said that the Coca-Cola commercial shooting has been confirmed. Thomas smiled and said, it's not too late to go after the commercial is finished. He turned to the main topic. The commercial crew has been confirmed. Coca-Cola has invested a lot of resources in this commercial. They invited Sam Mendes, the Oscar winner for Best Director, as the director. This name is very familiar. Martin recalled it briefly and remembered that it was Kate's current husband. As expected, big brands invite big name directors to shoot commercials. Martin had a vague impression that 10 years later, it seemed that David Fincher had filmed a cyberpunk version of the Coca-Cola commercial. He had long forgotten the details. If it weren't for David Fincher, he would have probably forgotten the commercial after seeing it. Thomas handed a fax to Martin directly. The commercial shoot is in Parker Township in Southern California. The crew has already planned the schedule. This is the list of the main members of the crew. Martin quickly glanced through it and saw a familiar name in addition to Sam Mendes. Elizabeth Olsen. Same name, or the Olsen girl he knew? Martin took out his mobile phone, found Elizabeth's mobile number, and sent a text message. Elizabeth called directly. Yes, that's me. I'm going to star in your commercial. Martin said, okay, I look forward to working with you. Elizabeth had to go to class, so she hung up the phone quickly. Are you learning from Leonardo? Thomas asked, gossiping for once. Who is Elizabeth? Martin said casually, don't get the wrong idea, she's just a girl I saved at Burbank High School. Thomas remembered, the younger sister of the Olsen sisters? He exclaimed, a hero saving a beautiful girl. Martin put down the fax document. You should communicate the specific itinerary with the advertising crew. I'm leaving first. After leaving the house, He came to the lobby of WMA and waited for a while. Aniston came down from upstairs. The two chatted for a while and then they both left because they had things to do. At the Angel Shooting Club, Chad Stahelski finished shooting 2 magazines and returned to the club's entertainment area. Marcus, a friend he met here, had been sitting on the sofa without moving. Chad brought 2 cans of Coke and placed one in front of Marcus. Marcus picked it up. There was a picture of Martin Davis on the can of Coke. He said, "Church of Coke?" Chad asked, "Have you joined too?" Marcus opened it and took a sip. He said, "Many soldiers in Afghanistan have joined the Church of Coke. They use it as a diversion and fun during work. It's a poor place and very boring." Chad couldn't help laughing. "I'm also a member of the Church of Coke. When we were drinking together, Martin even said that he wanted me to be a district bishop." Marcus drank half a can in one breath and said, "I've seen the video of Burbank High School. He is a very great star. Only those who have really been to the battlefield know how much courage it takes for a person to stay calm, think of a solution, and have the courage to face the armed thugs in that situation." Chad thought for a moment and said, "Martin is an optimistic, humorous person who always finds a solution. Although he likes to make trouble, he is very loyal to his friends, so I have been working with him." Marcus asked, "Can I join your action director team?" "Yes." Chad said the prerequisite again. "You must complete psychological therapy." Hearing this, Marcus said, "Actually, I'm not traumatized, but guilty." Chad saw that he was about to say something, so he asked, "What happened?" "As long as it involves confidentiality." "It doesn't involve confidentiality." Marcus shook his head at first, then said vaguely, "A team I was in, while performing reconnaissance and infiltration missions, encountered 3 Afghan shepherds. Under the circumstances at the time, the shepherds might have revealed our whereabouts, but they were civilians." Chad nodded slightly. Marcus put his hands in his hair and continued, "The 4 of us had a disagreement at the time. Someone suggested killing the shepherd. Another person and I disagreed because we didn't want to go to military prison. In the end, the 4 of us voted to let the shepherd go." He sighed. "A few hours later, more than 100 militants surrounded us. Except for me, the other 3 were all killed. I was also seriously injured and fell behind a cliff. I was taken in by local villagers. When the militants came, I thought the villagers would hand me over. As a result, they protected me, bandaged my wounds, and fed me goat milk. I survived until I was rescued." Chad immediately thought of the news he had glanced at last year. "Are you the SEAL that the terrorists publicly claimed to have captured?" Marcus admitted, "Yes, it's me." He then corrected, "They never caught me. It's all over, buddy." Chad was not good at comforting people, so he could only say this. Marcus sighed again. "If I had made another choice at that time, the result might be completely different." Chad is a qualified filmmaker. He suddenly felt that this story was very dramatic and conflicting. It seemed very suitable for film adaptation. He himself did not have such ability, let alone the strength to promote the project, so he decided to go back and talk to Martin. In terms of the past 2 years of working together, Chad felt that Martin's strength was getting stronger and stronger. The most important thing was that he could attract funds and turn the plan that remained on paper into a real film project. Chad quickly weighed the pros and cons and said, "Just these few days. I'll see when the day is right and find an opportunity to introduce Martin to you. You have met him once." Marcus still remembered that the last time he met Martin was at the Angel Shooting Club. The club owner Kane came over at this time and said, "You guys are having a great time chatting." Marcus smiled. "Chad always shares interesting things about the film industry with me. It's very interesting. Talk to Marcus more." Kane knew what happened to this little brother and said, "The past is the past. People always have to look forward and can't live in the past." Chad nodded and said, "I'll ask Martin to come over some other day and then we'll play another round." Kane replied, "No problem. I lost to Martin in the community shooting competition last year and I've always wanted to get it back." He patted the back of Marcus' chair and asked, "Can you take your dog with you?" Marcus stood up and said, "I found a new house. I'm here to pick up the dog this time." Chad asked, "Where is your home?" Marcus said, "In the southern part of Santa Monica. I rented a detached house in a fringe community. It's spacious for one person." Chad remembered something. I heard that the security on the south side is not very good. You should be careful when going in and out. Marcus just smiled. Chad patted his head and said, look at me. Then, Kane took Marcus to pick up the dogs. The two Labradors were very energetic. They were named Daisy and John. Marcus squatted down and hugged the two dogs, as if he was holding a child or a relative. After a while, he led the two dogs out of the club. After getting in the car, Marcus touched the dogs, waved to Chad, and drove away. Kane said, in Los Angeles, Daisy and John are Marcus's relatives. I also have a dog, a German Shepherd. Chad adopted a stray puppy on the set when he was filming Wanted. He pointed to the car and said, I'm leaving. Let's talk another day. After getting in the car, Chad immediately called Martin. Do you remember Marcus? He experienced a special battle in Afghanistan. Last year, the media reported that local Afghan armed forces claimed to have kidnapped a SEAL. Marcus was the SEAL. I suggest you meet Marcus in person to see if there is any value in the adaptation. Martin responded, no problem, make an appointment at a suitable time. Chad asked, are you free tomorrow morning? Okay, then let's make an appointment at the Angel Club. Martin will go to Parker Town to shoot a commercial next week, and immediately said, okay. Burbank, a business club near the Sacred Valley. Some female producers and directors in Hollywood occasionally get together here. On the one hand, women help women, and it is mutually beneficial. On the other hand, they enjoy various benefits of female powerful people. Mean followed Scorsese's casting director Alan into the club's entertainment hall. There were more than a dozen women and 5 or 6 men gathered here. The youngest seemed to be in his 40s. Mean saw the target person, Emma Thomas, at a glance. It was not that the female producer was so beautiful, but she was relatively young among a group of women in their 40s, or even in their 50s or 60s. Mean licked Alan happily last night, and the latter let him move freely. After walking around for a while, Mean seemed to have just seen Emma Thomas, and went over to say hello. Hi, Emma, I looked like you when I walked in. It was you. The two had chatted at the annual party of Warner Brothers, and Emma Thomas was impressed by Mean. She smiled and nodded, wondering, why are you here? Mean pointed at Alan. Director Lewis brought me here. Emma Thomas heard Alan mention Mean last year, so she was curious. She waved to the waiter to bring 2 glasses of wine, and handed one to Mean. Have a drink with me, and chat for a while. Mean sat opposite Emma and soon they were chatting animatedly. When the party was over, although the two did not leave together, they exchanged each other's personal contact information. Chapter 294 They killed my dog. In the morning, Marcus got ready and went to the living room. Daisy and John all ran over. He poured dog food and water for the dogs, patted their heads and said, be good and take care of the house. I will be back before noon and have lunch with you. The 2 Labradors circled around him and went to enjoy breakfast. Marcus closed the door, got on a pickup truck parked next to the building, and rushed to Sherman Oaks. Yesterday, he made an appointment with Chad to meet Martin Davis at the Angel Club this morning. Marcus took it very seriously because it was related to whether he could change his career and enter the film industry that he had always dreamed of. If he couldn't be a real actor, he could be a stuntman, action gun instructor, etc. Marcus had left the army now and didn't want to do a hard-working job anymore. Knowing Chad and Martin also gave him a chance to move to Hollywood. When he arrived at Sherman Oscars and entered the Angel Club, Marcus saw Martin, Chad and Bruce, and hurried over to shake hands with the 3 of them one by one. Kane also came to join in the fun, and a reception room was specially prepared for several people. Martin had asked Bristol to make inquiries about related matters before, which involved an operation codenamed Red Wings by the US military. With Chad's retelling, he basically understood the course of events related to Marcus. Chad whispered a few words to Marcus, and Marcus understood the importance of this meeting, and told Martin in detail about his experience in Afghanistan. The description of the person involved was clearer, and Martin was completely sure that Marcus' experience was extremely similar to a movie he had seen. It seemed to be starring Mark Wahlberg. He didn't have any specific impression of the other actors. After listening to Marcus's description, Martin looked very shocked and said, I can't feel the impact of your experience in Afghanistan, because I have never been there, but based on the events you described, man, you are a legend. Marcus smiled and said, the real legends and heroes should be my 3 teammates. Based on his words, Martin further said, I personally think that their deeds should be widely circulated, and the public and everyone in the United States must know what they have done, and what they have paid for this country. These words touched Marcus' heart, and he was quite excited. Martin, do you think this incident can be adapted into a movie or TV series? A documentary is also fine. They paid their lives for the country, and cannot be forgotten. Martin knew very well that what is easily obtained is not worth money. He did not answer immediately, but fell into deep thought, which seemed very difficult. Marcus said again, I can give you authorization. Martin raised his hand to interrupt Marcus's words. Wait a moment. Marcus stopped talking. Martin stood up and walked back and forth in the reception room, as if he was considering an important decision. Chad was friends with Marcus and sympathized with Marcus's situation, but he knew that he was a member of Martin's team and did not speak for Marcus. Only Bruce, who knew Martin, knew that Martin had made a decision. Marcus was a little nervous because he had no connections in Hollywood and only knew Martin and Chad. After a while, Martin sat down again and said, Marcus, you and Chad are friends, and Chad is my brother, so there are some things I must say in advance. Marcus nodded. Just say it. Martin roughly said, operating a film project is a very tedious job. Whether it is a real event or an adaptation of other works, it requires a process, and requires the cooperation of the participants. He turned to the matter itself. The Red Arrow operation you mentioned is not widely circulated in North America. After a few years of the anti-terrorism war, the public's attention to Afghanistan is not high. I can attract investment and attention from other film companies because the project I initiated can make them profitable. Marcus understood. I can authorize you for free. No, that's not what I mean. Martin has never considered free authorization. Free is the most expensive. This is what I think. Don't push it into movie adaptation first. I will find a screenwriter or writer to assist you in completing the relevant memoirs, and then push it into the book market to let more people know about your deeds. You don't have to worry about the movie adaptation issue. As long as we can reach an agreement, my studio will buy the film and television rights of your memoirs in advance. Chad interrupted at this time. This is indeed a more reliable way of operation. Many special personnel of the CIA or FBI publish memoirs after retirement. When the memoirs have a certain influence, they will adapt the memoirs into movies. He also specifically cited an example. Catch Me If You Can, a collaboration between Leonardo DiCaprio and Spielberg, is a typical example. Marcus knew the movie and said, okay. He emphasized again, you don't have to pay me. I just want my teammates. People's ideas will change. Martin didn't want to cause trouble in the later stage because of this little fee in the early stage. He said, we are friends. Friendship is friendship, and business cooperation is business cooperation. Marcus responded, I'll listen to you. Martin asked, do you have any relevant information on Afghanistan so that I can find a suitable ghostwriter? I have a lot at home. Marcus looked at Martin and then at Chad. Although he had been in the army for a long time in recent years, he understood the ways of the world and took the initiative to invite. There is a very good restaurant near my residence. Why don't you come with me to get the information? By the way, give me a chance to treat you to express my gratitude. Martin had nothing to do these 2 days, so he said, sorry to bother you. The few of them chatted for a while, then left the club and headed for Santa Monica. In the south of Santa Monica, 4 black men drove a stolen car and parked it on the side of the road. The one with the red tiles on the roof. Edmund, is it? Asked the bald Alfonso. Is this a suitable target? Edmund stretched out his big flowered arm and pointed over there. Boss, I will definitely not make a mistake. Axe can prove it. Axe was not tall, with a magnum revolver on his waist. The man just moved here from another place. He is not from Los Angeles. Edmund and I saw it with our own eyes. He brought a lot of boxes, and they seemed to be filled with valuables. Alfonso asked again, are you sure what's in the boxes? Not sure. Axe said again. According to the movers, all the boxes are locked with combination locks. Who would lock ordinary things immediately? Alfonso nodded. Okay, let's go get him. Diaz, who had been silent all the time, said at this time, boss, the houses here all have back doors. I suggest going through the back door. Alfonso started the car, passed by the target house first, and asked, by the way, does he have a dog at home? Edmund said first, there wasn't one when we moved. I can be sure. Alfonso was relieved and drove around to the back door of the target single family house. Without turning off the engine or getting out of the car, he waved his hand over there. Hurry up, I'll meet you in the car. Diaz got out of the car first, followed by Axe and Edmund, and climbed over the wall formed by the green belt. Edmund easily pried open the lock of the back door and entered the house first. Axe and Diaz followed, and just after walking a few steps forward, the sound of dogs barking suddenly rang out. The former immediately pulled out the Magnum revolver. Two Labradors ran out of the living room and barked at Edmund and the other two. The male dog John was a bit more ferocious and pounced on Edmund. Seeing such a big dog rushing over, Axe and Diaz raised their revolvers at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out. John was shot in the head, screamed, and fell at Edmund's feet. One shot hit Daisy's neck, and the female dog screamed and turned around to run. Not far away, she fell down with a plop. Hurry up. The three were very brave. After firing the gun, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they went into the living room to look for the box the mover mentioned. Hurry up and find the valuable things. Hurry up. As soon as Diaz finished shouting, the sound of a high-powered pickup truck came from the front yard. It seemed that someone had returned, and there was more than one car. It didn't matter if it was just one person. But if there were more than one person, it would be better to leave first. Edmund rushed faster than anyone else, and ran the same way. People are back. Hurry up. Hurry up. The three of them didn't care about anything else, and ran to the back door. They rushed out of the door in one breath, jumped into the car, and urged Alfonso, boss, hurry up. At the front door, the five people who came into cars just approached the house rented by Marcus, and heard the gunshots. The experienced Bruce immediately judged the gunshot of the Magnum revolver. The pickup truck in front stopped with a creak. Marcus, Kane and Chad jumped out of the car, each holding an M9, and rushed into the yard. Bruce also took out his gun and got out of the car slowly. Martin followed carefully at the back, holding a Glock in his hand. Marcus, who was at the front, shouted, Daisy, John. There was no response. He opened the door and slipped in. There was no one in the room, but there was a pungent smell of blood. Daisy. Marcus's raw spread outside, carrying great pain. Kane, Chad, and Bruce followed in, and Martin was still at the end. In the living room, the Labrador named Daisy was lying in a pool of blood, without any reaction. Marcus was extremely heartbroken. He closed Daisy's dog eyes, and ran to the back door again, and then saw the body of another Labrador John. The dog's head was blown off. Marcus raised his head and roared, venting his inner pain. Chad also had a dog, and roughly understood this feeling, and whispered, damn it. Marcus gently touched the wound on John's head, closed its eyes for it, and stood up. Martin suggested, call the police. Marcus nodded and said to Kane, call the police for me. He turned and walked towards the kitchen, and came to the storage room, where there was a table connected to the surveillance cameras of the front and back doors. Marcus called up the surveillance, stepped back a little to check, and took out another box, clicked the combination lock, took out a tactical vest from it, and put it on, took out two M9s and magazines, and inserted them on the vest. Dude, calm down. Martin advised. Marcus said, they killed my dog. It is said that this is the earliest creative origin of John Wick, but I don't know if it's true or not. Chapter 295. Catch them all. The surveillance video clearly showed three black men sneaking into the house from the back door, shooting Daisy and John, and then hearing the noise from the front door, escaping from the back door, and getting into a Toyota. The license plate number of the Toyota was also clearly visible. The death of his beloved dog angered Marcus. He took a large coat and put it on his tactical vest. He said to Kane and Martin, wait for the LAPD. I'll be back soon. They shouldn't have gone far. Chad was the first to say, calm down, man. Martin grabbed Marcus' arm and said the truth in a seemingly persuasive tone. You have to have a beginning and an end. You told me about your experience in Afghanistan. I have contacted suitable authors to prepare for subsequent memoirs and film adaptations. Do you want me to go to the prison to discuss projects with you every day? At first, these words sounded very business-like, but they were a bit heartwarming to Marcus. He said in a deep and powerful voice, Martin, thank you for your concern. I won't be impulsive. But they killed my dog. I can't let them go. I have to catch them myself. Chad was worried. I'll go with you. The two hurried out. For Daisy. Before leaving, Marcus looked back at the bodies of his beloved dogs and patted his chest. For John. This scene made Martin seem to see the real version of John Wick. A crazy pursuit for a dog. He couldn't help but think of the movie he was going to discuss when Chad was more mature and capable. Unexpectedly, a similar situation happened right in front of him. One man, one dog, and one gun. You want my dog's life, so I want your dog's life. Even kill the murderer's family and kill the gang in passing. For Martin, the John Wick series is not like those movies that he has watched for more than 10 years. Some of them even forgot the English names. Before the big balloon suffocated to death, he had watched the fourth movie and his memory was relatively clear. Marcus chased 4 bastards for his dog. Martin believed that the value of this retired Navy SEAL was not only in his memoirs, so he nodded to Bruce and followed him. Seeing that everyone had left, Kane hurriedly shouted, "You left me here?" Martin took out his wallet, took out the card given by the LAPD, and threw it to Kane. "The PD is here. Show this to them." Kane recognized this thing and responded, "Be careful." Martin went out and got on the Escalade. Bruce immediately accelerated and caught up with Marcus' pickup truck. The two cars turned to the back door, which was a one-way street leading directly out of the community. The pickup truck in front was accelerating, so it was not difficult for Bruce to follow. Martin checked his pistol and saw the scenery rapidly receding outside the car window. He had the illusion that he was chasing the murderer. The two cars drove out of the community quickly. Originally, Martin had no hope of finding the murderer. A normal person would definitely leave quickly at this time, running as fast as possible. Maybe the brain circuits of the black men are different from those of normal people, or maybe they have no brains at all. Just after leaving the community, Martin saw the Toyota car in front of him driving slowly to the south. The 4 of them had seen the car and the license plate number on the surveillance camera, so there was no way they could make a mistake. Martin didn't want to see a gunfight in the street, and didn't want Marcus to go to jail. He immediately took out his cell phone, called Chad, and said, "Tell Marcus, don't be impulsive, follow them and find their lair." He grasped Marcus's psychology and said, "Black people like to stick together, especially these smashers, who like to form gangs the most. They must have accomplices. Let's follow them, find their lair, and catch them all in one fell swoop. Only in this way can we completely avenge Daisy and John." Chad turned on the speaker, and Marcus could hear it clearly. He said, "Old Bruce, let's cross track." Bruce replied, "No problem, you follow first, and I will notify you in advance when I go up." Marcus and Bruce took turns tracking, and the black people in the car in front didn't notice that there was a tail behind them. They came to a warehouse near a small pier on the beach in Santa Monica. The Toyota stopped on the side of the road, and 4 black people got into the warehouse. Bruce stopped the car far away. Martin immediately called McLean of the LAPD. Seeing Chad and Marcus getting off the pickup truck, Martin and Bruce also got off the Escalade. Marcus took out a military telescope and looked at the warehouse in the distance. Bruce saw that he had calmed down a little and said, "They are just some brainless savages. There is no need to fight them head on. Martin has called the police. The police will be here soon. Once they go in, there are other ways to deal with them." Marcus nodded. "I won't do anything rash." He glanced at Martin. Since the other party was so helpful, it would be bad to cause huge trouble to others. Solve it through formal channels first. Martin patted his arm and said, "Wait a minute, LAPD will be here soon." Bruce took Marcus's telescope and looked over there carefully. He saw more than 4 black people and said, the probability that black gangs like this in Los Angeles are not involved in drugs is so small that it can be ignored. Martin didn't want to attract attention and returned to the car. Chad whispered to Marcus, you just came back from Afghanistan. You need to adapt to the way things are done in China. Los Angeles is not a place of fighting and killing. Marcus saw a large group of police cars coming in the distance. There are also social etiquette. Chad gave a thumbs up. If you understand this, it will be much easier to get into Hollywood. As the largest violent organization in Los Angeles arrived, the 7 or 8 black people in the warehouse did not resist at all, and they were all arrested. Those black people were quite smart. They might think that they did not commit a serious crime. If they did not resist, they would stay in prison for a few months, at most 1 or 2 years, and they would still be high when they came out. If they resisted, their black skin would definitely empty their magazines. Martin made a few more calls and then said to Marcus, a large amount of banned drugs were found at the scene. They will not be able to get out in a short time. LAPD promised to handle it impartially. Marcus said, I understand. Thank you, Martin, for giving me the opportunity to. Martin raised his hand to interrupt him. The rest has nothing to do with me. Marcus understood that the other party was a public figure and nodded immediately, remembering this favor. As for what to do next, he was doing anti-terrorism in Afghanistan. Marcus also had many comrades in Los Angeles. The 4 drove away into cars and returned to Marcus's residence. It was not suitable to talk about other things today. Martin, Chad and Bruce said goodbye quickly. Kane stayed with Marcus to take care of the 2 Labradors. Because it involved animal cruelty, they needed to be frozen for the time being. In this regard, Kane found a professional agency. After the house was cleaned up, Kane saw that Marcus was in a bad mood and said, they don't want to see you continue to be depressed in heaven. Marcus brought 2 bottles of beer and gave one to Kane. I will cheer up tomorrow. I have a new goal. Kane said, this is indeed a good opportunity. Marcus opened the beer on the door frame and said, Martin is a good person. Kane still reminded him, he is indeed a good person. Among Hollywood stars, he is the type who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment, but he can do this, so your experience is valuable. Marcus has experienced life and death, and he can see it clearly. People with no value will be thrown into the garbage dump wherever they go, just like the weak people eliminated by the army. Kane said, master your way. Marcus nodded seriously. On the other side, Martin, Bruce and Chad found a place to have lunch. Bruce enjoyed the fragrant Brazilian barbecue. Chad's knife and fork fell very slowly, obviously thinking about something. Martin drank a glass of lemonade and said, Marcus, Daisy, and John reminded me of The Hills Have Eyes. Bruce ignored it and continued eating. Chad looked up at Martin. Martin continued, if we hadn't happened to meet them, Marcus would be considered an alternative man with 1 gun and 1 dog. With his rich combat experience, it shouldn't be difficult for him to kill those people if he launched a sneak attack. Bruce followed up, Marcus could have killed those people head on. You're an expert in action scene design. Martin asked Chad directly, can this be adapted into an action movie? Chad was just thinking about this, and after hearing Martin's words, his thoughts gradually became clear. A retired military action expert returns home with only a dog as a companion. Some bastards break into his home and kill his dog. He picks up the gun he had put down long ago and avenges the dog. He then shook his head. That would be an alternative Rambo, which is not appropriate. Martin took a sip of lemonade. You can change it to a killer, such as Wesley, who chose to quit the killer industry in order to marry the person he loves. As a result, his wife died of a terminal illness, leaving only his beloved dog to accompany him. In this way, the dog has an extremely special meaning to him, and the subsequent outburst is convincing. Chad thought about it for a while and said, that makes sense. The assassin industry is very special. It's very troublesome to get in and get out. His past is bound to haunt him, and even the assassin forces will not let him go easily. The person who killed his dog can be designed as a powerful assassin organization. Maybe it can be designed like this, as an alliance of multiple assassin organizations. Martin roughly talked about the concepts of the Continental Hotel and the High Table. Chad simply took a napkin and carefully wrote down everything he and Martin discussed. Bruce suddenly interrupted. "You guys are going to make an action movie. I think it's better to make it neat and simple. I've been surfing the internet a lot recently, and I found that netizens are very unhappy with those action scenes that are long-winded and dragging, especially the villains who die from their talkativeness." Martin said directly. The response to Wanted was very good, and the neat, cool and exciting action scenes were the most praised. "Why don't we make an action movie that is even cooler than Wanted?" He was talking about his own feelings. There are no too many complicated emotional exchanges, let alone discussions about human nature and philosophical thinking with the killer. "You're already a killer. Why do you still think about these things? Are you crazy?" Chad grasped Martin's intention. The charm of the male protagonist is brought to the extreme, and he just kills from beginning to end. Martin said, "Think about it carefully." Without waiting for Martin to say the rest, Chad said, "I will refine an outline as a contract project with the studio." Chapter 296. I Love Blanchard. 3 days later, at Davis Studios in Burbank, Martin signed project agreements with Chad Stahelski and Marcus Luttrell on behalf of the company. The latter's experience will be written into a memoir and published first, and then the film adaptation will be discussed. The former has had many exchanges with Martin in the past few days, and has completely sorted out his thoughts. While continuing to hone his directing skills, he will focus all his energy on creating a new action series in the next 2 years. At the very beginning of the project, the style concept was completely clear: a simple and rough action movie. Martin found Thomas and gave him the Afghanistan information provided by Marcus, asking him to assist Marcus and Bruce in contacting relevant service providers to fish out the people who rescued Marcus from Afghanistan. The memoir can be a hot spot when it is promoted and marketed. The next step is to find a suitable writer to help Marcus complete the memoir. There are many unsuccessful writers and screenwriters in Hollywood. The situation is actually similar to that of actors. There are many capable and talented people, but they have no opportunities. In this industry, opportunities are much more important than abilities and talents. Ghostwriting memoirs is also the norm in the industry. The early stages of a project take time, and Martin has enough patience. As for funding, as long as the production cost is not more than $50 million, it will not be difficult for him to attract investment. In the office, Thomas looked through the information carefully and said to Martin, "There are many screenwriters with good abilities who are waiting for opportunities after signing with the company. I will contact a suitable one. This is much easier than finding a star actor." He turned to another matter: "The 3 people you asked me to pay attention to, Bale, Blanchard and Heath Ledger, also have the latest developments." Martin was most afraid of not causing trouble, but having nothing to do. "Tell me about what they are doing recently." Thomas first talked about the one with the direct conflict. Under the pressure of his fiancée Michelle, Heath Ledger attended a withdrawal mutual aid meeting. He will not take any new work for the time being, and will probably be depressed for a while. He then talked about the other 2. Bale is preparing for The Prestige. If nothing unexpected happens, his next project will be the sequel to the new Batman, and he will continue to play Bruce Wayne. Martin urged, "Keep an eye on this project." Thomas nodded and said, "Blanchard returned to Australia after the Oscars. I have inquired carefully, and she is interested in the heroine of David Fincher's new project." Martin remembered the project he had seen at the agency last year, Zodiac Killer. "This movie has been finished," Thomas introduced. "David Fincher intends to make a movie of Fitzgerald's novel The Curious Case of Benjamin Button." Martin has seen all of David Fincher's films and immediately realized that this was the one translated into The Curious Case of Benjamin Button in Chinese. "I remember that the male and female protagonists are Pitt and Blanchard respectively." Thomas asked, "Try to mess it up for her?" Martin asked, "Do you have a way?" Thomas said, "The simplest way is to pass the relevant information to various companies. David Fincher's projects are very popular. There are actresses who want to be on the show. Let them compete. Even if they lose, we will not lose anything, but we can watch the fun." Martin said casually, "Just do it." When Thomas left, Bruce asked, "How old is Blanchard?" Martin didn't care and said, "She should be less than 40 years old." Bruce didn't say anything, but muttered in his heart, "She is a little young," which is not easy to deal with. According to Means Feedback, the older the age, the better the feedback. On the other side, Thomas returned to the company and called his assistant Natasha to talk to her. During lunch, a bunch of female assistants gathered together. Natasha mentioned in a casual chat that David Fincher was preparing a new project and wanted to adapt The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. In the afternoon, the relevant news spread throughout WMA and soon spread to other companies. Although like Quentin and Scorsese, David Fincher's movies are not very good at the box office, they are very good at promoting actors and raising the status of stars. There are many interested parties. The actresses competed for roles, which was much more exciting than the actors. That night, the Face Gang held a regular gathering at the nightclub. This time, in addition to the asshole trio, Craven also arrived. After the routine face washing, the four people were refreshed, their minds were active, and they were in high spirits. Craven let out a long sigh. I haven't been out for a long time. I really miss my babies. Martin glanced at Leonardo and said, Leo is planning to hold a carnival party. Are you going? Craven's health in the past 2 years is obviously not as good as when he was filming The Mountain Eyes. He shook his head. My health is not as good as the past 2 years. The doctor told me to take care of myself, so I won't go. The old bastard Nicholson said, what are you afraid of? When I'm about to die, I'll have a carnival party. Leonardo sneered. Why didn't you say this when you were in the hospital? Martin squeezed. Because he's afraid of death. Nicholson gave Martin and Leonardo each a middle finger and said, asshole, there are rumors in the circle now that your Brokeback Mountain lost the best picture. I thought so, but it's a pity that it doesn't have such a big influence. Martin briefly talked about him and Heath Ledger. He didn't get a Best Actor nomination. It may have something to do with me. Best Picture. Isn't it normal for Brokeback Mountain to lose to an authentic Los Angeles movie? He asked Nicholson again. Where did the rumor come from? Craven knew enough people. It first came out of that circle in Australia. 2 names popped into Martin's mind, Heath Ledger and Blanchett. He deliberately asked Leonardo, Leo, how about I introduce you to a blonde and long-legged actress? Leonardo said disdainfully, you know her, how about I not know her? Martin ignored him and said, how about Blanchett? Have you seen the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Queen Galadriel is so beautiful. Leonardo shook his head directly. She is too old, far beyond my 25-year-old red line. He mocked Martin again. I'm not like you, who has such a wide age limit. Martin raised his finger and shook it. You don't understand. Leonardo said, I'm a dedicated person. Of course I don't understand. Martin sighed. I also want your help to teach that Australian woman a lesson. Leonardo knew that this bastard was full of bad ideas and said, if you want to teach her a lesson, you can do it yourself. Martin was helpless. The problem is that when I see that face with lines as hard as stone, I don't even have the interest to talk, let alone anything else. Nicholson took the initiative to say, Blanchett, I remember her. That face is very distinctive and recognizable. Let me try to help you, a bastard, get revenge. Martin asked, do you have a plan? For this kind of thing, I don't need a plan. Nicholson boasted, don't doubt the strength of old Jack. Old Jack has seen all kinds of people and all kinds of things. Leonardo revealed a bloody scar. Yes, he has a wide range of knowledge. I remember on the yacht, Naomi Campbell and you. Nicholson suddenly covered his heart. No, I can't. If you keep talking, do you believe I will have a heart attack? Martin continued, we all believe that you will be so shameless, so don't have a heart attack. Craven raised his hand. Stop. You 3 bastards are talking about me, and I'm going to have a heart attack. The 4 people laughed and opened the wine to drink together. At the end of the party, the driver took Wes Craven away. His health was not as good as before, and he rarely messed around outside. The 3 bastards got in the same car and went to play the second half. Nicholson asked, I heard that you 2 bastards are going for Oscar nominations? You have 2 Best Actor awards and 1 Best Supporting Actor. Martin asked seriously, any tips for winning awards? Nicholson talked nonsense in a serious manner. Lobby the female judges. They will vote for you if they are happy. Then lobby the girlfriends and wives of the male judges. They will persuade them if they are happy, and the male judges will also vote for you. As for whether to use guns or feet, it depends on your luck. Martin's face was full of sorrow. How long is the awards season? There are nearly 6,000 judges at the Oscars. This task is too difficult. Leonardo laughed. With your ability, you will die suddenly in the middle of the race. Martin retorted. It's better than a 100-meter sprint in 11 seconds. Leonardo pounced on him, grabbed Martin's neck, and shook him hard. You bastard. I'm going to throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Nicholson couldn't stand these two bastards, patted the chair, and said loudly, I have some friendship with the old guys on the nomination committee. If you two want to please me, I will say good things for you. Martin immediately became a caring younger brother. You are our boss. You must speak for your younger brother. Jack, I have given Blanchard to you. Nicholson's nose was crooked with anger. Is there anyone in the world more shameless than you? Yes. Martin pointed at Leonardo and Nicholson. These two. Leonardo was angry. I must get him drunk tonight. At nearly 11 o'clock, the three came out of Avalon. Martin held Leonardo with his left hand and Nicholson with his right hand. These two bastards, none of them can fight. After sending them to the car, Martin told the driver, they are drunk. Don't listen to their nonsense. Send them directly home. Leonardo shouted, I'm not drunk. Bring 10 more bottles of whiskey. I want to compete with Martin. Martin pressed his face and stuffed him into the car. Just then, the drunk Nicholson suddenly shouted to the paparazzi who followed him, I love Kate Blanchett. I love Blanchett. Martin squeezed into the car regardless of whether he was really drunk or pretending to be drunk. He waited for the extended Lincoln to drive away before getting into his own car. As long as Blake was in Los Angeles, Martin would go back before 12 o'clock at the latest and would not stay out all night. At the beginning of the new week, Martin boarded a helicopter sent by Coca-Cola Company and headed to the town of Parker in Southern California near the Mexican border. The commercial crew had been preparing there for nearly half a month, waiting for him, the director and the protagonist, to go there to start filming. Chapter 297 Heaven and Hell. Parker Town, located near the Mexican border, has less than 1,000 permanent residents and retains many buildings from the pioneering period. Some Hollywood Western style shots are often shot here. The advertising crew formed by Coca-Cola arrived here half a month ago to prepare for the preliminary matters. As soon as the two main characters, Martin and Sam Mendes, arrived, the commercial started shooting immediately. On the gravel road, Sam Mendes came to the set and said to Martin, forget your identity as a leader. You are just a cowboy who has just founded the Coke cult and came to the West to spread the gospel of the cult. Show your cowboy temperament. Martin nodded to show that he understood. No problem. When filming Neverending, he carefully studied the old cowboy in Unforgiven. Martin took the two old revolvers handed over by Bruce, put them in the holsters on his waist, and asked the stylist to wrap him with a red scarf and a torn red cloak. The word Coca-Cola on it were all missing, showing the difficulty of the male protagonist along the way, but people could tell at a glance what the male protagonist represented. The jockey brought a horse over. After Martin came yesterday, he had already done some basic familiarity and took over the reins immediately. Elizabeth Olsen, wearing a cowgirl outfit, rode another shorter horse and slowly walked into the set. She waved to Martin. Hi, Martin. Seeing her skillful control of the horse, Martin praised, good riding skills. Elizabeth smiled sweetly. I have been practicing riding for more than 5 years. When Martin climbed onto the horse, she whispered again, I will tell you a secret. My skillful riding skills are also a key to getting this role. Martin gave her a thumbs up. Excellent people can shine wherever they go. In today's society, unless the family runs a ranch, generally speaking, people in the city, including many actors, who can practice riding for a long time, are mostly from wealthy families. Elizabeth's cowboy outfit and scarred cape, with red as a base, can highlight her figure. With the addition of red, her fighting power soared. Director Sam Mendes shouted, get ready to shoot. Two jockeys came over and led Martin and Elizabeth's horses to the starting point. The script supervisor hit the board and the shooting began. Martin drove the horse forward and trotted forward, and Elizabeth followed from behind. The horse's hooves splashed up dust, which was blown to the back by the blower. When they arrived at the door of the old-fashioned Western bar, Martin pulled the horse to dismount. Very good. Men strives for perfection. Let's shoot it again. The advertisement is divided into two versions, online version and TV version. The former will be played in the form of short films on major portals and emerging video websites. The latter is mainly to edit the highlights from it as a normal TV advertisement. Sam Mendes was easy to control, and Martin performed easily. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the crew finished shooting on time, and all the outdoor scenes were successfully completed. The indoor scenes will be shot for at least another day. Martin can only stay in the town for the time being. Let's have a drink together. Sam Mendes invited Martin. The Western bar used for filming was booked by the crew and would not receive customers other than the crew. Martin responded, "Have a drink." He followed Sam Mendes into the bar. "When I met Kate, you had just gotten married." The two sat in front of the wooden bar and ordered a glass of whiskey each. Mendes said, "Kate talked to me about you. You met in Atlanta and you gave her a crystal peach." Martin almost forgot about it. At that time, he tried his best to seize even a 1% chance. Later, he did get a lot of help from Kate. Martin said frankly, "Kate invited me to visit London at that time. Call us when you go to London." Mendes smiled and said, "Kate is traveling by car and will come from San Diego tomorrow." Martin toasted him, "Very cool." Mendes smiled. "She said she wanted to talk to you some time ago. She came here because she knew you were here. She saw me as a byproduct." Martin and Winsett had nothing to hide, so he said frankly, "At the Oscars ceremony, she mentioned to me that I've been busy with 2 projects recently, and Kate has been traveling, so we haven't met." He deliberately lowered his voice. "Sam, can you reveal a little news in advance?" "I won't tell Kate you said it." Mendes thought for a moment and whispered, "It seems to be about the movie and the role." He roughly said, "You know, Kate is obsessed with the Oscars and wants to win the Best Actress award. She asked someone to buy the film and television rights of a novel." Martin nodded. He remembered that Kate had told him about the novel, which was about the Nazis. Mendes said, "Let's wait until she comes over, and then you two can talk about the details." He spread his hands. "You must keep it a secret. Don't tell her that I leaked the news. Kate is super fierce, and I dare not provoke her." Martin said, "How can you talk about topics between men with women?" The crew checked into the only hotel in town, and they quickly went back for dinner. Elizabeth Olsen sat down opposite Martin with a tray of food. "Are you alone?" Bruce, who was coming over, found an empty table. "Yeah." Martin asked, "Didn't your sisters come?" Elizabeth said, "My agent came with me, and my sisters were relieved to know that I would cooperate with you this time." Martin thought, "Am I so reliable?" In fact, Elizabeth lied because her sisters had a cooperation with Coca-Cola, and they were relieved that Coca-Cola managed the staff of this crew. She specifically reminded, "You forgot, Burbank Middle School, you saved me." Martin looked nonchalant. "It's just a little thing. It's all over. You saved my life." Elizabeth puffed up her chest and said specifically, "If you have something to ask me in the future, no matter what it is, I will do it all." Martin just glanced at him, then retracted his gaze and changed the subject. "You are about to graduate from high school, right?" Elizabeth took a sip of soda and said, "Next summer." Martin had an idea. Seeing that Martin was not in high spirits, Elizabeth suddenly moved closer and said, "Later, when it's completely dark, go to the top floor and I'll take you to see the scenery." Martin was surprised. "What scenery?" Elizabeth looked around and said mysteriously, "You'll know then." After dinner, it got dark quickly. Martin changed into shorts and a t-shirt and called Bruce to go to the top floor together. The hotel in the town has only 4 floors in total, but it is the tallest building in the entire town. As soon as Martin went up, he saw Elizabeth wearing denim shorts and a tank top. The white woman was very mature at the age of 17 or 18. Elizabeth waved at Martin. "Come over here quickly, it's starting." Martin was puzzled and hurried over. Elizabeth opened the bag she was carrying on her shoulder, took out a telescope, and handed it over. "Look at Joanna across the street." Before Martin could pick up the telescope, more than a dozen people came up one after another, including the crew director Mendes, Milner, the person in charge of Coca-Cola in the crew, Paul, the security director, and so on. Each of them brought a telescope. Milner said to Martin, "The crew had a meeting before the shooting last night and missed a lot of good scenes." He pointed to the south. "Look at the other side. It's very lively." Martin knew that he was talking about the other side of the border, which was the outskirts of Tijuana. He raised the telescope and saw faint flames and explosions. One of the burning points was just a jumping red dot at the beginning and soon turned into a sea of fire. Elizabeth said, "There have been explosions and flames every day in the past few days since I came." Martin saw more fire points. On the south side of the border, it seemed that a small war had taken place. On the north side, the entire town of Parker was quiet. The contrast between the two was like heaven and hell. Paul, the security director, came from a PMC and knew some of the situation there. Tijuana has not been peaceful recently. Several gangs have been fighting for cargo channels and markets. They have been fighting for almost a week, and it seems that they will not stop in the short term. A bright light flashed, and the sound of explosions came faintly. Martin couldn't help but say, "They don't look like gangsters, they are more like warlords." Paul said, "You can understand them as warlords who are traffickers." Although they were far away and could only see the flames and explosions, Elizabeth, a girl from a wealthy family, was not afraid. Instead, she watched with relish. Half an hour later, the agent called Elizabeth away. After watching for a while, Martin also came down from upstairs. Back in the room, he asked Bruce, "The Mexican gang that caused you trouble, has it been destroyed?" "The small and medium-sized gangs over there are established and swallowed up at an astonishing speed. It is said that they are gone." Bruce said roughly, "Gangs also pursue profits, and they will not easily do things that are risky and unprofitable." Martin returned to the room and slept peacefully all night. Bruce sat in the living room with a gun at hand, guarding the whole night. After Martin got up, he saw Bruce exercising and didn't say much. The two had faced the old black robber together, trembled together under Sophia's terror, framed others, and were framed, and even experienced the Burbank Middle School incident. Some things simply cannot be expressed in words. After breakfast, the crew started work on time, and Martin entered the trailer outside the bar to put on Macup and style. Milner called out the stylist who was doing Macup for the supporting role and asked, "Have you seen the video of the Avalon bar?" The stylist was not stupid and said, "The one with Martin and Pete?" If the other party had seen it, then it would be easy to say. Milner pointed to the Western bar. "Don't you think this advertisement is similar to that video? The male lead is Martin." The stylist understood. "I understand how to style the supporting role." Milner nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. If you do it well, you will have an extra bonus." This ad was inspired by the fight between Martin and Pete at the Avalon bar. Martin represents Coca-Cola, so the villain should be someone like Pete. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Debt of Favor. In the Western bar, the extras sat in different places, unbuttoning their dirty collars and drinking beer in the dry and hot weather. A local bully who looked about the same as Brad Pitt wanted to tease the Red Saint of the Coca-Cola cult, but was easily subdued by the leader Martin and pressed on the table. Martin reached out to the Red Saint Elizabeth, who opened her bag, took out a glass bottle of Coke, and handed it to the leader. The cold Coke pressed on his head, and the bully slid down automatically. Martin opened the Coke and put it on the table. The bully picked it up and drank it, and the expression on his face changed rapidly. "Stop." Sam Mendes stopped the shooting and shouted to the bully who looked like Pitt, "Transform more naturally, don't be so stiff." The stylists came in to touch up the Macup, and the shooting soon resumed. For the whole morning, the crew was shooting the interior scenes of the bar. Compared with the simple outdoor scenes, the interior scenes are more difficult, and Sam Mendes is more demanding. He often stopped the shooting and sometimes personally directed. Shortly after noon, Kate Winslet came to Parktown from San Diego. She just said hello to Martin and found a quiet place to watch the shooting. She met Martin when she was acting in Atlanta 3 years ago. Martin's acting skills were not bad at that time. Unfortunately, in the midday sunshine of A Beautiful Mind, Martin's scenes were almost all cut out. There were only a few shots that flashed in the finished film, and there were no lines. Kate watched all the films that Martin starred in later. Whether it was a young football coach or a mature adult, Martin could handle them all. Kate specifically asked her old friend Leonardo, who told her clearly that most people in the crew of The Departed, including Nicholson and Scorsese, thought that Martin's state during filming was better than him as the male lead. Even Leonardo himself admitted this. A few days ago, Kate called Leonardo again. Leonardo's words were very interesting. Under Martin's handsome young appearance, there might be a soul of an old bastard who is more evil than Nicholson. Kate looked at the set again, and the people in the bar were already convinced by the leader of the coke cult. The filming of the commercial was over, and the actors left the bar to remove their makeup. Sam Mendes was still sorting out the filming shots. After waiting for a while, Kate went over and asked, "What do you think of Martin?" Mendes said his own judgment, just based on the 2 days of filming the commercial. "He is better than you said, with excellent, mature and rounded acting skills, and he can control the role easily. If you compare, no actor in this commercial can be compared." He thought for a while. "My personal feeling is that he is no worse than Kevin Spacey when he was filming American Beauty." Her husband is a director, and he is also a director who won the Oscar. Kate believes in his vision and judgment because it is very similar to what she has seen and heard. Although Martin likes to stir up trouble, he is capable and treats his friends well. Kate knew that Louise encountered great difficulties after Alexander the Great. Martin dragged her to invest and successfully helped Pacific Pictures overcome the crisis. Mendes said again, "I told him yesterday that you would come. I guess he will come to see you later." Kate nodded and asked, "Have you not thought about it yet? My new work still lacks a director who can control the overall situation." Mendes had some concerns about this. "I'll think about it again." The crew was dismantling equipment such as slides and cameras. Kate found a place where they would not get in the way and waited patiently for a while. Martin quickly returned to the bar, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Kate, and asked, "On Oscar night you said you had something to talk to me about, and then you went out traveling." Kate smiled and said, "So, I came here specially to see you today." Martin asked, "What exactly is it? If you need any help, just give me a call." Kate opened her bag, took out a book and a script, and handed them over directly. "Take a look at these first." Martin took it. The book was The Reader, a novel written by German writer Bernhard Schlink, and the script was based on the movie adaptation of the same name. Kate said, "I mentioned this book to you. Later, I made up my mind and persuaded the author to get the film and television adaptation rights. I also found Anthony Minghella, the screenwriter and director of The English Patient and The Talented Prairie, to work with me to adapt it into this script." Martin did not read the novel, but directly flipped through the script. "I have a general understanding of the love story between a teenager and a middle-aged woman." Kate nodded and continued, "The male protagonist has a long time span from his teens to middle age. Some people suggested that the male protagonist be divided into 2 actors, a teenager and an adult, but I don't think that's a good idea. The difference in appearance is too big, which is easy to make people feel out of the play. He looks like a middle-aged man recalling other people's stories." She said her own opinion, "I tend to use the same actor. I have considered many candidates. It is not difficult for young actors to control the role of a teenager, but it is not easy to successfully portray a middle-aged role. I think about it, and only think of you." Martin has experienced too much himself, so it is not a problem for him to perform the mentality and vicissitudes of middle-aged people. In contrast, appearance is the easiest to solve. Martin asked directly, "Are you going to use this film to compete for the Best Actress Oscar?" "Yes." Kate's goal was very clear, and she also said one thing specifically, "When I first got the adaptation rights, I planned to attract investment and production, and then find Weinstein Films to distribute it. Before the Oscars, I talked to Louise in detail about some things, and learned that there seemed to be some problems between you and Harvey, so I decided that this film would not cooperate with Weinstein Films again. You can rest assured about this. This film does not suit Martin's taste and style. If someone else came, he would directly refuse. But Kate Winslet came, and some things had to be considered. In the process of climbing up, Martin borrowed the power of women, including Kate Winslet. In the process of competing for the Saturn Award for Best Young Actor and The Eyes of the Mountain, he borrowed Kate's relationship with Harvey's wife and really got to know Wes Craven. Later, in the crew of The Departed, Leonardo supported him without knowing him, which also came from Kate's lobbying. It may be just a few words between her and Leonardo, but for people who don't have a good relationship, it's useless to say 10,000 words. Kate said, "There's no rush for this. Take a closer look at the script. If it's not suitable, I have other options." Martin closed the script and asked, "Which Oscar do you plan to compete for?" "It's definitely too late for the Oscars next year. Kate has already made a plan. If nothing goes wrong, it will be released in the second half of 2007 and compete for the 80th Oscars in 2008. Martin carefully recalled who won the Oscar for Best Actress in 2008. It was too long ago. He thought for a long time, but couldn't remember the names of the people and movies involved. In this case, most of the actors and movies are not very famous. Even if they win the Oscar, the influence is very small. Martin said, "Leave the script and the novel to me. I'll read them carefully first." Kate smiled and said, "There's plenty of time. No rush." Martin asked again, "Where's the director? Has it been confirmed?" Kate pointed to Sam Mendes, who was still busy. "He is the first choice, but he hasn't agreed yet." She mentioned another thing. "I have raised some investment from Louise, and there is also some investment from the UK. Funding for the project is not a problem. Sam Mendes is a former Oscar winner for Best Director. There is no problem with his ability to direct this type of film." Martin told the truth. "Kate, you are so powerful. It's so easy to promote a project." Kate rubbed her forehead. "It's also difficult. There are so many things to worry about. When I win the Best Actress, I will never care about the Academy again. I'm tired of them." Over the years, her complaints have accumulated as she failed to win the Oscar again and again. The movie is a big hit at the box office, and I'm very popular all over the world. Is it wrong? Martin picked up the book and turned it over so that the back cover was facing up. There was an old woman on it. Think of something about the appearance. Will the heroine be very old in the end? Yes, old and ugly. Kate made such a choice for a reason. Nazi plus ugly. I will try to be uglier than Charlize Theron. Thinking of that female devil, Martin felt a chill. The two chatted for a while, and Sam Mendes finished packing. Kate joined him and left the bar together. Martin also returned to the hotel in town and packed his luggage to return to Los Angeles. Bruce also knew that Kate came to find Martin. While packing up, he said, from the perspective of a manager, "This movie doesn't really match your past style. If you give Kate a role." Martin shook his head. "I roughly glanced at the script. In fact, the male lead has as much role as the female lead. From the script alone, it can be a story about a boy's growth or a woman's painful choice between dignity and suffering." Bruce was surprised. "You don't really like this?" "If it wasn't Kate, even if Louise and Kelly came to me together, I would reject this script." Martin now has the confidence. "Louise and Kelly helped me, but I asked them to invest together, and they made a lot of money. And what about Kate? I still have a damn favor." Bruce remembered that the favor was still 2 times, and said, "Listening to what you said now, I doubt whether you are still a bad person. Leonardo and Nicholson might expel you from the Bastard Club if they know." Martin couldn't help but laugh. "If you don't return the favor after someone helped you, it will affect your reputation in the future." He also thought a lot. "Of course, I haven't decided whether to return it this time. At least I have to go back and say hello to Thomas and the agency and discuss it." After packing his luggage, Martin took the script and the original book with him, went to the outskirts of the town, and boarded a helicopter. Elizabeth Olsen also flew back to Los Angeles. Chapter 299, Letter of Recommendation. As soon as he returned to Los Angeles, Martin received a call from Aniston. He didn't rush home, but went to the hotel to meet Aniston. In the suite of the Four Seasons Hotel, the flames of love ignited as soon as the two met. The story of the teenager and the real-life poster of the goddess entered a new stage. Finally, Aniston was satisfied, lying on the sofa, and said, "I doubt one thing." Martin hugged her and asked, "What is it?" Aniston turned her head and looked at him, her eyes full of pampering. "Tell me honestly, the place where you lived before was really covered with my posters." Martin knew that he must not change his words, otherwise everything he said in the past would not stand. Of course, it was just gone later. Why? Aniston asked. It's all damaged. Martin put his finger on Aniston's lips. It's all holes. I'm embarrassed to let others see it, so I took it all off. Aniston pretended to be angry. You are really a bad guy. Martin has done this many times with real people, let alone making up a story for a poster. I can't help it. I'm too talented. I've been strong since I was a child. Aniston didn't want to listen to the man's bragging, so she picked up the bag that fell on the side of the sofa, took out a sealed paper bag from it, and handed it to Martin. My handwritten recommendation letter. I also said hello to Diana, the vice president of the California Institute of the Arts. Martin put it away. Thank you. That's it? Aniston was quite dissatisfied. Just talk and no action? Martin understood that he had to thank with practical actions. No need to say thank you with all his strength. Aniston suddenly asked, stay with me tonight. Martin replied, okay. Aniston instantly became particularly active. The reason why Martin agreed was because Blake was not in Los Angeles. Star actors go out to shoot and promote too much. After the divorce, Aniston was extremely disappointed with her marriage and didn't want to talk about a love that was easily hurt. She wanted a long-term lover like Martin who was capable, not troublesome, and didn't plot against her property. The next day, after lunch, Martin and Aniston left the hotel separately. When they returned to the Coty community, they happened to meet Mr. Jones next door driving back. Jones honked the horn and stopped the car first. When Martin's Escalade stopped, he lowered the window and shouted, I got the recommendation letter for you. Do you want to come and get it? Martin replied, sure. Jones waved and drove back home. Martin got out of the car and went out alone. When he came to the door next door, he just rang the doorbell and Jones' voice rang on the intercom. Martin, please come in. The iron gate opened. Martin entered the door and saw Mr. Jones standing in front of the villa door waving. He walked through the front yard and followed Mr. Jones into the living room. In the aisle next to him, Jenna, who was wearing a short sportswear, walked out quickly, greeted Martin, and explained, I was just working out and didn't have time to change clothes. Forgive me. Martin smiled and said, it's okay. Jenna said again, my hormone secretion is vigorous, and I need to maintain a high amount of exercise. I heard that you also work out frequently. Let's do it together someday. Faced with this enthusiastic invitation, Martin replied vaguely, there will be a chance. Mr. Jones brought over a sealed bag and handed it to Martin, a letter of recommendation from the director of the Los Angeles Museum of Modern Art. He is one of the famous alumni of the California Institute of the Arts. Martin took it and said, thank you. Mr. Jones smiled. Last time you gave Jenna the authorization for Wanted and let her direct and star in the Sacred Valley version. The film has been released. At this point, Martin could only ask, the results must be good, right? Very good. Mr. Jones said with unconcealed pride. It set a sales record for films starring Jenna, which is more than 3 times better than the sales data of Pirates of the Caribbean in the same period. Martin exclaimed, it's quite explosive. The studio authorized the adaptation of Wanted to Jenna's company in the form of basic fees plus sales share. This will also be included in the offline income of the film. In other words, Martin, as the male lead, and one of the investors of Wanted, can also enjoy a share. Mr. Jones was in a very good mood. Wait until you win a few awards, the sales data can go even further. Martin nodded and said to Jenna, congratulations. Thank you. Jenna invited politely, you are welcome to visit the set someday, when you have time. When Bruce first came to Los Angeles, Martin went with him to Jenna Jameson to watch the live shooting. After removing the veil of mystery and curiosity, he was not very interested. Martin just said a few polite words and said goodbye. Jones and his daughter sent Martin out of the courtyard gate. Back home, Martin simply packed his luggage and lay on the bed to catch up on sleep. Aniston, who is in her 30s, has a bit of amazing fighting power. He didn't sleep much last night. After catching up on sleep, Martin and Bruce went out again and went to the North Hollywood Fitness Center. On the way, he called Mean again. The female personal trainer with unusually developed gluteus maximus at the fitness center has resigned. It is said that she has returned to Mississippi to get married. Martin put on his boxing gloves and said, "I thought you would have a relationship with her. After all, she fits your aesthetic very well." Bruce put on his protective gear, picked up a hand target, and said, "Forget about the formal relationship. The personal trainer circle is very chaotic. In order to sell fitness courses, especially for high-end customers like us, they usually treat themselves as gifts." Martin bumped his fists, and there were bangs. "Let's start." Bruce bent down and lunged to cooperate with Martin's training. Outside, Mean came to the boxing ring, gestured to the stage, and sat on the chair next to him and waited. He waited until Martin and Bruce finished the fight before he went over to say hello. Martin took off his boxing gloves with the help of Bruce, held the guardrail to take a breath, and glanced at Mean. "You seem to have gained some weight." Mean scratched his head and said, "Maybe too much nutrition?" Bruce, who was drinking water next to him, almost spit it out. Martin took a bottle of water, handed it to Mean, and crawled out from the guardrail. Mean pointed to the cycling area. "I'm a member here, and come here at least 3 times a week." Bruce came over and patted Mean on the shoulder. "Manage your body well. Many fat people start by slacking off in the first step." Mean saw Martin enter the locker room and said in a low voice, "I gained weight because of Emma Thomas." Bruce walked away from the locker room. "What's the matter? Could it be that No, not that." Mean understood what old Bruce meant and explained seriously, "Emma Thomas likes sweets, very sweet ones, and I feel sick of them after eating them." He further said, "Recently, Emma has asked me to accompany her for midnight snacks from time to time, and they are all crazy sweets. If I want to get her attention, I can only eat as much as she does." Bruce has seen Emma Thomas, a middle-aged woman who doesn't do much to manage her body and seems to be fatter. He nodded to Mean. "Thank you for your hard work. You know my past experiences. Compared to those, this is nothing." Mean was cheerful. After all, Emma Thomas was less than 40 years old. She was the youngest female director and producer he had ever dated. He suddenly changed the subject and boasted, "I only earn tens of thousands of dollars a year, including part-time and acting." "Old Bruce, do you know my current salary? After 2 years of development, my salary for a single film can reach $100,000 US. Among the young black actors in Hollywood, I'm also a rare supporting actor." Bruce sincerely wished, "I hope you can become the next Morgan Freeman soon. I don't have a granddaughter, and I don't want to." Mean shrugged. Bruce said, "Pay attention to the latest news from Emma Thomas, especially the new Batman and Christian Bale." Mean knew what to do next. "I understand." The two went to the rest area and waited for a while. Martin came over from the locker room with a bag. He looked at the time. "Let's find a place and have a drink. I'll treat you." The 3 of them left the gym and drove to a nearby bar. They just had a few drinks and then broke up. Back home, Martin went to the study, turned on the computer and camera, and called Elena. A few minutes later, Elena and Lily appeared on the camera screen together. Elena asked, "What's the matter so late?" Martin said directly, "Good news. I got the recommendation letters from the director of the Los Angeles Museum of Modern Art and Jennifer Aniston." Lily jumped up and cheered, "I can go to California Institute of the Arts." She grabbed Elena's arm and shook it hard. "Elena, I can go to college in Los Angeles." Haha. As soon as the laughter came out, Elena broke free from Lily's hand and raised her fist to punch twice. Lily, who was overjoyed, became honest at once. She wanted to say something, but seeing that her sister's fist had not loosened yet, she shut up obediently. Martin finished watching the good show and continued, "Although you have a recommendation letter, Lily, don't relax. If your test scores are too bad, they may not accept you." Lily looked at Elena and said, "I have been working hard." Elena knew that she couldn't stop her sister, so she simply asked, "Is the tuition expensive?" Martin said, "You don't have to worry about the tuition." "No." Elena refused without hesitation. "I have saved a sum of money here, enough to support Lily's first year of tuition, and she will rely on herself in the future." Lily replied confidently, "I can earn money by working part-time." Martin didn't say much. People must go through certain hardships to truly grow. Lily said at this time, I just finished a batch of works, and I feel that they are better than the previous carvings. I will mail them to you tomorrow. Martin said, no problem, the next time my crew gives out souvenirs, I will give you your carvings. Lily was very happy. But people like Martin would not let her be happy for more than 5 seconds. Is that batch of raw materials almost gone? I'll get you another batch. Lily's face immediately fell. Chapter 300 Aggressive Personality. After a period of intense post-production, Coca-Cola's latest annual advertisement landed on major media platforms across the United States before the traditional North American summer movie season. With the help of the Coca-Cola cult, the full version of the advertisement has received an astonishingly high number of clicks on major internet websites. In the core areas of cities across the United States, Martin, the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, stands in a brand new image, watching his followers. On TV stations, the refined version of the advertisement was broadcast in a rolling manner and reached thousands of households. The advertisement caused a strong response. In particular, the discussion on the internet was particularly heated. It's a bit like the Avalon bar fight last year. Martin knocked down the provocateur, which was definitely the creative source of the advertisement. Pitt is so unlucky. He was humiliated by Martin in real life, and he was stepped on in the advertisement. Haven't you heard about it? There has been news on the internet that Charlie broke up with Pitt because of Martin, and then Pitt wanted to get Aniston back, but Aniston had an affair with Martin again. With the launch of the new advertisement, Coca-Cola sales increased, Martin's fame increased, and the influence of the Coca-Cola cult further expanded. Even Elizabeth Olsen, who briefly appeared in the new ad, became famous as the Red Saint of the Coca-Cola cult. After the ad was aired, Aniston specifically found Martin and tried her best to make him understand the limit of enjoyment. Charlie, who returned to Los Angeles and wanted to be a saint, also excitedly found Martin to squeeze more happiness. On the other hand, the star Pitt, who had nothing to do with the ad, was ravaged by public opinion again and again. This is a world where only Brad Pitt was hurt. In the mansion in Beverly Hills, Pitt looked at the ad on the projection screen with a serious face. The actor who looked a bit like him made him feel sick. Lawyers, agents, and managers sat in different places, looking more serious than Pitt. After the ad was played, Pitt asked his lawyer directly, Cole, can it be determined that the ad violates my legal rights and is suspected of defamation and inducement? Can a lawyer's letter be sent to Coca-Cola? No, the actor's face is different from yours, and his dress is different from you or any character. He is just a little similar in temperament. Cole has studied it specially, just like in the filming of a movie, someone imitates another person's acting style. Pitt pointed to the projection screen. The problem is that everyone thinks that the unlucky guy is me. Lawyer Cole said, sorry, I can't do anything. Agent Maggie Dakshia said, CAA has held a special meeting to study it and contacted Coca-Cola, but they denied that they had anything to do with you and rejected our request. We'd better take a long-term view. What else can be done? If you really want to go head on, what can an agency with an annual revenue of just over $200 million at its peak use to confront Coca-Cola? Even because of the sponsorship contracts of many sports stars under its umbrella, quite a few partners are still biased towards Coca-Cola. Peter wanted to say something, but his manager, who was closer to him, advised him, you'd better keep silent. The public and the media are forgetful. After this period of time, they will be attracted by other gossip and news and naturally forget about this matter. He knew that Peter was in a bad mood recently, so he said a few more words. Coca-Cola must have made some preparations to release such an advertisement. And Martin Davis, they are very likely waiting for you to jump out and confront them, and then they will hype it up. Peter understood these principles, but it was really uncomfortable to hold his breath in his throat. Maggie advised him again, let's not pay attention to these things at this stage. The assassination of Jesse James Bond has been completed. Hurry up and urge Warner Brothers to sign a distribution contract and determine the release date. As long as the film's response is good enough, all the criticisms around you will disappear. She is a more traditional entertainment agent. After all, actors still have to rely on their works to speak. Peter listened to these words and looked at the time. Let's go out for lunch and go to Warner after lunch. Maggie and the manager looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. What they fear most is that Pitt will get angry and jump out to confront Martin Davis. Doing so will not do Pitt any good, but will make Martin Davis and Coca-Cola's advertisements more popular. In the afternoon, in the office building of Warner Brothers, in the small conference room, Thomas glanced at Martin and said, "There are only a little more than 4 months until the next awards season, that is, the Toronto Film Festival. Our plans and goals are clear. Although The Departed has 2 male protagonists, we only want a nomination for Best Actor." Daniel, who represented Warner, said, "The Toronto Film Festival is the beginning of the awards rush. The subsequent Gotham Film Awards represent Hollywood's full entry into the sprint stage of the awards season. The following Film Critics Association Awards, the 4 major Independent Film Awards, the 4 major Weathervanes, the 4 major Outpost Awards, plus the main event, the Guild Award." Warner will send someone to lobby Martin. Martin didn't need to say anything and asked Thomas to raise the request. Instead, he could act as a lubricant between the two. Milner, who represented Coca-Cola in the internal meeting, said, "Warner Brothers will organize the film and vote polling meetings, and Coca-Cola will sponsor all the related expenses. If someone is willing to pay, the biggest problem will be solved." Daniel said, "No problem, I will confirm it and send it directly to your office." Finding funds, publicity, canvassing votes, etc. The Oscars are actually an entertainment version of the Washington political game. Compared with the sales increase after Coca-Cola signed Martin, this amount of money is not even a drop in the bucket. Milner said to Martin on behalf of Coca-Cola, "You go forward boldly, Coca-Cola is always behind you." Daniel looked at Martin, then at Milner, who represented Coca-Cola, and had some thoughts in his mind. The Coke cult tied the two together, and the key is that it can effectively boost Coca-Cola sales. Although Coca-Cola is outside the industry, they sponsored Martin and Martin's movies, making him a movie star that cannot be ignored. Daniel looked at the electronic clock on the wall. There would be a preview soon. He said, "Let's stop here today." Martin stood up and shook hands with him. "We'll keep in touch." Several people shook hands and left the meeting room. Milner chatted with Martin for a while and went to the parking lot at the front door. Martin and Thomas were going to the studio area in the back to meet Bruce and took another elevator. The 3 of them went downstairs and came out of the elevator room. They just happened to meet the other 3 people, Brad Pitt and his manager, and Agent Maggie. Martin was not embarrassed at all and greeted them with a smile. "Good afternoon, Maggie." Most of the actors were emotionally outgoing, and Pitt was a typical example. He did not hide the disgust on his face and stared coldly at Martin and the other 2. Maggie Dakshia responded to Martin, shook hands with Thomas again, and said deliberately, "Martin, your new advertisement is very popular. I remember we reached an agreement." Martin said very seriously, "I'm the most trustworthy person and have always abided by the agreement." Maggie knew very well that in terms of shamelessness, Pete could not even drive as well as Martin, and said vaguely, "I saw it." Martin seemed not to see Pete, and shook hands with Maggie. "I have something else to do, I'll leave first." When Martin passed by, Pete snorted coldly. The sound reached Martin's ears, and he turned around suddenly. What happened in the Avalon bar flashed before Pete's eyes in an instant, and Pete subconsciously stepped back, taking 2 or 3 steps in a row. Martin smiled at Pete and turned to walk forward. Pete quickly stopped, and his already gloomy face became even darker. Maggie came over and said, "Don't worry about him. CAA has specially hired psychologists to analyze Martin Davis. Several psychologists believe that he is mentally ill. Under his calm appearance, he hides a thorny and aggressive personality." Pete let out a sigh. "I won't argue with a psychopath." The manager reminded, "Let's go up. The Warner people are still waiting for us." The 3 of them entered the elevator. On the other side, Martin, Thomas and Bruce left the Warner building and entered the studio area. Bruce drove an electric car over. After Thomas got in the car, he said to Martin, "I have read the original work and novel of the reader." Martin asked, "How do you feel about it?" Thomas said directly, "It is not quite the same as your current style and route, but the subject matter and role are good. It is artistic in nature, which is conducive to winning awards and broadening your acting career." He asked. This type of film will not require a high investment. Didn't Winslet say the cost? Martin had learned about it carefully. Kate has attracted a lot of investment. She has followed the German film tax refund model and she assured me that the minimum investment will be $28 million US. You may not get $5 million US for the film, and the box office of the film will not be very high in the future. Even if it wins at the Oscars, it will not be as easy as wanted to easily exceed 100 million in North American box office. Thomas had to ask something clearly. Do you want to use the role in this film to win an Oscar? Martin shook his head firmly. It has nothing to do with these. It is mainly to repay favors. This answer was beyond Thomas's expectation. Repay favors? Yes. Martin said it roughly. Thomas understood that personal relationships in Hollywood are equally important, and favors owed must be repaid. The interests of his clients were closely related to his, so he started from this point and said, with your rapid development momentum, if we repay the favor later, the price will be higher. Winslet has a good eye for selecting films, and the screenwriter and producer Anthony Minghella is also an Oscar winner. I think this project is good. Martin asked, do you suggest that I take this project? Connections are very important, especially the top connections in the circle. Thomas said, unless we completely give up our reputation, we will have to repay this favor. It's better to do it now than later. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.